Здорово всем, ребят. Здорово всем, ребят. Все. Так, звук протестил. Сегодня будет интересный стрим. Наверное, знаете, вот самый лучший за этот год. Потому что уже турниров не будет. Последний турнир. Посмотрим, что в мете, как играются. Буду комментировать. Накидайте лайков, ребят. Здорово, ребят. До 2024 года не будет турниров только в Азии. Это сегодня будет один из интересных стримов. Прошу поддержать меня, поставить лайк. Это последний ван-турнир. Риксы будут. Парова вроде бы еще. ПМГ. Ну, короче, все вот эти европейцы. Пока еще есть время, можете пойти приготовиться. Что-то вкусное взять там. Я не знаю, сделать быстро дела какие-то. Я сейчас, наверное, сам отойду, пойду перекушу сразу. Мэри, привет. Турнир последний. В следующем году турниров не будет. Буду комментировать сегодня. Рюмка, здорово, родной. Можете готовиться сразу. Типа, стрим будет, наверное, долгий. Так, сейчас. Как думаешь, кого будет? У меня, наверное. Всегда было у меня. У меня атмосфера другая. Я комментирую все действия. Я знаю все команды. Команды, которые будут сейчас играть, я играл против них кучу раз. Всех. То есть всех игроков знаю. Знаю, как играют команды, кто как играет. Поэтому здесь мне есть что сказать и показать. Тем более давно туриков не было. Короче, будет интересно и жарко. Так скажу вам. Время есть еще? Не знаю, можете пойти перекусить, ребят. Там еще время будет, пока они сейчас все сядут. Короче, время есть. Ник, здорово. Кто фаворит для тебя? Ой, тяжело сказать. Но я думаю, что если Риксы в нормальной форме, то неплохо покажут себя. Ник, здорово. Еще раз. Ребят, я скинул, какое обновление будет 15 декабря в Телеграм. Я же вам обещал заспойлерить, я заспойлерил. Ломин, привет. Здорово всем, ребят. Короче, готовьтесь. Кофе, чай, я не знаю, там, Мэри, там, пицца, вино. Ты же вроде выходная сегодня, поэтому можешь пицца, вино, пиво, рыбы, раки. Я звук чуть позже включу погромче. Это среди каких стран? Это Европа. Последний турнир надо посмотреть, прокомментировать. В 2024 году уже не будет их. Спасибо за поддержку. Так, сейчас. Рюмка, спасибо большое за 400. Спасибо тебе огромное, родной. Спасибо за поддержку. Ребят, накидайте лайков, потому что для вас стараюсь. Сегодня будет интересный стрим. И вам нужно будет пересмотреть, кто не успеет. Донат не видно. Да, я убрал, ну, чтобы вам игру было видно, не мешало. Потому что тут могут замесы такие быть. Типа, донат пришел, 400 рублей. Спасибо большое. Причина в чем, почему не будет турниров? Потому что они настроены на Азию в следующий год. Они официально объявили. Как меня вообще слышно? Нормальный звук, ребят? Ну-ка, сейчас я посмотрю сам. Как меня вообще слышно? Нормальный звук, ребят? Ну-ка, сейчас я посмотрю сам. Ну, в принципе, да. Слышно меня хорошо. Так, через 5 минут можно будет звук врубать. Бабук, здорово. Здорово всем, ребят. Посмотрим, что у нас сейчас вообще в мете. Давно турика не было. Сейчас будем смотреть, какие герои в мете. Ну, я примерно все понимаю, знаю, как что будет. Но все равно глянем. Может, что-то новенькое из новых героев будет. Из последних, что вышло. Да, там Кайн, Атрокс. Навряд ли, конечно, кстати. Все-таки они не метовые. Но посмотрим. Может быть, кто-то удивит, там Варвика возьмет. Здорово, ребят, здорово. Что думаешь про ТЧС? Ну, мне понравилась сама игра внутри, но там все плохо на самом деле от разработчиков. Не знаю, пока все плохо. Пойдем смотреть дальше. Думаю, Галио будет в каждой игре. Не, 100% нет. Не всем удобен Галио и не всем нравится. То есть очень мало кто играет через Галио. В основном это Парва. Она вот 2 года все играла через Галио. Потом ей начали банить, кстати. И она что-то поросела. Как ты думаешь, какие будут баны и пики примерно? Да, на самом деле, именно вот про пики, ну, топ, я уверен, что на топ будут пикаться Реннингтон, Камила, Сет, Ривен. То есть я прям 100% уверен, что еще, может быть, Грагас будет пикаться. Вообще, я думаю, и в саппортах, и на топ посмотрим как. На миду посмотрим. На АДшниках. Сейчас, кстати, АДК вроде заиграли, магов не берут. Мета чуть поменялась, посмотрим. Ну, сейчас будет видно, короче. Мне так легче, когда я вижу тут героев, не всех помню. Тяжело вспоминать. На топ... Спасибо большое за поддержку. Андрей, спасибо.
Привет. Мэблу планируешь стримить? Всего тебе хорошего, спасибо за контент, благодаря тебе я начал хорошо играть и понимать игру.
Андрюх, спасибо большое за 500. Понимаешь, Мабла, игра вообще не для моего стиля, не для моей аудитории, не знаю, посмотрим. Сейчас Валдрифт, если заработает, буду в Валдрифте, и выйдет Хок, посмотрю, как Хок будет выглядеть. Понимаешь, то, что я знаю в Валдрифте, ну, я, конечно, много труда здесь сделал, но мне еще, наверное, 80% нужно выпускать гайды, там очень много материала, не знаю, пока надо здесь. В принципе, я и так месяц пропустил из-за того, что игра не работает. Пока что с FPS, да, проблемы, может, просто 15 декабря пофиксится. А так, в принципе, посмотрим. Спасибо за поддержку, ребят. Скидра будет, сегодня нет. Последний турнир, ребят, поэтому здесь сейчас нужно будет... Знаете, вот, если буду комментировать, вы должны как бы из этих турниров все равно для себя какие-то плюсы понимания игры вывести. То есть вы не можете брать мету, вы можете брать мету в совокупе вот с турниров, например, метовых героев, но это не совсем влияет на игру. Самое важное из турниров, когда играет про-сцена, самое важное, то, что я брал всегда из этого, когда сам играл, когда смотрел, это смотреть тактический план действий. То есть по макроигре, как двигается команда, что делает лесник. Ну, я буду сейчас объяснять, конечно же, почему там топпер сапнулся с мидером, а мид с бот-линией. Но в целом, когда вы смотрите турики, вы должны обращать внимание в первую очередь на тактические действия. То есть вообще, почему так сделали, как лучше разыграть. То есть заранее примерно понимать. Тогда вы будете всегда импровиться, именно в плане понимания. Потому что если вы механически, вы вот каждый день в игру играете, у вас механика растет, понимание у вас расти не будет, если вы не будете думать. Кнопки-то вы и так жмете каждую игру, а вот нужно работать над макроигрой, потому что ты можешь быть супер клевым, скилловым игроком, сидеть там в челленджере, но у тебя может быть понимание 0, там, даже близко не подойдешь, там, в компетитив не подходишь. Так, что у нас? Звук включаем. У них трансляция зависла, кстати. Интересно. О. Тактика только фулка работает? Нет. В смысле фулкой? Я каждый день на стримах показываю, что я делаю по макроигре.
Estoy encantada de estar aquí para este segundo día, aquí en la DreamHack de Valencia, para ver las finales de la Snapdragon Pro Series. Solo que 4 equipos han llegado hasta aquí y veremos quién se acaba llevando el título.
Well, like we've already mentioned, we are coming to you live from DreamHack Valencia. Nothing like a smidge of additional pressure to perform here on the main stage in front of a live crowd this weekend.
Este es el primer evento en vivo para muchos de estos equipos con audiencia, así que os vamos a
Лора, привет, привет.
todo vuestro apoyo porque ya sabemos que hay mucha presión y mucho en juego.
Yesterday we saw some outstanding performances.
Они на год уходят, да. В Европе и в СНГ, только в Азии будут.
Expecting more of the same today from our
Погромче сделать? Ну, здесь все по-английски говорят.
in this competition. They've had a grueling season up to this point, countless best of threes, and now
Я вообще их потише потом сделаю, когда игра начнется, чтобы комментировать.
the $17,000 prize pool that's here today.
На самом деле сейчас нужно
Como
насладиться.
ya decíamos, ayer veíamos comenzamos las finales de este torneo de Game Changers y hoy vamos a tener los de, que hemos ya comentado, la Snapdragon Pro Series. Como decíamos también, solo 4 equipos han llegado hasta esta fase y a pesar de haber tenido una temporada muy difícil, aquí es donde se decide todo.
Okay, so you have been introduced to the main stage. Now it is time to see some more familiar faces on your screen. It is, of course, your casters.
Nos vamos a ir ya con esos comentaristas que están preparados en este escenario, listos para comentar ahora mismo.
Thank you very much, everybody in Valencia. It would be fantastic to be there, but we are excited still to be here for the final day, possibly, of Wild Rift. Certainly for the Snapdragon Pro Series, it is the big finals. We've been obviously covering the whole league to get here in the first place. Obviously, I'm Lee Demon-Smith. Joining me is Scoundrel and it's Stuart.
Ребят, накидайте лайков. О, опять этот чувак справа.
It's been an incredible journey so far. The group stage, I think, was incredible to see so many teams compete, so many tough competitions, and now we're down to the
Да, было бы хорошо, если бы он играть научился, кстати. Вот этот чел справа. Я просто прокался наяву против него, это... Так, у нас квалификация, групповой этап. Короче, 4 команды всего.
Fantastic matches throughout, which got us our 4 teams here today. Yes, granted, formulation obviously finished 5th. Yes, there was a change, obviously, but they are here today. And honestly, we were very surprised that they weren't here in the first place. So, it's not.
Ребят, спасибо за лайки, за поддержку всем огромное.
Let's look at the money that they are all playing for today. Of course, they had money throughout the group stage. I think it was $10,000 from the group stage, but that compounds and they get even more money. The first place, 8,000, 5,000 for second place, 3,000 for third, and $4,000 for that 4th place. And yes, we will be having a 3rd and 4th place playoff as well.
Первое место, $8,000. Офигеть. Первое место, $8,000. Офигеть, они все в Азию решили бустануть, все бабки. Жесть. Мы когда летом играли турнир, у нас был 30 тысяч призовой там, а когда в Швецию ездили, там, короче, в 15 раз больше было, в 1000. В 11-15 рексы играют первую игру. Против ФМГ. О, интересный матч, самый первый будет. Ну, вообще, тут все команды интересные будут. Вот это будет потом. Ребят, у вас есть 10 минут, максимум 15, для того, чтобы вкусняшки место найти. Короче, я сейчас подойду, ребят. Пойду перекушу сразу. Сейчас будет потный матч.
To the group stage, you know, you talked about already. I think every single game in that series was 25 minutes. It was a
Sponsor Samsung Galaxy.
Now they're on the main stage in Valencia. There's a lot of pressure for these teams, you know, especially for Ricks as well, who, you know, cast a curse me, I'm going to say it, but they've never actually won a LAN tournament. They tried the Origin Series, they tried the Horizon Cup, nothing there, so they're going to have to try and do it one last time.
Can they do one last dance? Yeah. We'll see, of course. We've had our predictions. You guys at home can also get your Qualcomm predictions in place as well in the Twitch chat. Get in there. Who do you think is going to take it? We'll go straight into the first game. Predictions are up in a second. I'm waiting for them to appear on the screen. I've got my Twitch chat up as well, so we'll be able to keep and interact with you guys as we go. Big Kinnan's going to be on the keyboard, and he's the keyboard warrior for the day. Do anything wrong, he's going to be on you. But yeah, so where do we see this one going then today? Obviously, predictions from you guys.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's a close one.
I mean, the two really good series. I think I had to go for Ricks, mostly because this is their swan song. Like, you know, as Stu mentioned, they haven't won a LAN finals. Their curse of queso, unfortunately, not at the competition. If there is a time for Ricks to win, it has to be now. So I've obviously gone for Ricks in the first series. I think I've gone for Viv, although I do think it will be close in the second series. I think Viv have kind of hit that trajectory. They're on the upwards trajectory in the second half of that split. And then in the finals, I'm still going to back my boys Ricks. I think Ricks take it. I think it would be fitting. If they don't, then... I don't know, but that's kind of how I feel.
The caster curse will forever live if Rix doesn't do it this today as well. But yeah, I've gone for the same. Rix in the first series, Viv in the second series. I do think the second series is going to be very close as well because Parla obviously coming in as a second seed. But as X-Scoundrel said, you know, Viv are on the rise at the moment. But we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, for me, obviously, I've gone similar to you guys, but mainly because Sneaky's not here for formulation. That was my sort of main thinking there. So, you know, I want to change it. Obviously, a big part of it. Obviously, we know random's a massive part of it for Rick. So, you know, suddenly, I don't know whether he's going to get an easier lane. He maybe get a lane he doesn't know so well as he would against Sneaky. So that's where I went with that one. Viv Esports Parla, I got to be honest, I was very much on the fence with this one because Parla were incredible, I thought, throughout. Lonely Kid, obviously dominant performances in every game that he played. Viv Esports, though, as you said, they were on the rise towards the end of the season. But that was a month ago. That was just
a long time.
patches ago, in fact. Yeah. It's like there's a lot changed since then.
I do think it's going to be close. I do think that second series will be really close. Genuinely could go either way. I'm favouring Viv, but, you know, I think Parla have got, like you said, excellent top laner and Lonely Kid. If he pops off, if he gets Fiora, you know, they're in a good spot. I think Labunya has always been praised by Stu. He's a great jungler. So that top jungle duo, if we can get that rolling for Parla, I think they kind of win out on that side of the map. So yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting series, that second one, for sure.
While we got a little time, we're waiting for the teams to get ready in Valencia themselves. Should we just quickly touch on the patch? Obviously, because we are, as I mentioned, we are 2 patches on since we actually covered the groups there.
Yep.
There's been quite a few changes. We're not going to get Yone as like the desperate first pick anymore. Maybe.
I mean, I'm not too sure. I think the new champions is going to be the interesting one. Obviously, we've got Aatrox, Warwick, Vex, and Kane, the new champions. Last week, I was able to watch the Asia Open finals for the World Circuit. There was a lot of Aatrox first pick, a lot of Aatrox first ban, so I think Aatrox is going to be a big priority. But a lot of changes, as you said, a lot of balance changes, a lot of buffs, a lot of nerfs that happened to a lot of champions since we covered the group stage. Like you said, a month ago, we've had 2 whole big, massive patches, new items as well. So there's a lot to uncover in this series.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of champions that we're looking at that are clearly going to be high priority. I think Aatrox will be much higher priority today than he maybe was yesterday. Even with his nerfs, he's still really strong. Warwick's probably never going to see the light of day, just not even in the bans, he's terrible. Kane, maybe though, I mean, Red Kane for sure, you know, we've seen him quite get a good buff on the last patch, and I think actually Kane could be played a decent amount. Blue Kane's still, I don't think, particularly viable at a competitive level especially. But yeah, there's definitely some switches up and some changes that we could see from the group stages, and I'm really excited because this will be the first time that we get to really see, especially in EMEA, some of that competition, some of that level from this new patch come out on the top flight. Yesterday,
obviously, we saw Wukong dominant in the top lane, as we saw towards the end of the season in the league. Do we think that's going to still be the same priority?
Yeah, I think it will. I think especially, you know, for Viv as well with Patterson, because we saw at the end of the group stage that Patterson played Wukong, I think it was like 4 or 5 games in a row, I think, or something like that. So I think Wukong just is a very safe barrel laner, because we're still going to see, you know, like we mentioned, Aatrox probably come into the barrel lane. The likes of Fiora is still very strong. Camille, all them bruisers up in the barrel lane. But for me, the one thing I want to look out for is a jungle, really. You know, there's a lot of junglers in this new meta, which is going to be fun.
Well, that's what we got to say. We've got lots more talking to be done, but of course, let's get over to Valencia, where the players are coming on stage.
First 2 teams waiting backstage for long enough. So, please welcome to the stage your first competitor and your first challenge finalist. It is Rix GG.
Le damos la bienvenida ya al escenario a Rix GG, que viene como primer seed después de esta fase regular. Van a ir entrando ya dentro poco a poco los jugadores preparados para dar espectáculo.
Rix GG consists of Clue, Doom, Random, Seven, and Snitch. They've been extremely dominant throughout the split. Can they continue this dominant streak on the main stage with all the additional pressure that comes with it? So, please welcome to the main stage their opponents. Carmeline, it's going to be a good match, this one. Hold on to your seats. It's Formulation Gaming.
Le damos la bienvenida ya a Formulation Gaming, que viene como quinto, con muchísimas cosas por demostrar y muchas ganas ya de entrar a la competición.
Я вот сейчас сижу, думаю. Я, короче, сижу сейчас, думаю, как же они забили. О, показывают там ФМГ. Вот Дон, с кем я в Нави играл, мидер. Короче, первое место $8000. Вы вообще понимаете, что... Вот я вам сейчас объясню просто, как игрок, который играл на посцене 1,5 года. Они забили хер сейчас, они уйдут в Азию, они даже бюджета не выделили. Первое место $8000 рублей. 8000 рублей, я говорю. $8000 первое место. Из этих $8000 30% минимум забирает организация. Игроков всего 5. Теперь уберите хотя бы минимум 30% с $8000, разделите на 5 игроков, и на 6-го человека это тренер. Это просто цирк, я такой первый раз вижу. Я в шоке вообще. Ну, я думал, тут $50 000 будет долларов. Минимум. Они сказали, что не окупаются турики в СНГ и в Европе. Мы пойдем в Азию. Там в Азии призовые фонды от $1 000 000 выше долларов. Там трансляцию смотрят 1 000 000 человек минимум. Призовой фонд здесь, в общем, 20... Даже 20 тысяч нету. По-моему, этот, сейчас 8, 4... Короче, 15 000 рублей. Рублей, говорю, долларов. 15 000 долларов призовой фонд на 4 команды. Даже меньше, кстати. Последнее место же $1000. Там, короче, 12, во. Ну, они где-то по 900. Да, можно округлить по 1000. Мне просто интересно, там мотивация хотя бы есть играть, надеюсь. Ну, последний турнир как бы в 2024 году, напоминаю. Официально Riot Games сказали, что турниров не будет в СНГ и в этом, и в Европе. Против этих команд я играл всех, многих знаю, поэтому интересно понаблюдать спустя там определенное время. Ты ведь играл с ФНГ, да, и там же играет Векс. Векс тоже, я с Вексом играл. Лесник который. Дон, Векс, я, ну мы в Нави играли, вот Векс. Лесник. По центру, который сидит, вот слева сейчас. А тебе зарплату? Да, конечно, всем платили ты. На контракте, подписываешь контракты. Я был в Нави и Virtus.pro. Здорово. Вот этот лесник тоже хороший, это, по-моему, Андрес Z, который. И вот Снич сидит. Клю сидит. Короче, у состав у Риксов тот же самый. Рандом, по-моему, первый был. И вот в этом матче я думаю, что Риксы затащат. Посмотрим. Ребят, я нормально звук сделал в игры, чтобы не сильно комментаторов слышно было. Не сбивали мои мысли, что... А, точно, 7 это, да, точно. Точно, да. Это же из Team Kiesa, Under Z. Но я уже подзабыл, видишь, чуть-чуть. Андрес играет в Team Kiesa уже. Team Kiesa. Ну, кстати, он хороший лесник. Он хорошо играет. Какой приз за первое место? $8000. У них, кстати, телефоны вот эти, я вот... Не особо они мне нравятся. Я же говорю, там, они играют с того, кто спонсирует. Samsung спонсирует, все, будешь с Samsung играть. Мы играли в Швеции с айфона 12-го. 12 Pro, по-моему. Аргентинчик. Да, и Бразилия. Я вообще в шоке, Бразилия вылетела. Жалко было. Ребят, накидайте лайков, поддержите меня.
Lots of people in the crowd that you probably recognize.
Аж не верится, что это последний турнир. Как минимум до 24 года. Минимум.
See a lot of the women from the Game Changers tournament yesterday as well, all in the crowd supporting.
So let's talk about Game Changers. Obviously, Flair coming in as a sub yesterday, and we said at the time, you know, you can be either hit or miss as a sub. So you could absolutely play the game.
Что думаешь, кто заберет чемпионат? Я думаю, Франция либо Англия.
Synergy is just not there. Obviously, as a Baron laner, yes, you're sometimes left solo anyway. I would say less so in Wild Rift than you would be in traditional League of Legends. You're going to get the help of the jungler, and that's where the synergy is really going to rely, right? The early game synergy with your jungler.
I think because of how strong, you know, Bruises are and how strong Hullbreaker is, there is sometimes a lot of.
Ну, ставы у них, вот эти наушники, кстати, нормальные. Там удобно. Там даже вон этот подставили. Короче, сцена нормальная. У них еще и расстояние между друг другом есть. Они отдельно сидят. Не на одном диване, как было. В пятером.
Clear lane to draw attention to, there is a discrepancy between Zara and Random. Through no fault of Zara's, he's a sub that's come in as a Baron lane last minute. Random is probably known as the best Baron laner in Europe, right? That's the discrepancy. One of the things that Ricks do consistently.
Где ван проходит? В Валенсии.
Top player Baron lane tower dive. They have 7 rotate upwards. They get Random rolling. They deny a huge wave. Zara could be put under the thumb a little bit here. And Vex, he's not a
Мастербой, потому что в Китае огромный буст прибыль идет. Там зрителей в миллион раз больше. В Китае такой турнир смотрят миллион зрителей, от миллиона выше. Там Wild Rift это популярная игра на втором месте в Китае, в Азии. Во всей Азии, на втором месте. Почти наравне с Хоком там, короче, будет. Не окупается в СНГ и Европе, вообще не окупаются. Даже часть маленькая. В Азии все окупаются, весь бюджет, можно так сказать, из-за количества огромного там и спонсоров. Так, ладно, поехали. У нас играет, напоминаю, ФМГ. Это у нас слева против Риксов. Обе команды знаю. Играл в одной команде с двумя игроками из ФМГ, да, Лесник и Мидер, Дон и Векс. Состав мы видим. Да, Рандом, Севен, Снич, Дум и Клю у Риксов. Знакомый состав. Так, баны у нас. Атрокс уходит в бан, Гвен уходит в бан, Йоны в бан уходят от ФМГ, Варус, Акали и Грагас отвечает у нас Рикс. На ферспик Карма, уже 1,5 года, или когда там, год назад вышел, на ферспик Карма выходит. Посмотрим, чем Риксы будут отвечать. Z пикается у Риксов, это интересно. Довольно быстро. Z плюс. 16 секунд, 15 секунд. Такое ощущение, как будто переживает у Риксов Лесник чуть-чуть. Ну, видите?
Didn't see what champion was, so.
No, Ricks is on the
Well, no, because I think Formulation Blue, because they first picked the...
Yeah, they first picked Karma.
Ну, они не пикнули, уже время прошло.
We're kind of confused from yesterday.
Люкс.
There we go. So Lux comes through. So Lux is obviously been...
И Вуконг открывается слева, по-моему. Что-то Люкса рано открылась как-то, не знаю, хорошо это или плохо. Ну, как по мне, не очень. Вот Джакс это гуд. Типа вейтовый кэрри есть сейчас. Казикс слева открывается. У ФМГ. Но мне пока что слева чуть больше нравится. У ФМГ пик. Посмотрим сейчас, как дальше. Уходит у нас сейчас за 5 в бан. Герой следующий от ФМГ. Много чего открыто. Реннингтон, Ривен, Камила открыто. Интересно, Наутилус бан. Ну, Наутилус, кстати, в мете. Как, постоянно играют на Наутилус на турнирах. И Вай уходит в бан. Интересно.
here. We have the wave clear with Lux. Lux can manage wave clear mid, but she can also, as you see in a lot of professional play, manage wave clear in side lanes as well.
Надо что-то вейтовое. Слева у ФМГ особо вейта нету. Интересно, что они будут допикивать. Галио открыт. Но уже его не будет, наверное. Тут есть карма. Одна, правда, флексится, она может и в мид пойти. Люциан открыт, как АДшник. Эзреаль открыт. Ариана открыта. Гарен и Иреля уходят от Риксов в бан. Не знаю, у Иреля, конечно, такое себе, но Гарен правильно. Против Зеда.
There's a bit of flexibility, I think, for the Dom because we have seen him play, you know, the likes of Karma mid, Lux mid lane as well. So it's not really the bruises
I
that
think
we're
Don has the
expecting from Dom.
most picked champions, unique champions out of any mid laner in this snap.
Надо что-то вейтовое ФМГ пикать, потому что у Риксов есть Джакс. Один из сильнейших, как мы знаем, героев вообще в эйтгейме. Спасибо за лайки, друзья.
As you said, you know, he's picked so many unique champions throughout the entirety of the group stage, so they definitely, formulation definitely do have that flexibility.
Just waiting for the pick here. It will be Diana.
Диана пикается.
Jungle for 7 obviously had a lot of success in game changes yesterday. Ignore the stats that are coming up on your screen, by the way. They're the same for him.
Шен. Я уверен, что Шен в лес пойдет. 90%, а Вуконг на соло-линию.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past Don to play Shen mid. I'm not joking. I think into Z, I wouldn't put it past.
Алистар? Подожди, стоп. А, wait game. И Галио забирают. Подожди, а... Не, ну тут, кстати, очень сложная игра будет теперь для ФМГ. У них нет вейтгейма, они пикнули Алистара Шен. Типа надежда на Казикса? Интересно. Казикс это он лишет сквиши только по одному таргету. У них нет постоянного урона с руки, как у Джакса. Короче, понятно, Галио Люкс у Риксов на дуо-линии против Алистара Кармы. Шен лес, Вуконг... А, нет, Казикс лес, Вуконг топ и Шен мид, получается. Не знаю, я ставлю на Риксов за счет вайтгейма Джакса и сплитпушера Зеда. Риксы — это Европа. Обе команды из Европы. Там разные игроки играют. Варус с каким саппортом чувствует хорошо, с любым с контролем. Там Галио, Алистар, Нами. Карма. Не знаю, я даю предпочтение Риксам, я говорю еще раз. Есть Z, который будет постоянно сплитпушить. Довольно эскейпный, плюс он убивает очень многие цели 1 на 1. И за счет Джакса тоже сплитпушер и слишком вейтовый чемпион, очень сильный в вейтгейме. А так будем смотреть сейчас. Но вообще Галио плюс Люкс — это одна из сильнейших дуо-линий. Там, если Люкса попадает рутом, это все. Там фрикил. Не, в смысле, ребят, это мета. Маг, вместо АДК маг на дуо-линию — это же мета. Так все играют. И мы так играли. У них хорошие драфты. Посмотрим сейчас на реализацию. У меня единственный вопрос, почему Шен мид у ФМГ, типа для чего? Типа из-за того, что там Z? Да, как я и сказал, Шен мид. Ну, такое себе. На боте Ignite Exhaust. А, Люкса же у нас слева. Стоп. Карма Галио на дуо-линии. Против Алистара Люксы Карма Галио намного сильней. Вот Карма Галио плюс Люкс Галио, вот это самые такие неприятные связки. Но здесь Прио будет на линии. Здесь Вуконг, кстати, контрит Джакса. Как минимум до первого сета. То есть Джакс потом только перескеливает, вначале он проигрывает. На 5-м уровне тоже Вуконг может выиграть Джакса. Тут от скилла зависит. Шен в лесу, да. Шен в лесу. Z mid. Я что-то перепутал, кстати. Посмотрел не туда до этого. Я думал, у Люкса справа. Не знаю, посмотрим, как они будут разгонять карту, в какую сторону. Смещается Галио уже с линии. Обратите внимание, он наставил карму для того, чтобы мидеру помочь взять Прио. Видите, что Галио сделал? Он взял Прио на боте. Они запушили мид. Z не может сместиться, потому что ему надо крипов отпушивать. И это фри краб. Фри краб плюс небольшой инвейд. Он сейчас заберет краба, они пойдут Джакса давить. Алистар бэкнулся, смотрите. И Алистар тоже бежит в сайт. То есть они играют одинаково. Галио кетчит, там пытается задавить Джакса, помогает там Вуконгу запушить лайн. Не знаю, мне кажется, ФБ не будет до первого объекта. Здесь уже Алистар, кстати, теряет фарм, потому что Вуконг на бэке. Очень много времени Алистар потерял. Галя уже в мид смещается за второй пачкой крипов, то есть у него постоянная экспа. Здесь карма с Люксой 1-1 стоит. Это, кстати, очень важно. Тем более у них два танка саппорта. С одной стороны и с другой, я имею в виду. Они сразу уходят с линии на втором уровне. Сразу идут гангать. Вон в миду, кстати, покажите нам мид. Ну, Казик забрал здесь вижен. Так, он забрал 2 краба, кстати. Из-за того, что Галио стоит в миду, по КД, Казик забирает фри. Фри вижен. Уже преимущество у рексов есть на карте. В драфте Алистар был с кармой в одной команде. Да, да. Но я не знаю, почему не поменяли. Как это вообще? Что это за баг? Я же помню, что Люкса справа была. А, они их местами поменяли. Все. У нас рексы слева, а справа ФМГ, понял. Да-да, сторона им поменяли. Ну, у ФМГ все хорошо. У них Векс забрал весь вижен. У него 2500 голды. У Шена 2300. Они без АДК. Тут АДК это маги. В компетитив сцене. АДК здесь Люкс и справа карма. Галио закетчил. Дал небольшой таунт. Недлительный. Галио дает ультимейт. На топе фраг. Ой, как хорошо прилетает. Как же сейчас вовремя Галио прилетел. Вуконг 100% умирал, если б не Галио, ребят. Он дал щит, еще успел прилететь и дать стан. Почти Джакс убил. Хороший ферстбат за счет Галио. Очень вовремя прилетел. Кажется, сейчас Галио вовремя ультанул, ребят. Там просто один удар по Вуконгу оставался. Просто на лакерстве, его HP. Они здесь всегда красмяпят, кстати. Если люди играют, например, тройкой в одну сторону, ты должен играть зеркально. Отправлять свою тройку в другую сторону. Вот сейчас хорошо, Алистар тут. Нет. Я думал, он будет прыгать по Галио. Хороший ингейдж от Галио. Шен очень много времени тратит. У него уже големы появились, сейчас ред появится. Да, обезьяна почти догорела. Там одна автоатака, он умирал. Они до сих пор кетчат. Смотрите, сколько времени. Очень много времени тратят. Риксы. Галио отдает фэш. Ну, перед объектом Галио без ульты, без фэша. Это файн, кстати. Риксам нужно скелить Джакса. Объекты они не могут вообще на объектах драться. У них еще и Z тем более есть. Здесь еще Диана есть. Ну, это фри объект. Я думаю, что 2 объекта заберут. Formulation Gaming. Герольда забрали уже. Почему ДК нету? Потому что мета такая. Мета компетитив, ребят. Тут же другое, это же не Соку. Z забрал там пластинки. Полтава распушил. У Джакса есть Дивайн появился, да, сокрушитель богов, у Вуконга тоже. Обратите внимание, что Векс купил на Казикса первым сетом. Из-за того, что там щитки, он купил новый айтем. Да, змеиный квик, или как он называется по-русски, там Шен, Люкса. Он сразу взял первый сатом, это, кстати, правильное решение, тем более в компетитив. То есть люксы щитки уже не будут чувствоваться по таргетам, которые бьет Казикс под этим айтемом. Преимущество по голде минимальное, там почти 2000, но это мало, даже меньше, 1500. Герольд мид, Алистар дает хороший W в Герольда. Тянет время. Хороший ингейдж по карме. Ой, Алистар очень хорошо сыграл. Очень хорошо Клю сыграл на Алистаре сейчас. Они буквально взорвали карму, она даже не успела фэш нажать. Фэш ульт у нее был. Он хорошо по Герольду сыграл. Прикиньте, Герольд даже не успел в тавр прыгнуть. Хороший ингейдж здесь идет по Алистару, он выходит. Неплохой рут от Люксы. Ой, ФМ. На топе задавили, кстати, Вуконга в это время. Шен его убил. Ну, 2 объекта отдали, Риксы, но при этом они залутали 2 килла. И по голде сравняли сейчас. Не знаю, надо душить, у них слишком сильный драфт у ФМГ, и нужно Верли прям выигрывать. Привет, привет, ребят, всем. Здесь проблема у ФМГ в том, что у них нет в эйтгейме урона вообще, кроме Казикса. И то он убивается за контроль инстантно. Типа, если взять вот так в целом сейчас и перейти на 20-ю минуту, да? Там нет героя, который останавливает Джакса. Просто нет. Тем более под Шена ультой. И как бы Верли что-то не особо сильно ФМГ доминируют. Мы видим, что у них только 2 объекта, по фарму все ровно. ФБ Тавара еще не было. Герольд, ну, Герольд вообще не был использован, можно так сказать. Он, у него толку 0, он даже не успел прыгнуть. Да, Дум Лесник был. По сборкам что у нас? Люден на карме. Руа первым сетом собрал на Диану. Дон. Зет первым собрал Секиру здесь. Люкса берет Люден Рабадон. У Шена, кстати, по фарму все хорошо. Из-за того, что у него 2-0, он перегоняет Казикса на 500. Да там даже без Q Люксы, там Алистар прыгает, дает камбуву и Казикс умирает, да. Алистар, видите, каверит постоянно. Ой, Шен, кстати, зря ульт отдал, по-моему. О, нет, хорошо! Ой, как хорошо играют! Ошибочка была. Забрали Вуконга довольно быстро. Приходит Галио. Но они выйдут. Слушайте, ну сейчас камбэк у Триксы. Они прям очень хорошо играют. Начинают доминировать. Хотя у них пик вообще... Верли слабее намного. У ФМГ full пик тимфайт. Full пик тимфайт контроль. Им нужно драться. Вот. Объекты навязывать. Потому что чем дольше время, тем сильнее Джакс. Казикс умирает от Зеда. Почему не показали как? Это хороший размен. Зеда, правда, за это убрали. Но он убил Казикса. Хороший ингейдж от Алистара. Плюс еще Шена и Ешечка туда влетел. Забирают они Галио. И Джакс уже подфиженный, ребят. 7к почти. Еще и объект отдать. Ой, как-то все плохо складывается для ФМГ. Очень плохо, ребят. Я поэтому такие пики не люблю, как справа. Ой, флэш, ульт. Ой-ой-ой, как же плохо. О май гад! Как же они задоджили все скиллы, флеши, ульты, Дианы. Просто жесть. Столько ресурсов. Очень хорошо Клю на Алистаре сейчас сыграл. Джакса дает флэш. Зря он, кстати, развернулся. Диана чидит. Шен дает ульт. Пытается чизить. Не достает он ешкой. У Алистара есть комбо. Нужно играть с... Нет, у Кармы нету кнопок. Ульт есть у Кармы, появился. Не хватает дэмэджа по Алистару. Шен дает ешку, попадает по Диане, приходит Галио. Ой, у Дианы что-то вообще все плохо. Хороший дайв. Вот это хорошо было. Алистару надо было скипать тавр, он же без ульты. Ой, Люкса задефала топ-тавр почти. Это они спушили, окей. Но они разменялись таверками, типа мид в топ, это файн. Для риксов. А чё Джакс покупает? Он купил шиповку и стирак, по-моему, вторым. Либо стирак, либо бортовым. Ребят, накидайте лайку, пожалуйста. От Вуконга будет 0 импакта в игре, кроме ульты. Ну, здесь Джакс должен умирать. Опять его Шен сейвит. Как же Шен сейвит? Как это было хорошо! Шен прилетает, Люкса дает под его ешку. Надо... Ой, Джакс все равно умирает. Шен добьет? Да, добивает одного. Ну, это хороший был. Джакс типа держался нормально. Там Шен прилетел, дал ешку, и под эту ешку ульта Люксы с другой части карты полетела. Плюс Герольд и Тавр, но это в плюсе риксы опять. Они Тавр забрали и в килл разменяли. Вот второго дракона нужно забирать срочно. ПМГ. Но они его взрывают. Нет, они его не взрывают. Ой, как же Люкса душит, как же Люкса душит, как же Дум душит на Люксе. Он, кстати, очень хорошо ее наиграл. Последние полгода он играет на Люксе очень много. И здесь уже риксы забирают объект. Вуконг дает стан. Вуконг очень плохо вылетел на самом деле. Там вообще сквишей. Ой, Казикс вообще в бихайнде умер. Диана без хп, Фэша дает карма. Все распличенные. Покажите нам низ. Вуконг на лоу HP без кнопок. Вуконг, что ты делаешь? Диана влетает тоже без кнопок, но Шена они должны забирать. Найс, Галио дает ульт уже в никуда. Ну, в принципе, неплохо подрались. Там, когда Вуконг зашел ультом в пит дракона, там бэклайн вырезали уже. То есть Казикс вообще слева был, умирал. Надо было с Казиксом идти. 7-7 счет у нас, преимущества по голде особо нету, там 1000 голды на стороне ФМГ. Объект забрали риксы. Да, Джакс собирает, кстати, стирак себе. Обратите внимание, Джакс купил ботинки на скорость перезарядку умений. На КД, короче. Смотрите, Казикс где? Казикс прыгнул, чтобы быстро забрать люксу. И Алистар флэш QW, флэш WQ дает. Очень сильно засейвил Алистар люксу. Этот файт вообще супер заспличенный был. В одной стороне 3 на 3 дрались, в другой 2 на 2. ФМГ впереди по фарму, да, но это не считается преимуществом по фарму, если у тебя на 1500 голды больше. Вообще ничего не дает. Преимущество идет от 4 и дальше. Небольшое вот. 4 и выше. Ну, Шен очень нафиженный. 5-1, 3 сота. Дивайн, Sunfire и Spirit Visage у него есть. У Зеда Жоня. Зеду надо больше сплитпушить. У Казикса, кстати, 3 сота есть. Казиксу нужна Жоня прям очень срочно. И Карма, кстати, зря купила себе метеор здесь. Как по мне, она жить не будет вообще. Ну... Должны были Зеда забирать. Он заультил и фэшнулся. Галио, кстати, очень хорошо играет. У ФМГ довольно прям очень хорошо играет. 4-1 идет, у него есть Жоня. Просто у Зеда есть тайминг игры тоже. Уже Зед будет неиграбельный. Зеду только сплитпушить. Он никого не убивает, кроме Кармы. Там у остальных Гаргулия, Жоня. Люкса дает хороший ульт, там Диану забирают. Диана дает фэш, Галио сейвит. Ну, то здесь Алистар сейчас и Галио умрет. Да. Диана умирает. Приходит Казикс Карма. Шен, как же Шен сейвит? Ну, Казикс должен забрать. Найс, Казикс забирает. Зеда. Галио пытался засейвить Казикса, но Казикс вышел, и сам Галио выходит на флэш. Тем временем в миду не дает... Обратите внимание, что пока был файт, Джакс не дал выйти... Ой, хороший флэш, и здесь умирает 100% Галио. Он уже без самонерок. Вуконг пытается сейвить ультой. Галио живет и умирает. Кстати, стрик с Галио. Даблкил для Джакса. Ой-ой-ой, сколько здесь моментов, ребят. Даже не успеваю комментировать. Это для Джакса, кстати... О, Джакс, кстати, бортовом взял, ребят. Сейчас будет интересно. Он еще 2 килла залутал. Короче, пока был файт вверху на топе, да, Джакс сплитил мид, чтобы Вуконг не подошел. Он вообще Вуконгу не дал двинуться. У Вуконга вообще все плохо. Вуконг собрал рандуин. Хоть и нет ни одного... Зачем ему рандуин, кстати? Почему Вуконг рандуин купил, если там ни одного крита нету в команде? Вот, обратите внимание на мид-карту, смотрите. Джакс сплитил все это время, сам не смещался и Вуконгу не дал сместиться. Вуконг вообще бежал вверх, кстати. Через мид. Здесь, кстати, ошибся Галио на самом деле. Он должен был через верх бежать. У Джакса ботрак появился. У Зеда тоже нормально, он же с сетами все. У Люксы вообще куча дэмэджа. Люкса с телепортом, ребят. Настолько себе уверен Дум, что... А вот он продал телепорт, купил локет себе. Из-за того, что там магического урона много. Ну, это тоже правильное решение. Шен смерть разума, да, собрал только что Визент. Но он трейдится. Это хороший сот для него. Там много магического урона. Его вообще чисто не пробить. Инфернальный дракон появился, красный. Не знаю, как по мне, я уверен, что здесь рексы выиграют. Из-за Джакса. Смотрите, что Шен делает. Шен знает, что у него ульта глобал. Уходит в топ сплитить. Типа, вам нужно взрывать дракона по МГ 100%. Пока он не засплитил Т2. Я вот из-за этого терпеть не могу Шена. Алистар дает энгейдж. Обратите внимание, по инах ХП он снял Казиксу. У Люкса дает ульт. У Казикса 0 HP, он дает флэш. Галио дает ульт. Вообще... Пит. Ну, кстати, от Галио неплохой ульт. Карма почти умирает. Забирают, кстати, на развороте Алистара. Он много втанчил. Шен прилетает немного познавательненько. Здесь Джакс пытается убить Галио. Убивает Галио. Даблкил от Шена. Шена вообще не могут пока что убить. Триплкил Шен. Джакс прыгает, сейвит. Квадрокилл Шен. Пентакилл. На Шене. Пентакилл Шен. О май гад. Просто. Он просто неубиваемый. Он просто залил этот файт в соло. Я вам клянусь. Он просто дал по 3 ешку. Его невозможно перетрейдить. Не, ну это сильно. Это сильно. Он из-за того, что он собрал Визент, короче, смерть разума, у него отжор на low HP плюс автоатаки, то есть он очень жестко трейдит. Не, ну это 10-1 Шен лесной, 10-1, ребят. Его просто не смогли убить. Смотрите, как, кстати, Алистар сыграл по Казиксу. Как же Алистар жестко сыграл. Они типа просто убрали героя. Казикса просто не было в файте, у него уже хп не хватало. Шен просто дерется, смотрите. Вот здесь, конечно, у Шена они пробили. Вот он дал хорошую ешку. Не, ну это просто жесть. У него отжор плюс щиток по КД, типа. Хз, как его убить. Они его просто не убьют. У них нет героя. У них урона нет. У них нет АДК, который будет стоять, бить как Джакс или как Люциан. Им просто не хватит ресурсов. Он собрал себе еще газ 6. 6 сетов, кстати, Шен. Джакс, кстати, тоже все собирает Визент, смерть разума. Элдер появился. Не, вот сейчас, кстати. Сейчас еще... У Диана фэша дала? Да, Диана дает фэш. Шен ее просто гнобит. Сколько дэмэджа Шен выдает? А, нет, это ГГ, все. Если он убивает, все. Это ГГ 100%. Еще и Казикс опять. Вы посмотрите вообще, что саппорт делает у рексов. Внимательно. Клю все кнопки жмет. Сразу все кнопки жмет в Казикса. Инстантно, по КД. Казикс каждую... Вообще его в файте нету. Казикс приходит, Алистар прыгает, дает ему игнайт, все. Его нету. Очень сильно Клю на Алистаре выполняет работу саппорта. Очень грязно делает ее. Ну, в смысле, в хорошем плане. Ну все, это ГГ, это вот фри аудер, кстати. Я говорю, Казикс не сможет играть здесь уже. Алистар не даст. Просто Алистар не дает Казиксу играть вообще. Уже у Джакса 6 сетов. Не, ну это прям вообще уже все без шансов выглядит. Там Джак сейчас будет просто по одной стороне, по боту идти и до конца сплитить. Пока он будет сплитить, они заберут на Шора. Здесь Алистар, кстати, они все с элдерами. Вот смотрите, сейчас пока будут стягиваться на Джакса, они начнут объект форсить. Хотя у них пока элдер, вон он пикает уже на барона, да. На Джакса вся команда будет смещаться, они будут... Ну там Джакс, да, это ГГ, короче. У них выбора нету, либо они двоих оставляют, чтобы Джакса остановить, как минимум двое. Люкса мимо ульт, но у Люксы и так много дэмэджа. Что делает Казикс? Он рано прыгает, у него нет вижена! Векс просто на все бабки уже играет, пошел в банк, он прыгнул. Думал, что там объект уже на HP на Шора, а на Шорта фуловый был. Джакса, кстати, забрали. Даблкил Шен. Очень рано Казикс прыгнул. Не знаю, там надо было метеор просто карме. А, карма внизу же была. Без вижена так нельзя прыгать. Ребят, накидайте лайков. 13-1 Шен, 21 000 фарма. Просто неубиваемый чел. Не, ну тут помимо Шена, ребята, все очень хорошо отыграли. Тут Алистар сделал столько работы. Из-за Алистара чел Векс на Казиксе, короче, вообще ничего не может сделать. И то он играет нормально. 16 000 фарма, 4-4 счет. Здесь еще есть шанс забрать барона, кстати. Казикс ТП дает. Диана дает хороший ульт. Казикс... Векс хорошо стилит объекты. Я же сказал. Что? Зет? Как? Там же смайт... А как Зет барона... Там что, 5 хп осталось? Я не увидел. Как Зет барона забрал? ГГ ВП, ребят. Я думал, Векс стилит. Я видел там хп, там 800. На 1000, по-моему, нажал, на 1000. А там Зет, по-моему, кушкой забрал, ребят, не автоатакой, кушкой забрал. Да. Не, ну здесь прям, я не знаю, надо пик чуть дра другой взять. Они типа взяли пик ФМГ, чтобы играть в early гейме. Файтинг пик чистый для драки. Но они не смогли его реализовать вообще. Не, Риксы хорош. Алистар, Шен и Люкс просто потные типы. У ФМГ урона нету. Да, у ФМГ нет урона. Они там, наверное, по 1015 нанесли все максимум. Им надо Шена банить в следующей игре.
He knew, and you know, I huge credit to Dooms and Mozilla as well. The coaching staff of. I just wish we had. They would have planned that. I wish we had the draft that was right. I would have been so pumped to see Shen jungle, and then it got swapped, and we was like, wait, is it Shen Baron lane now? But
здесь еще Вуконг был бесполезный. 0 импакта от Вуконга, 0 выживаемости. Все, что мог делать Вуконг, это нажать ульт. Но от него толку вообще 0. То есть Вуконг здесь вообще лишний был. Я думаю, что Реннингтон, Камила, я уверен, прям, и Ривен были бы лучше. До Люксы вообще никто дойти не мог. Люкса без Джони была всю игру. Она играла телепорт плюс локет. И до нее вообще дойти никто не мог. То есть настолько чел держит позиционку, Дум, что они просто дойти до нее не могут. до люксы. Ни в одном файте люкса вообще не тронута была. Так просто, ну, нельзя играть. Алистар, конечно, очень много сделал здесь. Он просто гоняет Диану Казикса по КД. Он. Посмотрите, Диана где. Он вообще ее расплитил. За ред баф выгнал. Посмотрим сейчас вторую игру, как надо работу над ошибками сделать. Я имею в виду в плане драфтов и реализации. Если вы пикаете early game, то вам нужно постоянно играть. Вам нужно, вы понимаете, у вас выбора нету. Вам нужно идти, жать кнопки по КД и убивать. Там 5 ультов в одного. Ну, нужно убивать, потому что вы в ИТС все равно ничего не сделаете. Они забрали 2 объекта. Это вот единственное, что было хорошо. И после этого они выпустили Герольда, который был вообще не реализован. Посмотрим вторую игру. Не знаю, мне кажется, Риксы 3-0 закроют. Посмотрим, они сильнее намного. Ой, пока перерыв, сейчас я приду, ребят. Ребят, накидайте лайков, поддержите, для вас стараюсь. Последний турнир. Поддержите лайками. Ну и донатами тоже можете.
What are the differences between support enchanters and support tanks, and like what are the pros and cons of each?
The first type is enchanters. Champions like Lulu, Janna, Nami, Yumi, Karma. They are great at wave management and applying a lot of dominance in lane. They are great at counter-engaging in teamfight. They scale very well, especially when paired with an hyper carry like Jinx, Tristana. Their cons is that they are very squishy and they don't have engage tool, so their positioning is very important. The second type is engagers. It's like Nautilus, Rakan, Galio, Alistar, Leona. They are great at playing dominance in skirmishes like Scuttle Fight, Invade, or roaming and diving. In lane, their goal is to not lose too many HP until they have the ability to hold new, so most of the time it's at around level 3. Their cons is that they get outscaled pretty fast by ADC plus enchanters, and they are more demanding in terms of macro, like knowing when to roam, for example, and game knowledge, like knowing if this engage will work or not.
Cheers, Floor. You can see there's loads of differences between Enchanter and Engage supports to think about. But for me as a solo queue support main and a lot of people at home, how do you climb solo queue as a support?
Привет всем. Лайк проставил. Поддержал. Молодцом. Хороший стрим.
Advantage in lane, roam when you need it, set up and shot call objectives, play teamfight very well, etc. Be mindful of the wave in your lane before roaming. It should almost always be cleared before you move. Otherwise your ADC will most likely die. But if you clear your wave first, even if your roam doesn't work, the outcome will be neutral. You should look your team and ask yourself who is the most likely champion to carry the game if I fed him. So,
Дядя Сереж, спасибо большое за поддержку. Спасибо за донат. С приездом вас, дядя Сереж, и хорошего дня, хорошего настроения и просмотра, если будете здесь. Спасибо огромное.
You should stay most of the time with her. That being said, the best champions right now in solo queue are probably Karma or Lulu Yumi for enchanters and Rakan or Nautilus for engagers.
Thank you so much, Floor. I feel so much better.
Как вы, дядя Сереж, вообще доехали? Нормально, все хорошо? Уже дома. Досмотрим последний турик, да. Ладно, турнир последний. Хороший матч был, кстати, первый вот. Мне понравилось. Ребят, спасибо за лайки огромное. Galaxy, Samsung спонсоры. Monster Energy. Еще какая-то хрень. Хорошая, да. Ну там Алистар и Шен очень сильно прям. И Люкса, вот Алистар, Шен, вот эта тройка прям вообще очень великолепно сыграла. О, отлично, отлично, дядя Сереж. Отлично. Кто выиграл? Первую Риксы выиграли. Здорово, здорово. Привет всем, ребят. Позовите переводчика, я ничего не понимаю. Ничего, они разбирают игру. Разбирают баны, вот от Рокс, Гвен. Суть в том, что они... Короче, все то, что я вам говорил. Нет вейтового пика, они пикнули файтинг, все. Пикнули файт-пик, все, не реализовали, до первые 10 минут можно забыть про вин. Я за X буду болеть. Я тоже, дядя Сереж, тоже. Но они проиграют. Ну, как по мне, как я вижу, я же с точки зрения игры именно смотрю, потому что Риксы очень хорошо играют, и сейчас они показали это. Вообще, они всегда нормально играют. Посмотрим, посмотрим. Я говорю, я бы вместо Вуконга пикнул бы Камилу в Джекса или Фиору. Почему говорю, почему тренеры, мне просто интересно, сказал пикнуть Вуконга в Джекса? Типа, в Эйте нет урона, пикни Камилу, Фиору. Это идеальный пик в Джекса. Был бы хотя бы дэмэдж, чтобы его убивать, там, Шена пробивать. Кстати, вон там внизу, когда Шен сделал пентакилл, если бы там была Фиора или Камила, у них просто дэмэджа не хватило с руки. Он бы 100% умирал. А он собрал маг-резист, Визент плюс Спирит Висаж, и они тупо не могут его убить. Диана, Карма там втроем, они в него кнопки жмут, он не умирает. Бразилия домой? Да, я думал вообще Бразилия чем выиграет. Это точно, дядя Сереж, это точно. Ну блин, Бразилия, я думал, реально выиграет. Там для меня фавориты были. Чемпионат мира выиграет либо Англия, либо Франция, ребят, скриньте. Англия, Франция выиграет. Спасибо большое, Знат.
Здорово, молодой. Как настроение? Что думаешь про закрытие турниров в СНГ? Настроение тебе.
Зэдди, спасибо большое за поддержку, приятного просмотра и тебе хорошего настроения. Что думаешь про закрытие турниров не только в СНГ, я подчеркну, а еще и в Европе? Ничего, будем трейхардить, ждать следующих турниров. Ребят, нам есть чем заняться. Стримы, гайды, обзоры. Развиваться есть где, поэтому... Сейчас задача какая? Чтобы у меня пофиксился Велдрифт, FPS. Надеюсь, 15 декабря это пофиксится, обновление будет. А так ничего, ждем. Обидно, конечно, но двигаемся дальше. Хочу, чтобы Месси чем выиграл. Кстати, многие так, да, и кто-то за Роналду болеет, кстати. Из-за того, что это последний чемпионат мира, хотят, чтобы либо Месси, либо Роналду выиграл. Ну, кто кому-то больше нравится. Ребят, спасибо огромное за поддержку и...
Привет всем. Хорошего дня. Следующее такое событие будет через год. Прожимаем лайки. И да, сделай донат чуть тише. С наступающим.
Родной, спасибо большое. Донат нормально, просто у меня звук сейчас тихий из-за того, что турнир. Когда во время игры играю, его нормально слышно. Спасибо за поддержку. Рус, кто для тебя лучший игрок в футболе? Это вот сложный вопрос, потому что я с детства в спорте разбираюсь, и в том числе в футболе. Сам занимаюсь всю жизнь. И если брать раньше, то там одни там. Да, там Роберто Карлос, там Пеле, Роналдиньо. Если сейчас брать, я считаю, что Роналдо, он на пике уже более 15 лет. С 22 он начал в Манчестер Юнайтед, по-моему, играть. 23-22 ему было. Он на пике. Не знаю, Роналдо одним из лучших 100% считаю. Но он и пахаренок такой, он пашет много. Раньше вообще он сильно занимался. А Мбаппе, ну это молодой, да, он один из лучших тоже. 23 года, сейчас ему 24 будет в декабре, да, он топовый, однозначно. Но если мы берем про пик, то Роналду на пике слишком много. Он очень долго играет. И стабильно. Роналду Зубастик тоже хорош, да. Тоже хорош. Так, Варус у нас уходит. Так, у нас, надеюсь, не поменяют стороны. Варус у нас уходит от Риксов. От ФМГ. Это у нас слева, да? Где играет Векс. Уходит Йоне. Акали уходит справа. От Риксов бан. Что тут у нас? Блин, столько героев открыто. Карма будет в бане? Вот Шен. То есть ребята поняли. Уже работа над ошибками есть. Проведена была 100% у них, потому что Шен уходит в бан. Грагас уходит в бан, кстати, я ждал. Либо пик. Так, карма, ребята. Будет ли уходить карма, или все-таки сейчас у нас ФМГ заберут ее на first pick? Гвен уходит в бан, ну карма открыта. Я уверен, что карма будет пикнута 100%. А, у нас эти пикают, триксы первые, да? Все, я увидел. Ребят, накидайте лайков, для вас стараюсь, последний турнир, поддержите лайками. Добейте до 500 хотя бы. А, опять Z, да, на ферспик? Z, конечно, супер метовый на турнирах, а в Азии вообще по КД берется. Даже на Бронвайн, даже в лес там. Оставишь стрим, да, конечно. Люксу забирают. Кстати, это хорошо, потому что Риксы очень хорошо, Дум играет на люксе. Напомню, что он ни одного раза не умер в прошлой игре, до него даже дойти не смогли. А где же ФМГ Дербрейкер? Сабота? Так, Дербрейкер вообще не играл в дрифте в компетитив, он играл в Трой Нови. Это когда только игра вышла. Я помню, я в эту игру зашел, и мне уже люди говорили, что я лучше него играю, что давай ты будешь с нами там играть. Дербрейкер в компетитив очень слабый. Так, Вуконг. Опять Вуконг? Не знаю. О, Трокс открыт, кстати. Риксы от Трокса забрали плюс карму. Интересно будет на Трокса посмотреть. Почему последний стрим? Я имею в виду, что не последний стрим, турнир, ребят, последний. На следующем году не будет официально же. Наутилуса забрали, ФМГ, но пока что... Вот опять ФМГ пикают все на файтинг, типа. Они пикают кучу контроля на первые там 6-8 минут игры. Опять сейчас, если не смогут реализовать, опять в ноль проиграют. В мидгейме и в эйтгейме. Им нужен герой хотя бы один, который в эйтгейме будет наносить урон с руки. А, да, ну вот там один раз он умер в конце, то можно не считать. Я про игру говорил, да. Он на люксе очень хорошо, его не могли там первые 10 минут дойти до него. А вот по поводу от Рокса, не знаю, мне кажется, он в компетитив не особо сильный. Посмотрим сейчас. Да, с Векс и с Доном. Дон тоже с нами играл в Нави, который ФМГ, с двумя игроками. У Гарен и Реля уходит, Алистар Олаф. Короче, они забанили Шена, Алистара и забрали Люксу. То есть они 3 героев забрали, забанили, которыми играли Риксы в прошлой игре. Браум, серьезно? А, ну в принципе дизенгейдж, да. Ясуо пикается. Ой, не знаю, что-то у ФМГ не особо все хорошо, но посмотрим сейчас. Если это Вуконг опять на рандоме и на топ, то это вообще дерьмо.
You're giving Don something that he's known for, right? Don is kind of known for his Yasuos, his Yone play, so this is something that he's going to feel pretty comfortable on. The Braum, big brain, man. I actually love the Braum in this situation.
На туре как не пикут АДК, потому что на АДК нужно скелиться. А когда ты берешь мага на дуо-линию, ты на первом драконе с лёденом убиваешь всю команду. Ну, в смысле, наносишь много дэмэджа, в 3 раза больше, чем на дэшнике. Моргана Браум. Ну... Что-то... Ой, не знаю, здесь... В эдгейме, конечно, у Риксов тоже проблемы. Ну, в эйте за счет Ясуо сильнее будет ФМГ. У Ясуо много урона. Не знаю, зачем Моргану пикнули, надо подумать, кстати. Неужели для того, чтобы шелдить Зеда там и от Рокса? Только из-за этого. Посмотрим. Я бы в этой игре на ФМГ поставил. И за счет вайтгейма, опять же. Если он еще Ясуо правильно соберет, 2 сета в криты и остальные в бруз, в брузера, им очень жестко будет. Я бы здесь на Ясуо собрал Салари, Визент, Инфинити, все, дальше я шел бы... Death Dance Gun, наверное. Ну, Вуконг спокойно стоит в Атрокса. Даже если трейдиться будешь, просто задоджишь там первую кушку. Одну кушку из 3, если задоджишь на Вуконге, там нормально будет. Не, Гарена банят не из-за этого. Гарена банят из-за того, что он на топе стоит против любого чемпиона, и его невозможно задавить на топе. Если ты давишь Гарена, тем более он будет с барьером, то все, там -2. Тем более он контрпик с многих героев, там, Зеда, Кали, там, прочего вот этого. Ну, Зед на 5 уровне Ясуо может убивать спокойно. Тут, конечно, от скилла зависит, как замансит Ясуо, да, как будет играть Дон. На дуо-линии у нас Люкса, Наутилус против Кармы, Браума стоят. Там преимущество на стороне Люксы и Наутилуса. На 5 уровне они дают все кнопки в Карму, она умирает. Тут еще вопрос в том, что правильно было пикать от Рокса. Посмотрим, как от Рокса.
Братчик, спасибо тебе за стримы и за гайды. Надеюсь, Wild Rift в Европе не умрет. Обожаю эту игру. Всем удачи в диком ущелье и в жизни тоже.
Спасибо огромное, родной Юмка, за донат, за поддержку. Все будет хорошо, родной, я тоже эту игру люблю. Самая топовая игра по всему. Спасибо огромное за донат. Приятного просмотра всем, спасибо за лайки. Вот, кстати, у Люксы и у Наутилуса 2 игнайта. Они на дуал линию с 2 игнайтами стоят. У Кармы Экзост. Наутилус уже смещается в мид, на топе все ровно. Но здесь Z поддушивает. Опять саппорты сместились, обратите внимание. А Трокс тоже, кстати, дал сейчас нормальный трейд в Уконгу. Странно, почему вижу. А, они давить идут, они пытаются задавить вверху. Сейчас посмотрим. Браум здесь дал стаки. Ой, хорошо, как дал Наутилус хук, это First Blood. Для ФМГ, я что-то не понял, что Атрокс, почему Атрокс с фэшом, с игнайтом так... Что-то рандом очень отыгрывает плохо уже вторую игру. Вообще, кстати, рандома пик уже прошел, многие говорят. Последние турниры, как он играет, это, кстати, один из сильнейших топеров был. В свое время даже топ-1, на топе он был топ-1 Европы. Но он очень нестабильно играет. И вообще, Атрокс здесь, я не знаю. Посмотрим, как дальше будет. Я говорю, в компетитив вам даже не дадут... Тут ошибаться нельзя, вам не дадут даже фэш нажать, если контроля много. А Трокс бот? Не, он хороший игрок, рандом хорошо играет. Просто он последние полгода вообще как будто просел как игрок. Он, кстати, второй раз сейчас умирает. А, нет. Наутилус просто скипнул, отдал линию и ходит по карте. Все, он 5-й уровень. Тем более он с игнайтом, игнайт скоро откатится. Помогает Браум Клюз забрать Прио на линии. Не, я думаю, что ФМГ заберут эту карту. Потому что еще Моргана лесная, не знаю. Мне кажется, что-то в вейтгейме вообще урона не будет. И, кстати, Атрокс в вейтгейме умирает за 2 секунды под антихивом контролем. Сразу, инстантно. Он вообще не живет. Непонятно, почему Реннингтона не берут. Как Грагас собрать? Зависит все от ситуации, от пика. Ты его собираешь всегда по-разному. Все зависит от того, от реализации, от пика. Что тебе не хватает выживаемости в вашем драфте или АП урона. Здесь, видите, саппорт уже на Брауме. Клю уже здесь рядом. Как раз и Наутилус тут. Линии сфапнулись. Z стоит против СО теперь на боте. АДшники стоят на боте, да? Маговые АДшники, скажем так. Если в прошлой карте было преимущество за счет вейтгейма Джакса, то здесь преимущества нет вообще у Риксов. Моя мейн-роль — топер. Начинают сразу форсить объект, они его просто разменивают. Ну, Риксы понимают, что здесь драться не вариант. Воконг даст кнопочки. И СО нажмет R, и все умрут. Разменивают просто объекты. Плюс ФБ Тавр на топе. Почему на топе никого нету? А, они хотят отдать топ-тавр. Не совсем хорошая идея. Я считаю, что они могли задефать. Ну, ФБ Тавр для Риксов. Плюс голда. Да, это ФБ Тавр, кстати. А, нет, Вуконг играет. Ну, нет, все равно ФБ Тавр. Очень зря, кстати, Вуконг ульта дал. Ой, Вуконг что-то интит тут. ФБ Тавр, за счет ФБ Тавра, видите, преимущество по голде, с учетом того, что ФМГ забрали объект дракона, да, и сделали ферзбат, преимущество по голде одинаковое. Что там у Ясуа? У Ясуа есть ботрак. Первым сетом здесь. Я бы, кстати, ботрак здесь не собирал бы. Или он хочет сделать ботрак плюс визент. Тогда можно. Здесь неплохо. Должен умирать Ясуа. А Z... А, у Z ульты не было? Серьезно? Офигеть. Атрокс нажал ульт. Карма хорошо закетчила. Да, это килл. Карма хорошо Люксу закетчила. Люкса еще и без фиша. Очень быстро умерла Люкса. Так Люксе нельзя перемещаться по карте. Тем более там, где нет вижена на реке. Здесь еще... Не, ну сейчас, кстати, Риксы опять начинают в плюс выходить по голде. Хорошо, хорошо. Добили, зачизили от Рокса. От Рокса дал фэш? Нет, он фэш до этого давал. У Зеда есть ульт. Зед может... Ой, хорошо, как Ясуа ультует. Зед даже не успевает кнопки нажать. Ну, умирает Ясуа сразу от Морганы. Моргана, кстати, неплохо дала прокаст. Люкса дает ультимейт. Даблкил для Люксы. Триблкил. Там еще и Люден прокает по Брауму. Короче, из-за Людена триблкил для Люксы. И почти в 2000 выходит уже ПМГ. Неплохо, неплохо. Плюс и Тавр на топе Вуконг пушит. Не, сейчас хороший файт дали ФМГ, ребят. Они очень хорошо сыграли. Там Z взорвался сразу под Ясуа ультой, смотрите. Повтор посмотрите. Диана Наутилус подкинул. То есть, посмотрите, вот здесь сразу, даже Z не успел кнопку нажать. И здесь Люкса очень хорошо зарутила, дала Ешку и ульт. И там еще Люден, Ешка прокнулась по Брауму. 2-6 счет. Ясуа умер. Его задавили и вышку забрали. Вот опять. Вот они берут преимущество. Вот опять они зачизили, забрали. Да, хорошо, Брама. Но у них же кэрри это Ясуа. А Ясуа 0-2 идет. Ему не нужно ходить с командой. Фармить кимпы там, где это выгодно. А не там, где будет очевидный 100% дайв, да, как это было сейчас на боте. Ой, хорошо. Ой-ой-ой, сколько... Она просто взорвалась, Люкса. Очень много дэмэджа прошло. Не, ну Риксы тоже не дают преимущество взять. Объект через 15 секунд, Герольд появляется. Все, что нужно сделать в ФМГ, это чтобы Вуконг нажал ульт в карму и Зеда. И Ясуа прыгнул, все. У них есть задача, Вуконг ультует в карму Зеда, все, Ясуа ультует, подкидывает. По карме нужно сыграть, потому что карма будет шилдить. Если она будет шилдить в файте, они будут жить. Ой, как плохо Диана ультанула, еще и Z вышел. Диана без ульты, Браум дал хороший ульт. Карма стянула. Атрок замажет. Ребята, а что вы все кнопки отдали? Не, ну это очень плохой файт для ФМГ. Хз, ребят, там Диана просто так кнопки отдала, Вуконг отдал кнопки. Ясу вообще никого не подкинул. И они отдают объект. Ну... Я считаю, что они могли эту драку выигрывать. У них теперь Вуконг без ульты еще секунд 30. А там дракон уже они отдают дракона в топ-таврку, разменивают. Возможно, даже в 2 таврки на топе. Да, они разменивают. Короче, из-за того, что сейчас Диана прыгнула и отдала просто кнопки, да, Векс. И Вуконг дал кнопки, они скипнули объект и не могут драться. Два объекта, точнее, два объекта они отдали просто так. В одну таверку. Ну, естественно, это плюс для риксов. И, ребят, накидайте лайков до 500, пожалуйста. Поддержите. Последний турнир для вас стараюсь. Всем, кто поддержал, спасибо большое. Ну, риксы темп держат свой. Они не проседают по фарму вообще. Здесь даже, видите, Атрокс грампа фармит. То есть потом на линию выходит. Все фармят. Все фармят особо. Надо Ясуо что-то делать. У Ясуо в дерьме он, на самом деле. У него 1 сот. У него только сейчас Салари будет. 12 минута. 7300 фарма. У него нет дэмэджа вообще у Ясуо. Хорошо. Отлично сыграно было. Не знаю, что с трансляцией было в этот момент, но Ясуо подкинул очень хорошо, по Зеду сыграли. Зед с самолерками. А, нет, фэша не было узнано. Ясуо появился второй сот, ему бы еще пару кильчиков. Никак он кэрри. Ну, Диана, кстати, биг. Ребята, обратите внимание на Диану. 10 тысяч фарма. Есть Люден, есть пробитие. И есть Рабадон плюс Жоня. То есть от Дианы сейчас очень огромный импакт плюс выживаемость. Если он не будет спешить, Векс, подождет Вуконга Ясуо. Вообще, Диане желательно влетать после Вуконга. Вуконг Ясуо, Диана. Потому что если Диана влетит первая, ей собьют ульт, задоджит. Здесь Ясуо нет, выживает, Зед дает ульт. Ветерок, Жоня. Приходит Браун, там тоже трапает в кусту. Вуконг. Неплохой ульт от Браума. Ясуо взрывает Моргана через все кнопки. Атрокс... Ой-ой-ой, как же все плохо для ФМГ. Еще и флеш-код. Хорошая ульта Дианы. Надо забирать Атрокса 100%. Найс, отлично. Диана кушкой забрала. Здесь умрет ли Наутилус? Да, умирает Наутилус. Ну, слушайте, для риксов 1 в 2. Плюс они выбили все ульты. Ясуо плохо отыгрывает. Я не понимаю, почему Ясуо не может сыграть слоу медленно, подождать, пока Вуконг ультанет. И нажать R. Почему он не ждет? Ребят, спасибо большое за лайки. Не знаю, пока что ровная игра. Посмотрите на фарм. Здесь Браун, кстати, хороший ульт дал. Здесь Зет ультует. Доджит ветерок с Жоней. И вот здесь Браун хороший ульт дал. Моргана фэшнулась в Ясуо. Ясуо сразу взорвался, да, без шансов. Здесь еще Атрокс на самом деле так долго живет. То есть в него вот полетели кнопки, все, он без макрезистов. Диана дала QE ульт. Герольд в мид был выпущен. Вот это... А где Ясуо? Вот, неужели ульт? Вот так надо было играть. Вуконг ульт, Ясуо ульт. Все. И как я и сказал. Z карма. Вот, все сразу. Сразу вин, ребят. У них пик сильней. Здесь вообще делать ничего не надо. Просто Вуконг летает, Ясуо жмет R с Дианой. И Люкса сзади аккуратненько все это добивает. Помогает фулапить своими способностями. Это фри на шор. 3 в 0 размен. 1-1 счет в этой катке. 100% уже. Спасибо за лайки, ребят. Это за 15 минут первый раз в жизни Ясуо ультанул под тиммейтов своих. И то поздно, смотрите. Он должен был сейчас сразу ультовать. Вот, видите, Вуконг летел. А он подождал и на второй под Диану ультанул. Он вообще под Диану ультанул. Но ульт хороший вышел. То есть там нормально, в принципе. Но можно было раньше сыграть по Зеду, когда Вуконг летел в Браума Зеда. Не, здесь по пику проиграли риксы. У них нет урона, все уже. Это как в прошлой игре. Моргана Люден, Релай, Антихил, 4 жони у них. От Рокса, я говорю, вот от Рокс вообще его нет в игре. И в прошлой игре рандом играл на Вуконге, его просто нет в игре, он не отыгрывает на этих героях. Не знаю. Такое ощущение, как будто Риксы без топера вторую игру играют. Это, кстати, огромная проблема, роль топера. Там ты постоянно берешь героя, какого бы ты героя ни брал, ты берешь его full танк, брузер. Собираешь и особо делать ничего не можешь, только танчить. Тут, конечно, есть шанс после Элдера. Спасибо, Знат.
Подскажи, почему в чате все сообщения чистятся?
Не знаю.
Хотел спросить в следующем году у турнира Ази не будешь комментировать?
Пока не знаю, спасибо, Знат. Родной, что значит чистится? Смотри, в ютубе идет трансляция, нажми на... Справа в углу нажми на чат и нажми, видны все сообщения. У тебя, наверное, включены интересные сообщения только. Кто не знал, нажмите все сообщения. Ребят, нас 700 человек, накидайте до 500 лайков хотя бы. Для вас же стараюсь, ребят. Вот это хороший момент был, кстати. Ну, там задоджил от Рокс. Все кнопки вот от Рокса слили. Забрали Браума. Здесь Наутилус один троих держит. Смотрите, что Наутилус делает, ребят. Вы вообще понимаете, что Наутилус сделал? Он засплитил команду, засплитил троицу, и его команда 4-2 просто сожрала. То есть Наутилус сейчас сыграл слишком биг. Я не знаю, как можно было еще лучше сыграть. Он просто троих на себя взял. Сейчас повтор покажут, посмотрите. Я говорю, саппорт — это вторая роль по сложности. Типа от нее требуется столько действий в игре. Иногда больше, чем лесник делаете. Просто жесть, он просто держал троих героев. Люкса забрала. Блин, тут уже все. Тут перефарм 10 тысяч почти, ребят. В 10 тысяч перефарм плюс вся карта под ФМГ. Ясо уже со сотами. Посмотрите на Диану. Она вообще там шотает. Вот, смотрите. Смотрите, что Наутилус делает. Он просто сейчас заходит на блю. На блю сайт заходит и держит троих героев. Смотрите, прыгает кушкой туда еще. И здесь 4 в 2. Типа.
Родной, привет. Что за турнир? Тебе удачного дня и хорошего стрима. Еще вопросик, завтра стрим будет?
Спасибо большое за поддержку. Пока не могу сказать, это турнир последний. Последний турнир в Европе, в СНГ. Поэтому смотрим, комментируем. Команды все знакомые. Ребят, добейте до 500 лайков, пожалуйста. Кто еще не поставил? Хотя бы до 500, у нас 700 плюс человек. Здесь должна умереть. Нет, Люкса выживает за счет шолда на 100 хп. Нет, на 50 хп. На стриме такая картинка. На стриме. У меня ты качество на всю поставил. Ребят, спасибо за лайки всем, кто проставил. Огромное. Спасибо за поддержку. И за донаты огромное спасибо. 740 человек, ребят, спасибо всем. Не знаю, 1-1 это уже интересно. Ну тут Элдер, все. А Трокс почему-то вообще в топе. Люкса дает ульт мимо как-то. А, ну это фри Элдер, они сейчас будут... Они не могут даже зайти сюда, у них хп нету. Да, ну все, ГГВП 1-1, ребят. Драфт очень сильно влияет на план действия игры, вообще на игру в целом. Вот в первой игре было наоборот, здесь тоже. Наоборот, пикнули, забанили. Даже у ФМГ есть шансы выиграть дальше. Мне кажется, если не будут банить Шена Люксу в каждой игре против Риксов, они выиграют. Рандом тупит? Да, плохо играет. Я считаю, что опять же Атрокс здесь не нужен. Типа, зачем здесь Атрокс, если есть Камилы, Ренингтон, Фиоры, Ривны? Не, красавцы. 1-1. Красавцы. Векс очень хорошо зафармил, сыграл тоже.
It's one game left between these two, and then they go to the grand final.
Some adaptations that I really didn't like. You put 7 away from a impactful jungler. Morgana's not impactful. You literally can't at me in any other way.
Так, ребят, я тогда отойду на 2 минуты. Сейчас я подойду. Спасибо всем за... Пока лайки прожмите, ребят. Чайку налейте там, я не знаю. Я сейчас подойду.
The solo impact that a Morgana can have is relatively limited compared to things like
Сейчас приду, ребят.
It was the last pick as well, so there was options, and they were clearly
Snitch is not having the best time on. He's not had 2 great games on Z, honestly. His first game on Z wasn't fantastic. His second game on Z wasn't fantastic. I get that you're denying it from Don, because Don is a very, very good Z player, but you know maybe time to rethink that. And I think like if you're going to play split push, if you're going to try and play 1-3-1, you have to really pick something that has genuine split push threat. Aatrox is very good in the laning phase. He's very good in mid-game skirmishes. You transition that laning phase advantage usually into big team fight wins later on in the game. He actually doesn't work as well as a lot of other split pushes later as the game progresses. And I think Rix just didn't really have a very solid win condition with their comp, whereas Formulation, they had one of the most well-rounded Yasuo comps I've ever seen, and they made it work really well.
I think when it comes to team fights as well, I think 100% of the time you prefer to have a Wukong there. You know, Wukong, you know, yes, he died and Random died in the early game as well. So Zhao was actually even on gold throughout this entire game with an Aatrox. And because Zhao was able to get that flank, especially that team fight mid lane, which I think was the big turning point, Zhao actually used the dash to go over the wall, make sure that he was able to jump onto the back line, get that huge massive cyclone as well. And then Vex, Don followed up afterwards. And you know, the Aatrox didn't really do too much in the end. You know, yes, you know, as you mentioned, you get the early game pressure, but I think when it comes to team fights, you take White Wukong every single time.
Wukong was first picked, right?
Yeah, it's first rotation.
So Zed was actually first picked. Yeah, Zed was first picked, and then it was into Lux Wukong.
Because it was blue side for Formulation.
No, it was blue side for Rix.
Blue side for Rix.
So the Z was first.
It's just
looks weird.
You've got it. Sorry guys, at home the graphics are stage side, so it's not always blue side on the
very confusing
graphics.
I think even the picks coming up as well. I think like it's like 1-1 when it's not 1-1 because you get the first pick of blue side and it's like 2. So I think it's a little bit.
We'll get it figured out. It's day 1. We only have 1 day.
It's series 1. We'll get it figured out.
We'll get it figured out, guys. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it is going to be the decider. Who's going to go to the final and who's going to be the third place? Will the curse of Stew continue for Rix GG? We'll see you after the break.
Hello everyone, my name is Don. I'm mid laner for Formulation Gaming and I'm from Italy. Our preparation for the tournament was good, I would say it. We had a lot of trainings, we focused a lot on our mistakes and we worked pretty hard. The power, I would say the power of our team is the friendship. Yeah, you know the power of friendship like in animes? Yeah, that's it. We have that power and we will win everything. The way we're gonna play in the tournament, I would call it like we just full in and pray that it works. My message to the other teams is simple. Guys, we're all friends in the end and we should try to make this LAN the best experience of our life and to let fans to have fun.
willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot.
Не, я, конечно, удивляюсь таких людей, которые... У меня 700 плюс онлайна. Я не смотрю в чат, потому что комментирую игру. Мне чё пишут, что я игнорщик. Типа такой себе стример. Вот у меня к тебе вопрос. Если тебе хотя бы 20 плюс, нет, даже нет, 15 плюс тебе есть, если хотя бы, я уверен. Ты можешь задонатить 20 рублей, и это придет донатом в сообщении, я смогу ответить. Я не смотрю в чат, когда идет турнир. Потому что я должен комментировать игру. Я же не повлякать пришел. Там, да, вот во время перерывов, вот сейчас могу. Любой вопрос ответить могу. Не, я не тебе, Биг Стар. Там просто выше чел писал. Как-то, ну, выглядит не совсем серьезно. Да я ЧСВ, токсик, а еще я не умею играть, дядь Сереж. Это вы правы, блин. Просто стараешься так сильно, не знаю. Найдется хоть один, конечно же, который что-то напишет, какую-то глупость вообще. Которая вообще не соответствует мне и моим стримам, я не знаю. Я сохраню стрим, если все будет четко, он сохранится, ребят. Rебят, накидайте лайков, плиз.
Which was a big turning point. That's where they surely realized, guys, we are not that strong in team fighting. We need to sort of be careful of this.
I mean, you can see that the goal was pretty much even throughout the whole game, and you know, Ricks were prioritizing, as we always know, on the objectives. But for formulation, they were focusing on the team fights, and they had such a great team fight comp. But then we got to a stage of the game where Ricks were the ones that were actually grouping, trying to actually collapse onto formulation.
Все ясно. Стример ЧСВ, игнорщик ГГ, ВПББ, ХФ, ФФ, Лулу.
Спасибо за дат. Сейчас будем третью игру смотреть.
First they got caught with a double binding, I think it was, that caught them in there, and then obviously Vex came in with a moonfall that just basically pulled them all in. It was a magnificent play coming out from...
One of the things that kept the gold lead rolling for formulation is just, again, how gold...
Знаешь, где проходит турнир? Да, Валенсия. В Валенсии проходит турнир. Нам сейчас Векса показывают.
And especially when you're playing a super impactful jungler like Diana, he was able to make use of that.
Speaking of impactful, that man on your screen, Zhao, coming in, has actually done a very good job so far.
Right, that flank, that was a game-winning flank right there.
I mean, it was so good the way he used his second ability to go over the wall and then just get a huge flank onto the backline, allowed Vex to follow up, allowed Don to follow up afterwards. And I mean, for a sub to come in, for a person that I know has not played a lot of Wild Rift at all this year, like at all, like, you know, he came in during, you know, basically as a sub for the WREC in the Baron lane. He's coming as a sub again for formulation up into the Baron lane.
Спасибо за лайки, ребят.
In a row. Yes, the first game was a little bit shaky, but I think he did pretty well against Random in the laning phase. But this game, he was even, and he had a lot more impact than Random did during team fights.
I will say this, right? If I see Morgana and Karma on the same team without a hyper carry, I am gonna scream. Do not play Morgana and Karma on the same team without
Распродаж? Ну да, авточест заплатили. Авточест миллион евро.
Don't have any damage.
I think Seven didn't have near enough as impact this game as what he did in the Shen first game. You know, with the Shen first game with the Stand United, he made such a big difference.
Я не пойму, Биг Стар, а что тебе именно в пике не нравится? Если ты говоришь про АДК, то АДК не играются почти. Играются АПшники на дуо-линии.
He can win the 1v1. If Random has confidence, he can win this 1v1 every single time against Zawa. But it seems like he just doesn't have the confidence at the moment to do it. You know, he
Не у всех, конечно, да, у Азии там свои пики. Безусловно.
Seven wasn't really there to help him out.
What I want to see this time round is Doom whack out the hybrid Kai'Sa.
Give me an AD carry for Doom, please. This
I know.
Final time, you're gonna let Doom play AP carries? Come on, Mozilla. Come on, Dooms.
Doom AP carry meta. It needs to be thrown in the bin.
It'll be forever a meme.
Yeah.
What are we? where do we go with Snitch here? Obviously, he's played Z2 games. He is by and far the most experienced player in the entirety of Wild Rift, obviously based on his previous experience as well. You know, that he's been on stage many times in many of these situations. And obviously, he needs to rally his team right now.
I love how Ryu...
Рус,
Спасибо.
забей. Не распаляйся из-за недалеких, и все будет равно. Выполняй свою работу с достоинством и честью. Дача у моя и море удачи.
Спасибо, родной, знак.
Сообщения чистятся даже в общем чате. Хотел спросить, сколько тролльпик и заказ музыки.
Тролльпик 1000. Это прям тролльпик. Сообщения не чистятся, это не может такого быть. Может, удаляет кто-то, но я не знаю, из модераторов, но вряд ли. Я все сообщения вижу. Так, у нас третья игра. Напоминаю, что играют Formulation Gaming и Риксы. 1-1 счет. Банят у нас ФМГ слева, да? Йоне, Шен. Ну, то же самое, я говорю. Шена забанят. Значит, уже игра пойдет. Уходит у нас Варус и Вуконг. Спасибо за поддержку.
Бать, будешь Юфс ночью комментить? А?
Нет, там сразу забанят, я бы покомментировал. Так. Гвен уходит в бан. Короче, баны те же самые. А Риксы теперь забанили Вуконга Люксу. Интересно. Вот сейчас вот только хотел сказать, сейчас Грагас пикнется, и они Риксы пикают Грагаса. А я только хотел сказать, время Грагаса. Грагас, карму забирают ФМГ.
Yeah, so Gragas is open, that's the first pick, which is actually quite surprising to see Gragas is still a first pick priority, to be fair, after so many things are left open. Akali's left open.
Плюс Акали, интересно. Спасибо, Знат.
Родной, ты лучший. Продолжай в том же духе.
ВГ, спасибо огромное. Спасибо за 100. Рюмка, спасибо, Знат.
ЧСВ на стримере. Дизлайк, отписка.
Спасибо, большое, родной. Спасибо за поддержку. Так, ребятушки. У нас здесь Акали Карма. Опять от Рокс. Ох, сколько же там контроля справа. Грагас от Рокс плюс Наутиус. Галио пикается. Ой-ой-ой, Карма Галио Акали. Забрали они Галио. Ну, кстати, Акали тяжело здесь будет. В такой пик Акали очень сложно играется.
Interesting that Sko actually doesn't prioritize that Nautilus this time around. Just goes for the Galio instead. So maybe going for more again.
Imagine Snitch. Snitch would refuse to play Galio as well. Like I know what he's like.
I mean, Galio mid lane's kind of fun.
No, I like Galio. I like Galio.
Electrocute Galio mid 4 AP. That's
Люциан бан. Интересно.
Yep.
Olaf ban comes through because, of course, the jungle is still open for Vex, and Vex, a bit of an Olaf specialist. They're going to ban the Lucian here, so they are maybe looking either Snitch or Doom, thinking about an AD carry.
I mean, they do have an AP threat in the jungle with a lot of AP damage that you have to optimize against, so there is maybe an opportunity for...
Моргана уходит в бан от ФМГ, Олаф уходит в бан от Риксов. Посмотрим, как дальше будет. Казикс от Риксов уходит.
Heavy AP damage, or basically 4 AP damage.
Chips are down, just whack out the Vex Lee Sin.
True. when it matters most. Jarvan is still open as well, which we haven't seen at all, which is interesting because we saw a lot of Jarvan priority during the group stage, but we haven't
Интересно, что пикнут сейчас. Риксы.
I'm not really sure about the Morgana ban.
Джакс опен, кстати.
I think it makes.
If anything, I'd left it open to say 7. Do you want to try again?
I think it makes sense when you've got things like the Akali and the Galio on the other side. I mean, Morgana's a good way to protect against those types of champions to an extent.
Twisted Fate? Я Twisted Fate вообще ни разу не видел на турнирах, ребят. Один раз, может, максимум. Я не помню, когда последний раз ТФ пикался. Это очень интересно. Но я примерно понимаю, что они пикают, Риксы. Короче, у Риксов сейчас 4 персонажа с контролем. Просто в любой таргет умирает за контроль. Ренгар? Интересно. Не, ну выглядит очень жесткий пик. Особенно в early гейме. Просто у Риксов. Там, блин, под желтую карту столько дерьма летит. Просто не выйти оттуда. Офигеть, ТФ, Наутилус, Атрокс, Грагас. Прям биг вообще. Интересно, ТФ просто... ТФ мид, наверное, пойдет. А, ТФ они взяли... Ой-ой-ой. Вот это интересно, это white game. Кайса, Наутилус на линии, ТФ мид против Акали Ренгара. Тут проблема в том, что ТФ контрит двух чемпионов. Ультой, это W Акали и Vision Ренгара. Ульту. Идеальный пик у Риксов для победы. Малфит 5-й пик.
Рус, можно ссылку на мой ролик рекламнуть. Участвую в конкурсе. Нужны лайки.
Родной, ты о чем? Напиши мне вообще ВКонтакте. И обсудим такие вещи. Я так не могу сказать. Дельтаплан, спасибо. Мне нравится у Риксов пик. Кайса, ТФик. Есть white game. Там, правда, Малфит пикнулся 5-м пиком. Это неприятно. Ребят, дайте мне 1 минуту, сейчас я приду.
Goodness gracious, what a spicy game.
I mean, for a third game and potentially the final game.
We've seen a very good champion selection from like everywhere through all 3 games here. Very wide variety.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's always. I mean, they would have been practicing for weeks and weeks. Obviously, for Ricks, they would have been practicing for weeks and weeks. Formulation have only been practicing really for a week or so because they weren't even supposed to be here. But
I think
one final game.
Popped in your stream, saw you playing Malphite, and thought, yeah, I'll have a bit of that.
I mean, Malphite's kind of easy. Easy champion to play. I was going to say something else. I don't know
anyone. There's
Рус, спасибо за стрим. Передай, плиз, привет Андрюхе Моряку. Он твой фанат.
I mean, Snitch has to perform this game. He has to make the Destiny count, his ultimate count. He has to make the roams count. And we've seen multiple times that random has been the focus for Ricks. They've tried to get random ahead multiple times. But the problem is, it's so difficult to tower dive a Malphite. You're tower diving a Malphite that could maybe potentially knock you up or even just go away with his unstoppable force, also just flash away.
By the way, how broken it is that Twisted Fate gets gold every time he auto-attacks with his E?
Yep. Yeah.
That's like so broken.
Yeah, it's like, what is it? In PC League, it's every single time he kills a minion, isn't it? Yeah. And in this, you just need to auto-attack to gain extra gold.
I think you have to auto-attack champions. I can't remember exactly. Or is it?
I can't remember the exact description of it.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Anyway, kind of broken. He's already got a 50 gold lead just by basic attacking.
I also got Fleet Footwork in this matchup as well, so he's not going for the extra burst damage from Electrocute, which is normally what we see with a Twisted Fate. More going for the laning phase, more going for the Fleet Footwork, so if he can auto-attack the Akali, which he can for most of this time, he can gain the extra mana, he can gain the extra health so he can sustain during the laning phase, but I'm really curious about this Rengar as well. I mean, Rengar, you need to get ahead as a Rengar. I mean, it's kind of the same as how Evelyn worked yesterday, really. Is like, if you catch someone by themselves, you can instantly one-shot them. But when it comes to a team fight, Rengar is not the best jungler, especially compared to a Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, team fighting for formulation will be very difficult here. They're going to maybe look to put pressure on the jungle.
Yeah, the invade coming in already. Sko actually catching them off, but he's going to get instead caught down. Does use that flash to get out of there.
Я здесь, ребят.
Working well for the Galio.
I'm not sure they're trying to disrupt the clear from Rengar. It's so quick. You can already see Rengar's built up a decent experience lead.
Спасибо за донат. Передаю привет Андрюху Моряку. Андрюх Моряк, здорово, привет тебе. Так, рандом опять играет на Атроксе. Ну, тут, кстати, неплохой трейд. Такой довольно равный. Там Грагас уже закрывает. А здесь лесник вражеский, да. Ой, хорошо, ТФ карту желтую дает. Надо через фэш доигрывать по Ренгару. Да, и это фресбат для Риксов. ТФ Акат. О, Малфит дает хороший ульт. Добивать всех. Акали дает. ТФ дает ульт, Акали дает ульт. Триплкил для Акали, кстати. Держу в курсе. Успеет? Успел ТФ. У ТФ одна секунда ульты оставалась, он успел нажать. Даблкил для Акали. Малфит успел пятый получить под тавркой. И ультануть. Но ФБ получили риксы, так по фарму, конечно, все ровно. Правда, Акали 2-0 теперь. Там ТФ хорошо сыграл. Вот здесь, конечно, это такой инт уже небольшой. Так, да, ведь ТФ дал карту. Офигеть, радиус прокнул, хорошо. Надо было Ренгару раньше фэшать. Но здесь Малфит пятый получил, Малфит хороший ульт дал. По троим дал ульту. Спасибо за лайки, ребят. На дуо-линии, конечно, тут тяжело Кайсе будет. Если у нее, конечно, Галю заэнгейджат, очень больно будет под игнайтом, под кармой. У Риксов надежда на Кайсу. Все. Ну, проблема знаете в чем, ребят? Что ФМГ пикнули героев, которые жрут Кайсу просто. Ренгары, Акали, Галио, Малфиты. Просто жрут. Хороший ингейдж по Акали. Желтая карта нужна. Ее не видят. Не видят. Крипа уходит. Не было пинкварда, не было ульты. ТФа. Появляется первый объект. Тем временем Акали 3-0. Ренгар бежит. Ренгар, кстати, первым сетом собирает, как я в гайде говорил. Помните, Дивайн, сокрушитель богов. Через фэш доигрывает. Ну, тут Ренгар убивает ТФ. Желтая? Ой-ой-ой, вовремя желтая. Почти стаки набил Ренгара, если бы не желтая карта, убили бы. Ренгар сокрушитель богов собирает, у него на базе уже есть, он получил килл. Объекты они разменивают. Ну, тут, конечно, ФМГ камбэчат, молодцы. Они очень сильный драфт взяли. Акали порешает, да. Акали плюс Ренгар, который сейчас будет стаки, уже стаки набил. Ой, как Малфит ингейджит жестко. Галио ловит, сука. Мне кажется... А что, Кайса... Серьезно? Кайсу так быстро взорвали за секунду? Вот это ФМГ дают, красавцы. Я что-то не увидел, как Кайса... Я увидел, что в нее заингейджили, но она умерла прям инстантно. Не, это, короче, ГГ для Риксов. Я просто не знаю, как Кайса будет выживать. 0-2-0 Кайса и... Надо чизить для Атрокса второй килл. Да. Дабл килл Атрокс. Атрокс 3-1 идет, кстати. Четыре 4-6 счет, но преимущество... Ой, там Грагас нет. Нет, посмотрим, короче. Если Кайсе дадут заскелиться... ТФ не успевает. Успел ТФ. Как же ТФ на ульте уходит? ТФ купил себе Люден, кстати. Если будет Галио с Малфитом инстантно так жать ульты в Кайсу, как они это делают. Кстати, Кайса килл получила и умерла опять. Тогда она вообще выживать не будет. Чтобы Кайсе это закэрить, я не знаю, что нужно сделать. Просто нужно ждать, пока Малфит и Ренгара Кали и Галио кнопки дадут. Здесь Сережа прав был, короче, камбэчит. Как Бразилия, Хорватия. А Кали умирает, кстати. Нет? А, нет, я думал, ТФ ультанет, он наверху. Ренгар... Ой-ой-ой, сколько там демеджа летит. Да не, ну это... Они все кнопки в таргет жмут. Там еще и Галио, кстати. А, Галио заинтил. Для Кайсы килл. Найс. Еще ему... Не, ну это инбол, кстати. Очень заинтили ФМГ на самом деле. Килл для Кайсы.
They go for the tower dive, but they could have easily just taken the mid lane tower. The mid lane tower is only like 400 HP. You take the mid lane tower, you take the skirmish afterwards. There was 4 or 5 members of formulation underneath that tower. Just take a tower shot after tower shot after tower shot. So many towers, exactly. And it's just that point of like, just take the tower. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're going to take a look back at the replay. Look, 1400 HP. You have
вот здесь, в этот файт, вот. Малфит сейчас нажмет ульт. Вот. Галио прилетает. И идет почему-то вниз, а не вверх. Почему Галио вниз пошел? Малфита забирает Наутилус через контроль, там плюс тавер. Ну, пока ровная игра. Такая ровная, равная.
We are talking about Vex and he has been doing well. I want to draw your attention to Random, who is now nearly 2,000 gold ahead of Zawa.
I mean, the thing is like Zawa doesn't care, right? The one thing that I will
Zawa's a one.
У Кайсы 2 килла есть. Это мало, конечно, но по фарму у нее нормально все. 1000 это нормально.
Talking about, Random needs to get a lead, and also Doom has a lead as well with that Kai'Sa. At the moment, going for Stormrazor into Infinity Edge, which is kind of a classic build at the moment. I'm very curious to see if he goes into that high.
Будут за объект драться сейчас. Ренгар прыгает. Покажите нам вниз. Здесь Галио дает таунт. Грагас дает бочку. Умирает. Акали с ультой до сих пор. Галио до сих пор с ультой. Карма с ультой. Только Малфит Ренгара дали. Галио дает ультимейт, фолловит Малфита. Кайса дает ульт, чтобы выжить там Акали. Акали забирает Кайсу, точнее Галио. Ну здесь ФМГ выигрывает. Ой, хороший рут от этого. От Ренгара. Он настакал Ешку и кинул в этого. Наутилуса. ФМГ 2-1, ребят, походу. Ну пока выглядит так.
To an Akali and a Rengar. Rix are on the edge right now. They could get knocked out in their semi-final to the upset entry of Formulation, bringing in a sub-Baron laner. But the jungle mid combo is just so strong for them right now.
Самое интересное, по Акали фокус никто не дает. Интересно. Ренгар фушает, дает рут, Грагас дает бочку. Ну, Ренгар уже... Ну, как, кстати, как сбор, как у меня в гайде. Точь-точь. Дивайн, секира. Ой, Кайса его убила, кстати. Ну, все равно такое себе. Типа 3 в 1. Трое в одного Ренгара. Это очень плохо. На 7 киллов больше уже. В 2 раза. У ФМГ по фарму они тоже... Нет, кстати, по фарму все ровно. Они почему-то не могут по фарму вперед выйти. Странно. Ну, зачем? А, это... А, понял. Там все таверки стоят. Все таверки стоят у Риксов. По таверам 3-0. В пользу Риксов из-за этого голда. Им нужно посплитить немножко. Посплитпушить, забрать таврики, получить голду. В миду, например. В миду забрали, найс. Миду забрали, на боте можно забрать. Второй дракон для ФМГ. Галио дает ульт. Женю прожимает Акали. Ренгар интит. Ну, выходит за счет W. Повезло, что стаки настаканные были.
I mean, Ricks again, they're still playing so over, like they're playing with so much confidence, like they're not even really behind this game. I mean, the gold is basically even, but you feel like the momentum is in the hands of Formulation at the moment. But they don't care, they're going 5-man into the red side jungle of Formulation, and they want to...
У Кайсы только 2 сета, ребят. Еще надо много-много, еще нужен Визент срочно.
Dragon needs to go over to the side of Ricks, or it's going to be a triple dragon threat. It's basically, we're looking at like a 2v2 at the moment. Random and Doom are the main carries on Ricks, whereas on the side of Formulation, you have Vex and Don. Vex and Don are going to try so hard to try and jump onto Doom.
Там уже и у Кармы урона много, кстати. Да, здесь умирает ТФ. Нет. Отдает фэш и рут в крипа от Ренгара. Если бы крипов не было, он умирал бы, рут полетел бы в ТФ. Они чизят. Ой-ой-ой. Нет, не могут.
Man, I looked him go for that second wave, and I was like, Snitch, don't go for that second wave. Don't go for that second wave. Loses his flash, though. That's a very important cooldown for a Twisted Fate. They do have their stasis is up. I think Doom needs to get stasis pretty soon as well. He's not actually got an upgrade on his boots, but I think he's hopefully looking to get his... Well, I imagine he wants his E-evolutions due before as well, because that's going to be really important in these teamfight situations too.
I mean, it looks like he's not going for the hybrid build. It looks like he's potentially going for the, like I said, the new item, Lord Dominic's Regards, to try and get extra armor penetration, to try and get through.
Короче, они ждут объект, пока все стабильно, просто. Единственное, что напрягает за ФМГ, типа, что у них нет преимущества по фарма, хотя у них 7 киллов. Это говорит о том, что риксы очень хорошо играют по макро. То есть риксы постоянно фармят, и преимущество... Вот вроде бы смотришь 14-7, 6-0 на кале. Но преимущества нету. Преимущества нету по голде. Абсолютно. Это, кстати, очень важно, когда ты отстаешь по киллам в 2 раза, а фарм у вас одинаковый.
So I wonder how he managed to get them to call it Lord Dominic. Obviously, as Dominic sends his...
Спирит Висаж купил себе. Векс, Энгар. Не знаю, надо ФМГ чуть по макро распределиться. Малфит довольно, кстати, толстый у них. Ренгар, Малфит, Галио, да прям очень плотные. Особенно под третьим скиллом кармы, под шалдами. Здесь Ренгар пытался сыграть. ТФ ульт отдал. ТФ сейчас, наверное, вниз полетит на ульте, кстати. А, нет, он просто бежит. Ну, без ТФа дерутся. Ой, как же это плохо. Как же это плохо. Грагас вообще не туда ульт. Ой, это ГГ, короче. Не знаю, стоит ли это объяснять, но... Они все кнопки отдали в Ренгара. Промазали половину кнопок. Ну, здесь они на развороте... Нет, не хватает? Серьезно, на один удар? Как же Спирит Висаж его сейвит? Как же Ренгар живет из-за третьего сета? Они сейчас барона будут бить. Вот. ТП Ренгар купит. А, нет, он так успеет. Нет, не пойдут. Почему Акали нет? Есть Рабадон у Акали. Купил. Рабадончик есть у Акали. Вот этот файт, посмотрите. Все мимо, все в горгулю. Ульта Грагаса вообще перелетела за него. Ну, короче, максимально кривой файт для риксов. Там уже в бихайнде вообще загрызли от Рокса, и в принципе файт уже был проигран, потому что ресурсов у Грагаса вообще нету.
mean, 6-0 and 5 on this Akali 2,000 gold lead over Snitch at the moment. We weren't really expecting Snitch to have a gold lead really on Twisted Fate. More of a supportive mid laner for Snitch, which we haven't seen in a very, very long time. He's used to playing the Assassins or the Bruisers in the mid lane. Vexalti comes out.
Не знаю, я говорю, преимущество по фарму сейчас только выше вперед. Надо ФМГ больше фармить, больше забирать, больше сплитить. У них преимущество есть. Не надо стоять просто кучкой. Почему там объект начинают первые риксы? Почему Ренгар один в бихайнде остался и 1-2 здесь? Малфит забирает дракона. Акали... Да нет, ГГ, ребят, все. 2-1 камбэк. Я вообще не понял, что произошло. Почему они расплитились? Наутилус с Тефом в миду играли по Ренгару, типа играли. Они его, естественно, не убьют, урона не хватит. Здесь уже их давят. А остальные пошли драться на дракона, они же знали, что там придут. Не знаю, короче, тупой файт какой-то был. Риксы, мне кажется, в тильте поплыли. Типа у риксов, риксы не знают, что делать в этой игре. Они такие, там подождем. Вот вроде и карта полетела желтая, вроде, ну, урона нет, урона нет. ГГ.
I'm shocked. I don't know what to say.
Stu, cast the curse is real, mate.
Time and time again. Origin Series, WREC.
Не, ну это жестко. Это жестко. Я думал, риксы выиграют. Но я за ФМГ болею, честно скажу вам. Но я думал, что риксы выиграют. ФМГ красавцы. Камбэкнули жестко причем. Они 2 катки камбэкнули вообще в нулину просто. Они первую проиграли, как бы там в нулину, можно так сказать. А вторые 2 в нулину забрали.
Delivered here. Zauer doing, you know, just about what he could, and ironically, as much as we talked about the fact he got...
Не, молодцы, молодцы. Не, хороший матч, хороший гейм 2-1, типа нормально.
When Vex got caught and separated, he said, all right, yeah, you're all together in a dragon. Sure, I can press my ulti.
He's not even that, but he steals the dragon as well. That was the big thing. They won the team fight.
Ребят, поставьте лайки, да. Кто еще не поддержал, ребят?
That dragon, because if you get a 3-dragon win condition over to formulation, then it's pretty much over. But he steals the dragon, he wins the fight.
Outside of that first game, it was mega jungle gap by Vex. Vex in the both 2 games just...
Так, сейчас я приду, ребятушки, пока перерывчик.
I'm gonna say it, Scourge support gapped.
Yeah, no, he did really well.
Support capped. I mean, he had hugely impactful roams. His Galio was insane this game. His Nautilus in game 2 was absolutely
honestly, I'm going to go one step further. I'm going to say Don Gap as well.
Yeah, no,
I would honestly say Don Yasuo game was insane. That Akali game as well.
I mean, his Akali is known for a reason. He absolutely showcased why that was right now. Snitch, I don't think Snitch had a great series.
We should talk about 7 as well, because 7, the last 2 games was phenomenal. It was like 8-0-9, I think, in game 2.
You mean Vex?
Vex.
I mentioned outside that Shen game, I think Vex just kind of gapped this. And honestly, formulation, they were not expecting, they didn't have the pressure on their shoulders. Maybe the pressure did weigh down on Rix a little bit, knowing that they should have been the team going through here. And I think ultimately they just... Their second draft, I didn't think made much sense. I think random Aatrox was a bit of a bait. I think, unfortunately, not able to have the direct impact that you could have on a true split pusher. And I think, unfortunately, you know, they've just fell prey to that Rix wait at LAN again.
Could have gone with the Wukong instead of banning it, maybe, instead of the Aatrox in there. Obviously, Wukong being so strong. But yeah, wow. What an absolute, what a blowout. What a first game of the day. Are we all awake now, ladies and gentlemen? I think we are. I think we are. And that means the Ricks are out. They're down to the 3rd, 4th place playoff match later on today. And Formulation are in the final. Who are they going to face? Let's have a look at the brackets to see, of course, the other matchup is Viv Esports up against Parla. And, well, could we see another shocker in there? Parla coming through 2nd in the groups. But it was a very tight matchup with them and Viv. Viv having a storming surge in the group stages towards the last few weeks.
Crazy. I mean, formulation coming in 1-2 weeks notice, especially for someone like Zauer as well, coming in as a sub. And honestly, Zauer had a really good performance as well. You know, game number one, he definitely struggled a little bit, but game number 2, he was, in my opinion, the game changer really when he was able to use the Wukong ultimate over the wall. And then the 3rd game, as you mentioned, Malphite, you could be 5,000 gold behind as long as you still have the unstoppable force, steals the third dragon in the end, gets that huge, massive team fight win, and ends the game for Formulation. They make it through to the final.
Takes me back to the start of the league. I think it was the Infernal Cup, wasn't it? They won 3-0. Was it the Infernal or was it?
I mean, this is not the first time Formulation have beaten Rix for sure. I mean, you know,
they did at the start of EMEA. I mean, Formulation had their number pretty much all the time. And what I will say as well is that you could kind of blame best of three, but actually, frankly, I don't think you can. Like the better team.
Well, they lost the first. They came back from it. So
the better team will win in this situation. I think on the day, Formulation were just the better team. Rix hard underperformed. I wasn't a super big fan of their drafts. I think there was definitely elements of that third draft that made more sense, but they took a very over-eager top. I think the name of the game for Rix this entire series is overextending. They even did it a little bit in the first game. Again, way too heavy on the overextend on the top side of the map for Random. And as much as I love Aatrox, Random wasn't able to have random level impact on a champ like Aatrox. Aatrox is really good because you can snowball it into skirmishes and team fights where he gets ahead from the laning phase. Random was not able to sit in a side lane and be a nuisance because on Aatrox you can't really do that.
I mean, you speak about Random's champion pool throughout the entirety of the group stage. You know, Fiora, Jax, the split push threats that he can carry on. Aatrox is not really that split push threat.
You want to be there in a team fight.
Exactly.
Right?
You want to be there in the skirmishes. You want to be there.
Так, ребятки, сейчас я одну минуту.
Again, in my opinion, overconfident. Again, overextended, trying to go for plays that they maybe didn't need to go for.
You said it in the game. They were forcing the action when actually they were behind. They were forcing the pace the whole time. We could talk for days. Otherwise, we're not going to get a chance to have a break before the next game comes in. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, it will, of course, be Viv Esports versus Parla. Can they top that shocker? I'm not sure. We had just about everything from that series. We'll see you in a few.
I'm Lonely Kid. I'm Baron Inner for Parla Esports, and we all came from Turkey to win this tournament. All of the players played the solo queue whole day for straight 2 months. We played scrims with other teams. We prepared so hard for this tournament, and I believe we can win it. I think we have a special bond with each other, like every player has a bond with each other and we really know what we do in game. We are thinking of playing really aggressive, increase the speed in the game and destroy our enemy as fast as possible. This could be the last tournament that we meet each other. I hope all of every player will have fun, and good luck to everyone.
I'm Hester, I'm the support from Vive Sport. My AD carry is Josh, my mid lane is Yukio, my top lane is Patterson, and my jungle is Efta. So we come in Valencia for 1 week of bootcamp. We did a lot of training, scrims, a lot of solo queue, Excel stuff, sniping people. I think in my team we have me who can engage really easily in the team. Also my jungle, we have a really good connection together. We can create some explosive moves, And with my AD carry, sometimes we did a lot of stuff. Since Josh is really mechanical, good player. I mean, I can't reveal you. Your strategy, I think, not the same. We're gonna play slowly and try to make explosive move in team fight because that's your biggest strength. You might prepare a good vision because I'm gonna flank for you guys.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Great to be back after what was an absolute shocker. We're still in shock about it, really, honestly. Rick's not going to be in the final, which is actually, I think, the first final they're not going to be in, right?
Origin, they were in the final. WREC finals they were in, so with the first final, you know, outside of that they're not in. And look, we talked a lot about how maybe there was some underperforming from Rick's. Before the break, I did want to split the table how well formulation. Rick's, why?
Что происходит здесь? Комментатор троллит.
Draft, honestly, really good drafts. All three games I was impressed with Formulation's drafts. I think they had clear win conditions every single time. You know, and I think also Don and Vex and also Skau, all three of them had excellent performances.
Посмотрим, кто первое место займет.
Although maybe didn't individually.
Ребят, спасибо за лайки, всем за поддержку.
He came in last minute as a Baron lane substitute. He played champions that are relatively easy to play, but are
Game
always...
2, he was one that started off the main fight with the cyclone, all into the moon.
You know, you play relatively easy to execute champions that always have team fight impact and did what he needed to do in that sense, you know? And I think that was very, very clever from Formulation to draft that way towards a weakness in their team that then could still continue to be useful regardless. I think, unfortunately, Rick's missed a beat by playing away from really honing in on punishing that lane.
Уважаемый Валала, благодарим вас за комментирование нашего турнира. К сожалению, все бюджеты ушли на Азию, поэтому всего 20 рублей для вас.
Спасибо за 20, родной.
Which is ironic because ordinarily when you have a substitute come in, ordinarily you say, okay, we'll do a 1-4 split, so you can go off on your own and do your own thing and just keep pushing that lane and keep.
Спасибо за лайки, ребят.
We'll do the team fighting, but actually they pulled him in to be the main perpetrator.
I mean, we talk about Rickson quickly, you know, the group stage as well. You know, in the group stage, every single game.
Потому что нам запретили играть.
Every single game.
They changed the whole style.
They changed the whole style for the finals. They went for Aatrox. Random was instead grouping instead of being that split push threat in the side lane. So it was a completely different game plan from Rex. Completely different style. Game 1 was actually what I was expecting.
I wonder what the voices that guided that decision, whether it
Спасибо за лайки, ребят.
said, hey, I really love this champion, or whether
из доната, кто поддержал, спасибо огромное.
team comp and maybe he's not said, guys, this kind of doesn't go with my playstyle, or
it's crazy.
Irrespective, it's irrelevant now. Formulation are in the final, and we're looking towards our second series now, which is going to be Viv versus Parla. That's going to be really interesting. Viv on a huge upswing in the second half of the SPS. You know, people probably putting them as the second best team. We're putting that next to Rick's, but you know, people were putting them as the second best team potentially in the entire EMEA region, and then Parla, who have surpassed all expectations to get where they are with a very strong top jungle side of Labunya and Lonely Kid, who really had an excellent performance all the way through the split. This is going to be another series that I think is a little too close to call.
I mean, we should point out that Parla only lost 2 games throughout this. One was to Rick's. And the second one was was it to Formulation? I feel like it might have been.
Yeah.
They beat Queso in the off-stream game, which caught us obviously all off guard, because at the time Queso, I think, were 4-0, and that was their first sort of loss. So they themselves, we shouldn't write out. This is very much on a knife edge, this game. I would say far closer than the last one should have been, really. If anything, but yeah, they've had some fantastic performances.
I mean, both Parla and Viv now are going to be like, we can win this tournament. We can win this whole thing now. They know that they don't have to face Ricks in the final now. I think.
Well, I mean, frankly, you look at the way Formulation played.
You're still going to be worried, of course, but I think it's just going to be really, really close.
Okay, let's go over to the stage and see the teams live in Valencia.
Absolutely phenomenal, both from Rick's GG and of course Formulation Gaming. What a way to kick off day 2 of DreamHack Valencia. That was unbelievable, and I have to say, Carmeline, I am forever in awe of the skill, the attention to detail and the consistency that these teams display on a mobile device. It's amazing.
Absolutamente. Están demostrando un nivel y un talento que habíamos visto antes, pero nunca en un escenario como este por parte de estos equipos, y esperemos que sigan trayendo más de eso, Banks.
Like we have said, we have our first finalist in the bag, so it is time to meet your next competitors, to take to the stage, to find out who's going to meet Formulation Gaming in that final later on today. So, please, put your hands together, DreamHack Valencia, for your first competitor to take to the stage. It is...
Да можно чуть побыстрее, ребята. Риксы проиграли, Риксы вылетели, ребят. Риксы домой. Риксы... А, Риксы 4 место, походу, уже. Да, 3-4 место. Да. Сейчас, кстати, сильные команды. Вив тоже хорошо играют. Вивы нормально.
Esports consists of Heste, Yash, Patterson, Yekyu and Zefta. After defeating Formulation Gaming to make it to the semi-finals, they have been banking on a rematch potentially in the final. It could be spicy. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's what I want to see right here. I want to see a revenge story, Carmeline. I really do. Now, it's time to meet their opponents who are going to be joining us on the stage here at DreamHack Valencia. So, everyone, please put your hands together for IF Parla Esports.
Le damos la bienvenida a IF Parla Esports, el escenario viene desde Turquía y además nos van a traer un nivel increíble ahora mismo.
Parla Esports hails from Turkey. The team is made up of Katse, Flankton, Lonely Kid, Labunya, and Nakrez. You can bet they are here to put on quite a show. We are very excited for this next match. Let's see if they can match the same energy from that first match that we've seen here. So, they can see the final. It's almost within grasping distance. And of course, the SPS trophy that is waiting for them at the end of the day. So
Пока выходит команда.
match rolling and head over to our casters, Carmeline.
Valencia, queremos que deis lo mejor de vosotros, así que animad muy fuerte a estos equipos. Pero sí, nos vamos con los comentaristas.
So there they are, swagged out to boot with the neck chains of Parla. There we go.
I love it. I love the Parla neck. Parla, can I have a Parla neck chain?
I want one as well.
I kind of want one. Like, they're cool.
Parla neck chain, Parla hoodie, Parla shirt. It's, yeah, they're kind of swagged out. They've been, they're looking the part. The question is, can they play the part? Obviously, as we come into the game. Before we get there, though, I want to talk about our predictions because we've all predicted the same thing, I think, for this one.
Well, we're already out in the dirt.
I think all of us have said 2-1, right, for this?
Yeah, 2-1 to Viv, I think.
Get yourselves your Snapdragon match predictions, obviously, in the Twitch chat as well. Hopefully the bot will come up. It didn't come up the last game, I'm just saying. I'm keeping my eye on it to see if it comes up in a moment. Hopefully you guys can get some well-earned Twitch points because they're really valuable.
I think whenever I go 2-1, it's always like...
That's because you're unsure. Like, and I am unsure,
you know,
I am unsure in this
Actually, no, wasn't it you two that voted 2-0 Ricks and I voted 2-1 Ricks?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, but you still lost.
I mean...
You don't get any points.
You don't get any points for being second best.
I'm sorry if you go into a betting shop, they're saying, no, you're not getting your money back. It's not happening, Stu.
I got the number of games right, guys.
Just the wrong result.
Just got the score the wrong way around.
I mean, if this is ever a caster curse, all three of us already cast the curse Rick's last game.
I did actually talk to Snitch. I talked to Snitch a little bit in the break. And he did say, I hope Stu never casts Wild Rift again.
Well,
there will be nothing after this anyway.
His wish will be delivered. Let's talk about the guys on
Riot did that for you,
Viv Esports obviously come into this. They had a resurgence towards the end there, and as Banks just alluded to there, they did. They were the team that effectively knocked Formulation out in the groups, although obviously they are here by hook or by crook because of Team Queso. But they had the big performances towards the end of the group stage.
Yeah, and I think it was that big upswing for them that really got them into the sort of top 4 position. I think for Viv, they have a super strong bot side of the map. Like, Heste is one of the best supports in the entire region. You know, Shkao looked good in the last game, but Heste has always been consistently at that level.
He's the game maker.
He's the playmaker, he's the engager. He plays a lot of these very heavy engage supports. Infinitely the best Rakan in this entire region, but has great prowess on things like the Nautilus as well. And I think it's going to be Lonely Kid Patterson lane is going to be important for Parla. Like, you want to get a good matchup for Lonely Kid into Patterson. Patterson plays a lot of nullifying champions like the Renekton's, the Garens, like the Wukongs that we saw Zawa on as well. And I think, you know, Zefta versus Labunya is going to be an interesting one. Zefta is one of those jungle names that gets thrown around a little bit when we're talking about the top tier junglers in Europe. So, you know, Viv definitely got some very strong players on their roster.
I think it is very interesting because Labunya is a player that obviously played on Zero Zone before and came into the Snapdragon Pro Series group stage on Parla. So with like a last bit of change. And yeah, I think he made an impact straight away. We saw it, you know, right at the start of the group stage. He was playing the likes of Gwen, who is carrying a lot. And I think that is a very, very interesting matchup. I think across the board, I think there's a lot of very, very close matchups. But I think you point out perfectly already, Alexandra. I think the main win condition of Viv has to be Heste. You know, if Heste can get Rakan, the specialty that we know that Heste can perform, I think that's the one there. But then in the Baron lane, Only Kid, I did say to him, he always memes me about, oh, can I get you know, can I get a gifted skin and everything like that if I win this tournament? I said to him, if he wins Snapdragon, I'll gift him a skin. So he says he's got everything on the line now. He has to perform if he wants a skin.
I mean, it's there right now with Rix out of the way. Both of these teams are going to be looking towards that final and thinking, we can do this. We can do this.
I honestly think it's anyone's tournament to win now. I think that formulation coming into it is really,
Так, ребят, сейчас на сообщение отвечу. Пока не выходят там. А, баны начались уже, ё-моё. Так, я здесь. Паттерсон, Зефта, да, с геймвордов. EQ, Еста, Джеш. Короче, все те же самые игроки. Парва у нас слева. Справа Вивы. Интересный матч будет, кстати. Йоне уходит в бан. Гвен уходит в бан. Акали Атрокс. Грагас в бан.
Ban it away, maybe just worried about themselves. Shen being banned away as well, so
I think Shen's gone for the rest of the day.
I mean, honestly, I think it's a really strong jungle pick. I mean, it's been played a lot in ranked at the moment. Has
Чего? Энни на first pick? Или мне показалось? Энни на first pick? Охереть. Что-то я этот... А, это баг был, Фиора. А, это же Ванелли Кит. Я играл против него много раз на топе. Он only сплитпушер. Топ-1 Фиора Европы, кстати. Фиора, Камилы у него сильные. Нормально. Z Вуконг отвечает. Вивы у нас.
So Fiora Karma's response to the Z, which would be expected to be Yaku, Varus as well. This is a very heavy AD comp at the moment. They need some sort of AP jungle from
Варус пикается третьим. Галио забирают. Галио, Карма, Фиора. Вот это интересный драфт.
Patterson playing the Wukong. We mentioned it already. Played it, I think, 4 or 5 times in a row in the group stage. No surprise there. Yeku mid lane as well on the Z. No surprise, and Varus as well in the bot side. So very standard draft at the moment for Viv. And to be honest, the same with Parla as well, because Galio was Flankton's most played champion. The same with Katsei as well on the Karma.
Yeah, and obviously the Nautilus Rakan has to be taken away from him.
Rakan, yeah.
Obviously the very impactful support champions, but he has got a pretty big champion pool overall, so it's going to be very tricky to ban out, but when they are so impactful.
So, interesting enough, Viv are the ones that ban out Diana, even though they need an AP jungler. They are going to go for set.
Люциан. Офигеть, АДшника... А, это мид Люциан, наверное. Люциан мид, Карма с Галио на дуо-линию, 100%.
Is going to be the pick though, probably for mid lane for Katsei, going to have the early game pressure against the Z.
You don't necessarily need an AP jungler in this situation. You have got a Karma.
No, I mean for Viv.
Oh, for Viv, yeah, they absolutely.
For Viv. That's what I mean. They banned away the Diana, but they need an AP jungler. I mean, that's why I was surprised that Parla actually banned out the thing. And they're actually not. They're going to go for Jace. So
what I would say is that, you know, we do often speak about this need for balanced team comps, but it isn't 100% necessary.
Люциан Вай, Сет Джейс. Ой-ой-ой, какие драфты сильные. Ой, конечно, за счет лейтгейма Фиора Люциан слева посильнее команда будет. В лейтгейме именно. А так, конечно, драфты интересные.
But you don't necessarily need to have an AP threat on the team if you believe that either you can snowball before armor becomes relevant, or they don't have anyone in the enemy team that would naturally want to build armor. Just for that sense.
I mean, the way that I see it is that like Parla have 3 champions that can potentially build armor. You know, Fiora, once she gets Death Stance, I think she's going to be really annoying to deal with.
Sure.
Especially because there's a lot of AD damage. Obviously, Galio can just go for full armor now in the bot lane because you only see Galio tank. Then Vi as well, most of the time goes like 24's first item, but after that you can go GA, you can go Death Stance again. So I think there are
you're going to get
opportunities.
You're going to get a lot of armor value from any armor that you build, but as long as you're building armor pen, which obviously all of those guys do. If you're going Poke Varus, you clearly build early armor pen. Jace builds early armor pen. You know, like you can deal with teams that build armor. You know, I would be worried if I was going into a Malphite with that comp and suddenly
Мэри
went,
вернулась.
okay, Sunfire Cape, Thornmail, Randuin, you know, like, and then suddenly I'm like, even with armor pen, you're not getting much value. But yeah, I think you can
Эликсис Лили.
full AD comps if you don't think the enemy team wants to or has a carry that can effectively build enough armor to negate the relevance of things like the armor pen. So it's always worth considering. You don't necessarily need to balance your team comp damage, but it is obviously good if you can.
I think one thing to note though is Parla's gone for all comfort picks. No, nothing.
Не, ну драфты интересные. Эти команды плюс-минус равные, кстати.
All of their most played champions throughout the entirety of the group stage. So Parla just going for what worked well for them, and it did work really well for them. You know, they got second in the whole of the group stage. Whole of Turkey's back in them at the moment. I'm sure there's a lot of Turkish fans in the Twitch chat as well now supporting Parla. I know Parla have a lot of support. They came into my Twitch chat a few times as well for co-streams and everything. So they have a lot of support behind them, and they're going to have to perform you know, even above expectations, you know, like they did in the group stage to try and take down Viv and to make it to the final.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Parla perform here. I think, as we mentioned, Viv come in as most people expected favourites. I think not many people put Parla in their top 4 at the start of the SPS, but they proved a lot of people wrong. Most people put Rix, Formulation, Queso, Viv as the top 4. So, you know, Parla to make it is a...
О, они уже начали играть. Джейс против Люца на миду. На дуо Сет Варус против Галио Кармы. На топе Фиора против Вуконга. Там Вуконг барьер взял. Тяжело будет Вуконгу. Здесь, наверное, бортовым будет первый. Хотя на Люцина я бы не собирал первым бортовым.
Interesting enough that the Varus on Jash has started with Dagos and also has Conqueror, so that makes me lean a little bit towards AP Varus. I mean, you never...
Завоеватель, кстати, у Варуса руна стоит. И Варус этот идет в атак. В атак спид, короче, он в скорость атаки.
Again, somehow, in the previous patch. He now has a lot more attack speed. Every single time he kills a minion, he got increased attack speed.
Ну хорошо. Минус фэш Вуконг теперь. Вот сейчас у Вуконга проблемы. Его могут давить на 3-м уровне. Хотя Люциан в миду. Ему нужно просто виксайдить, аккуратно играть. Просто Фиора биг против Вуконга, вообще против многих. Смещаются саппорты, как всегда. Кстати, Сет уже 3-й уровень. Вивы у нас слева, справа у нас Парва. Карма Галио мета? Да, она всегда была мета. Карма Галио, Карма Люкс. Сет Варус тоже. Галио ЕФШ W дает. И Вуконг это доджит. Ой-ой-ой. О май гад! Как же Вуконг это задоджил иллюзией. Как же он задоджил, и это просто жесть. 2-0. Для вивов. 2-1. И тут Сет даблкил. 2-2. А, нет, 3-1. Это же... Короче, Сет саппорт 2 килла сделал. Z-лес, да, это тоже мета. У азиатов особенно. Не, ну Вуконг красиво все задоджил. Рус, ты за кого болеешь? За ФМГ. Я там с мидером и в одной команде играл в Нави с мидером и с лесником. Поэтому за ФМГ. Они, кстати, Риксов выиграли 2-1. Ой, Сет хорошую стяжку. Ой, как хорошо Сет играет. 3-0 саппорт. У Вивов просто, ну это Хеста, он типа хорошо играет. Он протобел дал, короче, Е и ульт. Спереди назад. Варус маг урон, да. В маг урон и скорость атаки. Он сейчас звук на Шора первым собирает.
We spoke about his Rakan, but I mean his set is just as good.
He played it during the group stages as well. We know that. Heste on these playmakers is exactly what you want, and also nullifying the one lane that we really talked about being important for IF Parlor as well, which is obviously the top lane with Lonely, or the Baron lane with Lonely Kid. Heste has done a great job of providing Patterson the respite that he needs.
You know what? We've been so distracted. We didn't even know this is Zed jungle.
Yeah. By the way, we didn't even talk about
Zed jungle.
I just glazed over. I assumed you talked about it while I was talking to the producer, but it doesn't matter. Lonely
Не, ну это такой дайв прям жесткий. Тут умирает Галио 100%. Я просто в шоке. Чел на сете, это саппорт. По всей карте бегает, жмет все кнопки инстантно через прото Е ульт. 4-0 саппорт у Вивов идет. Просто всю карту душит чел, бегает. Не, мне очень нравится их. Это, кстати, сильные команды обе. Плюс-минус разные. Посмотрим, как Фиора сможет. Лейтгейм... А, тут Секира у Люцина первым сетом, кстати.
In Wild Rift.
I mean, there was that huge massive change to jungle in patch 3.5, and you can actually clear the jungle very, very quickly now, and it did open up a lot more junglers. You know, we saw Shen jungle already, you know, before. We saw Darius, we've seen Darius jungle quite a lot. There are a lot of picks now that you can play in the jungle, and obviously in Wild Rift you have the AoE auto attacks if you're a melee champion. So with that on top of your third ability for Zed, you can clear the jungle very, very quickly. And most of the time in jungle it means that you're basically farming up. You're not going to be put under any pressure at all because...
Объект появился первый, но они будут разменивать объекты, очевидно. Потому что Zed играется через Герольда всегда. Сейчас еще и топ, если задавят. Ну там Фиора, она ее тяжело будет убить. У Джейса бортовом они свапнулись, он против Люцина стоит. Но там Джейс сильнее должен быть. Здесь таверку надо продавать. А, нет, там идет помощь. Фиора может драться. Зет неплохо так продамажил с сюрикенами.
You know, and Yekwi's also been given a bit of a gold lead as well, so he's going to be fine with that hull breaker picked up in the side lane too. So they're specifically trying to shut down Parler's ability to manage effectively in these side lanes, especially for Lonely Kid, and Heste has been consistently roaming towards that top side of the map just to do that, you know, do that one move, you know. Yeah, I don't know why I was going with that sentence. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I just finish my sentence.
Tower before 7 minutes, so there we go.
And gold onto Yeku, Heste mid lane.
Stopper onto Kansai. Is it going to be enough to follow through though? Because Jash is going to get focused by Labunya. Labuny's got too deep.
Неплохо, кстати, влетели сейчас и убили быстро Варуса. Правда, погибла Вай за это. Воконг трейдит Фиору здесь. А почему Фиора флешнулась? Воконг без маны.
Performed so well, and it comes as no surprise really on the Wukong. Time and time again, he done it in the group stage, and that was that sudden, you know, surge, you know, in the group stage, right at the end where they were able to beat Formulation. Wukong was one of their main picks. It was the priority for them in draft, time and time again, and he's doing the exact same again, shutting down Lonely Kid, but it's also the help with everyone else, the support of the team as well, especially Heste. And they've done so well. Yeah,
Deadman's plate first item.
Саппорт слева Сет, справа Галио. Саппорт идет 5-0. На сете чел. Но здесь не такого преимущества нет сильного. Хотя уже 3000 по голде. Сейчас будет 3,5 за этот тавер. 3,5, да. 4 даже. Здесь хороший файт был, сейчас повтор показывают. Там все было прожито Варуса, как бы. Сет, кстати, неплохо сыграл. Галио прилетел здесь. А Вая Тавара, да, умерла? Да. Засчитали Варусу килл. Варус собирает Рифтмейкер. Творец разумов, который...
You know, in my opinion, Heste is one of the biggest playmakers out of any team. You know, not only as a support, but as just a player in general.
I think he's gone beyond being a support in this game. That's once your support is 5,
that's more gold than his AD carry.
Yeah, you may as well just say, you know what?
I am the carry now.
Gold. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for like Black Cleaver.
Заинвейдили Ред. Опять Сет стягивает ультой, Вай умер. Не, ну это все, типа, мне кажется, это все. Они гапают всю карту, задавили, поставили глубокий вижен, там, ну, короче, заинвейдили, задавили Вай, правда, в таверку... Нет, в таверку даже не получилось разменять.
Picks up Zefta, who maybe looked to go for the ult on him. Lonely Kid playing well on his signature champion. One of the few shining lights, I think, for Parla at this stage of the game.
He has been shut down quite a lot, though. I think that's the difficulty. I think Necros has the gold lead at the moment for Parla. It looks like they're going to just take the Rift Herald before Viv even get here.
They need to get it quick, though, because Yeku's the only one that's keeping them at bay. They will take the Herald. They got the Herald last time. They've
it's going in on a status timing.
That's a bad choice, though. I feel the Cyclone coming out from Patterson. Patterson going to get taken.
Неплохой файт, кстати, для Парвы. Могут разыграть. Флэш Фиора, Люциан ульт, Галио ульт. Галио ульт нажми. Неплохой файт для Парвы был, но что-то не пошло. Урона не хватает. Секира плюс Савари у Люциана. Начинают объект сразу Вив. Протобел это то, что у Сета собрано вон первым сетом. Проторемень.
And now they're just, you know, they prioritize them towards the dragon. They get the dragon, so Parla don't even have really that 3 dragon win condition. And Viv are in full control. The goldie has gone down to 3,000, so Parla have been able to come back a little bit. Let's take a look back at the replay. I think the stasis timing here from Yeku was so good. He actually times it perfect.
Там Галио неплохо влетел, и Люциан неплохо дал ульт. Сет прижал Вуконга в стенку. Ой, Вуконг, говорю, Вай в стенку, Вай Женю прожала. Такой файт, на самом деле, затяжной, распличенный потом уже. Все самонерки отдали, команда Парва, чтобы выйти. Там еще Люциана добили.
Like you can do on hit Varus, but look at this. They know the budget's there.
Heste's coming. Heste's coming. Try and get away. The showstopper brings you back in, and that's going to be Lubbock. No, he's got enough to shield out this one. Heste actually goes back in for it.
Опять они заинвейдили баф там же, но здесь размен 1 в 1 пока. Люциана добьют. Галио умер. Варус даблкилл. Джейс добил еще. Не, ну это 3 в 1. Там Джейс еще через Бласт добил Люциана. Задавили, спушили Т3. Ну, это выглядит как 1-0, кстати. 7000 по фарму золота. Ну тут Сет очень много сделал в early гейме. Он очень много сделал первые 5 минут до первого объекта. На Сете чел. Я считаю, что он закэрил первые 5 минут, выиграл игру.
but allocated on the top side of the map. It has to be that 1v1 play that he's looking for. So I don't blame him for going for it. It was something that he needed to do. He maybe could have answered with an inhibitor if he was quick. We'll take a look back at that fight. Gotta say, the absolute
Вот их второй инвейт показывают. Там бедная Вай, ей просто дышать не дают. Не совсем, кстати, приятный пик Вай. Такой драт.
where the damage comes from. It's exactly what Josh would have wanted in that fight.
Nash's Tooth and the Rift Maker completed, going towards Death Cap as the third item, so he gets the extra true damage as well.
Oh, yeah.
Aces bot side.
Uh-oh, Lonely Kid, you're in trouble, son. Yeah, time to dash, time to dash. Not got anywhere to go with this one. He gets the help.
Хороший энгейдж. Забирают Фиору. Не, ну тут выиграли Вивы. В ноль причем уже все. Ну, Джейса хотя бы на развороте убили. 6-0-7 сет идет. Сильно. Это было сильно. Разница в голде 7000. У Джейса бортовом Секира, Сирильда, 4 Жони. Лесной Z, правда, пока не очень хорошо себя чувствует. Но 3 слота уже есть.
Look at Heste's items. He is stacked right now.
Yeah, he's a massive armor tank.
Yeah, and you can see this is just the engage coming through, like you said, Lee. Flankton trying to defend, but essentially ends up giving up 2 kills. It's a good collapse coming out from Parla, but they're just gapped by gold and gapped by items. You're 6k gold down.
Показывают там повтор.
Heste who feels somewhat unkillable on the front line, and that just allows Josh to rain arrows.
Там сейчас на нашоре должны, вот, на нашоре драка. Галио дает... Как же быстро умер Z с вышом еще. Галио затаунтил Z, а Z не успел нажать даблкилл для Варуса. Ну, у Варуса дэмэджа очень много. Он, если Варус ультой попадает, там любой герой умирает. Потому что он фулл АП. Варус фулл АП в компетитиве более-менее еще нормально. Толоку типа говно вообще. Здесь просто Варусу в целом дают дамажить, играть. А, вот здесь Z умер под Галио ульту и Вай ульты. У него был фэш. Он, ну, кстати, успел дать фэш. На Зеде, чел.
So,
17-7 счет, по голде преимущество также 7000. Третий дракон уже на карте. Почему-то Парва начинает его бить, зачем? Ой, как Сет хорошо задизенгейджил Галио. Боже, что Сет делает в этой игре? Как он его задизенгейджил просто? Ну там Галио затупил, типа, он на таком... Да, не, на это КГ, все, 1-0. Сет в 5 ультанул. Там еще и крипы пушат трон. Че у нас с этим? Мне кажется, он MVP заберет. Красавцы. По ходу финала Рикс против Вайбы. В Вейте Грейвс сильнее намного. Вейт Грейвс, чем Джейс. Сейчас я приду, ребят.
Twofold about this set pick. It's fantastic into Galio. It's such a good counter pick into Galio. Galio wants to dive in, look for a taunt. You throw him back into his own team, and he can't make that impact. But also Heste able to, very early on, roam, counter. I think Set's one of the best counter-engaging types of champions in the game, able to do that super early on as well. The Proto Belt as first item just allowed it to be more playmakery on the map. This entire pace of this game was set by how frequently Heste was impacting every single lane.
I mean, that's the crazy thing is, like, Set is normally known, especially Set support, as a disengaged champion, but Heste was like, I don't give a damn. I'm just going to use a Protobolt to dash in and use the ultimate to always pull someone back into his own team, whether it was Labunya, whether it was Flankton in the early game as well. He'd done so well to time his ultimate and time his third ability to make sure that he can isolate one of the members of Parla and time again. And you know what the great thing is about that? Is that if Set pulls someone into his team, it means that Jash can be there with the auto attack, stack the passive on the second ability, use a chain of corruption, and that basically means that one person is just completely dead.
And unfortunately, certainly for Parla, it was them that started to set the pace. They were the ones that went for the tower dive. The playful Trickster completely catching them off guard. Labunya came in very early to try and help out, but that's just turned completely on them. They all came in one by one, ended up feeding Heste 3 kills back to back.
I mean, diving a Wukong is a tough anyway. Like, it's a really tough call anyway. And as you mentioned, Heste had made that roam. And again, another really tough champion to tower dive as a set. He'll pull you all in, get you stunned, and then you'll take a load of tower shots.
They probably just saw Patterson's health, and they were probably just like, oh, Patterson's really low on health. We can just easily, tower dive. But like you said, that playful Trickster was one of the most perfect playful tricksters I think I've ever seen. Dodging the knock-up, dodging the taunt as well. And Parla just got completely baited by that. And I feel like from that point on, that's kind of where the momentum came in for Viv.
Yeah, absolutely. Set the pace early on. Wow, are we going to see Viv quickly early through, or will we see what we just saw from Formulation and turning the game around? We know that Parla can do it, but can they do it on the big stage? We'll find out, ladies and gentlemen, after the break. Back here, live from Valencia, will be Parla versus Viv.
I think if there was a team that could be the dark horse of this tournament, it would be Parla. I think the Turkish teams are always underrated, where they actually have a lot of talent. Players like Nakraz are just super insane, honestly. I think he's definitely one of the best millionaires at the tournament. And I think if there was a team that could come out of nowhere and people wouldn't really expect it, it would be them.
Önceki turnuvada da aynı şekilde gözüktük. O yüzden Parla.
So I think the dark horse of the whole tournament is probably Viv, it's like my team, or Parla. We play against each other in the first round. I think it's pretty exciting. We both have like strong points and weak points. So I think both of the teams are probably the underdog or the dark horse.
For me, it's basically us of Parla, because like FMG and Rix are considered like a top 2 of the tournament since the start of it. With TQ, but TQ get out for unfortunate reason. But yeah, for me it's like us and Parla. Like Rix and FMG are like favorites, so they are not really dark horse compared to us.
We are the 5th seed who weren't supposed to be here, so I think it's like most normal that we would be the dark horse. I think people would not have that high expectation of us compared to the other teams.
Goal pretty much putting the nail on the head there. We're the dark horse. We shouldn't even be here, but here we are. They're in the final. Who's going to be joining them? Before we get to it, let's talk about our partners, obviously, that are helping us be here in the first place. Of course, Snapdragon Pro Series would be nothing without the Snapdragon processor, of course. And, of course, it is powered by Samsung Galaxy, obviously helping out throughout. And, of course, they're all playing on the S22s.
I think they're all playing on the S22 Plus. Yeah, they're all playing on the S22 Plus. And actually, I have a great soundbite from the players. The best phone we've ever been given to play on at a tournament.
Well, they
land stage.
Let's get that recorded. Put that, put it in an advert. There we go.
Obviously, legit, I know the players have been made to play on several phones throughout the last year.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, WRC and everything.
Just for competitive integrity, you usually have to use the same device.
Yep.
They always complain. This is the first time I've ever heard the players and coaches say this is the best phone we've been able to given to play on. So it's good. That's a great soundbite.
Get them out back, record it, sorted. Also, don't forget DHL and obviously Monster helping certainly me through the morning. You haven't quite got there yet.
I haven't got there yet.
I've got to be honest. It was an early start. I don't normally go this
You don't normally rise. I think it's like for me.
I've got to make sure I don't peak too early, you see.
I'm a 6 a.m. I'm a 6 a.m. My son barges into my room and goes, "Dad, can I go downstairs yet?" And I'm like,
for me, it's a 6 a.m. A dog gets in between us and is just like, yeah, okay, you need to go outside, right?
I mean,
Так, я здесь,
3 hours, it's already nearly 2 p.m. So I mean, it's already
nearly flown by. That was an insane first series.
I mean, it's already 2 p.m. here.
That's all right. We got an 8 p.m. cutoff.
yeah, we do.
True, yeah, that is true.
England World Cup. Just saying, we are all looking forward to
British casters.
3 British casters, they want to be done to watch the World Cup.
It's a good job we're not broadcasting on the Sunday where the Brawl guys are, because we could be very sad broadcasting then.
Well, if my prediction is true, yeah, we're going to be pretty sad, unfortunately.
It's going to be a tough game.
You thought we were going to get absolutely smashed.
I think we are going to get smashed, but I'm keeping my expectations low. So that if we don't get smashed, then if I do, then I'm like, well, I just expected us to get Mbappe'd. But, if we don't, then, that's good.
Well, anyway, back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, of course, powered by Samsung Galaxy, all using the S22 Plus on the stage there, and they're all loving it. The question is, who is going to react to what was interesting play? And what gets me is the fact that they banned out Nautilus. They banned out Rakan, and then he just pulls out a set and then just does exactly the same thing, dominates, has such an impact on the game. So at the end of the day, I feel maybe you should just focus someone else, expect the fact that Heste is going to have an impact and try and play around.
This is completely different from Parla. Every single
3
ban,
champions that they've just seen.
exactly. They've just faced against Zed, Wukong, Varus. They're just like, cool, we're just going to ban them away.
I know what they're going to pick first. It's going to be
Leaves Shen open at the moment.
Oh, it's not.
Oh,
Yone!
They fixed it. It's actually first pick this time. Hey, we did it.
So Nacrez.
The stats not right, but I'm just happy.
We assume it could be Nacrez. It could be someone else.
Yeah, I mean,
also be Yone Jungle.
Could be Yone Jungle. It's not as strong as it was, but Nacrez. I know that you just heard in the break, Snitch talked very highly of Nacrez specifically, so it could be for him. Camille is the first time we've seen her this weekend. We don't get to see much Camille, but I actually think people do like Camille into Yone because you can just kind of keep him locked in.
And also, it's a very, very safe champion again for Patterson in that barrel lane. He's not really known as a carry really in the barrel lane. He's more known for just playing the safe champions like the Wukong, like the Camille as well. And he's so good at team fights. What's Camille great doing? Setting up team fights. Olaf and Morgana though.
Morgana either for Katsei or for Frankton.
So it's got Morgana support obviously.
Well, no, it'll be Katsei probably.
Katsei maybe. Yeah.
I think it'll be maybe Katsei on the dual lane. This could also be a potential for Olaf Baron lane as well, because Olaf did get a little bit of a buff to Baron lane. He now gets 20% armor reduction now on his first ability. Yeah, on his first ability, which obviously buffs the Baron lane. Obviously gets Camille. It could be very, very good at the same time. So Garen being picked as well. So yeah, Garen mid, Camille top, and then Gragas jungle.
Так, ну что, у нас вторая каточка. Зед в бане, Вуконг, Варус, Вуву, Атрокс, Гвен, Акали и Фиора. Йоны открыт был. Вон Йоны на ферспик. Олаф, Моргана. Справа Камила, Грагас, Гарен. Это интересно. Гарен, кстати, гуд против Олафа. И Йоны тоже, кстати, против этих героев.
Was taken away by Parla as well, so it leaves. It's still got a lot of choices out there, I would say. There's so many that Baron Lane can play. Zig's final ban.
Zig, so there is a lot up for Heste. The Rakan is open. Nautilus is still open as well. There's still so many supports that are open. Karma is still open as well.
I just feel
so many power picks.
I actually quite like Nautilus because I don't like Rakan into the Morgana as much. But I like Nautilus in this scenario. It's going to be Karma. That's got to be for Josh. I mean, I know Heste plays a lot of Karma, but that's got to be for Josh, surely.
I mean, potentially. I mean, Josh didn't play it at all during the group stage, and Heste played it quite a few times. One of his most played champions. So it could be another situation where we see Heste on the Karma support, just going for an chance of support, and then leaving Josh to play potentially an AD carry. Now, Parla have to round out their comp. Obviously, there is a lot of flexibility here, and we don't really know what's happening.
Рус, давай там почаще что-нибудь вкидывай, а то совсем скучно становится. Хех.
Спасибо, Зна.
Крепни для рывка и погнали. Балдежного вечера.
Спасибо, бро. Диана плюс Наутилус. Ну, такой пик на самом деле. Мне кажется... Сейчас посмотрим, что пятым пикнут. Мне кажется, проиграют. Парва. Наутилус, Диана, Моргана. Типа надежда на Йона. Нужен Опа, только хотел сказать, нужен кэрри. Ну, конечно, если они доживут до лейта, да, справа у нас вивы, то они изничтожат просто в хламину. Хороший драфт. Единственное, конечно, дожить надо. И война, типа, ну, с кармой война, типа, неплохо, ладно. Камила плюс Вейн в эдгейме, я не знаю. Это ничем не контрится. Посмотрим, как Верли навяжут. Парва. Там, кстати, в Парле сейчас знаете, кто драфтит? Тренер, который у нас с нами был. Аспрей.
Okay, so it is Dyna. It's Yone for Lonely Kids. So Yone for Baron, and it is Labunyo. I thought it was going to be Olaf Jungle because Labunya's known for Olaf Jungle, right? That's kind of one of his big picks. So I thought that was going to be the case. It was just about whether Diana or Yone went top, but looks like it is going to be Lonely Kid piloting Yone, which is very important into the vein because it feels like he's going to be the most impactful player in that scenario. Dealing with
another carry champion as well for Lonely Kid, again putting all the pressure onto Lonely Kid. You got a supportive style bot lane with Katsei playing on the Morgana, not really a carry champion with the Nautilus. Dyna mid lane could perform well, especially with the Olaf, but all eyes I think this game has to be on Jash on the vein. They've really tried to put the carry. Heste's not on that playmaking support anymore, going to be shielding and trying to heal as much as possible onto Jash. But I think with this Vayne pick, he does have a lot of mobility though. He does have a lot of mobility to move around team fights, especially...
А Йона на топ, что ли? Йона на топ против Камилы? Ну, пойдет. Не супер хорошо и не супер прям плохо. Не, я бы на Камиле, кстати, изничтожил Йона. Не знаю. Камила сильнее на самом деле. Ты просто ульт доджишь на пятом и все. И Йона умирает, у него урона не хватит. Гарен в Диану это пайн, типа, отличный пик. Ну, опять же, это игра до 3 сотов войны. Если 3 сота война собирает, они выигрывают 100% игру. Паттерсон такой, кстати, топпер. Средненький. На Камиле он, кстати, не очень играет. Ну, может, уже хорошо играет, раньше плохо играл на ней.
Against Formulation, if you missed the game earlier on, Formulation took down Rix 2 games to 1 despite a really strong performance in game 1 from Rix with a 16-1-5. Patterson. Lonely Kid's in trouble here, yep. But I think the minions would have been...
Сейчас, секунду.
Yeah, and Patterson's already taken his honey fruit, whereas Lonely Kid still had his up on the table. Has popped the barrier, though.
So both junglers up in the top half at the moment, just having a look around. The scuttle does go the way of Labunya. Still only 4 though, but...
Так, что у нас на боте? Война против Морганы 1-1 стоят. Саппорты смещаются в топ. Карма уже в топе. Наутилус там в кусту уже трапает. Будет ли ресетать? Нет, не будет ресетать. Здесь Грагас вниз стягивается. Ну, они навряд ли Моргану убьют. Грагас время тратит. Ресетнул Грагас. Здесь еще проблема в том, что Камиле не с кем убивать. Вот Камила закрывает ультой. Убивать не с кем. Нет таких таргетов, героев, чтобы они убивали, быстро взрывали. Поэтому здесь такой скейлинг должен идти. Спокойная соло игра, медленная до слотов. Вот единственное еще, кстати, Олов. Олов против такого пика очень слабый. Вообще там пикнули все против Олафа, кроме Грагаса, Карми. Вот остальные трое, они... Боль для Олафа. Йона дает Еку. Но здесь Камила все понимает. Она знает, что Наутилуса нет на карте, он ее кетчит в кустах. Гарен бортовом будет собирать, скорее всего. А, нет. Сейчас посмотрим. Не факт, что бортовом. Ну, Йона с Ботроком уже и с барьером. Камила не убьет его сейчас. Из-за того, что барьер. До объекта 40 секунд, я думаю, ничего особо не будет. Конечно же, тут надо Вивом забирать Герольда. А Парва намного сильнее, им нужно форсить объект. Я бы на Парвы месте пошел бы туда, где будут Вивы, потому что они сильнее. Но они, скорее всего, зеркально сыграют. Но я бы на их месте пошел бы там, где будет Вива. Если на Герольде будет, значит на Герольда идти и драться. По-моему, так и будет, как я и сказал, да? Да. Ну так и есть, вот как я и сказал. Они там, где и Вивы. Это должен быть... О май гад! Наутилус, как же ты криво сыграл! О май гад! Мне плохо. Повезло, что Олаф разыграл. Олаф сделал дабл... Ну там так плохо Наутилус сыграл. Просто жесть. Это просто повезло, что урона нету у Парвы. Ой, у Парвы, у Вивов. Ну хорош для них. Для них файт. Олаф двоих зарезал. Но это очень плохо было. Там Наутилус флешку в стену дал, короче. Он вообще кнопками не попал. Смотрите, Наутилус. Не, ну это смешно было. Что-то он вообще... Его убили за 2 секунды. Ну там повезло, там я говорю, что пик сильнее просто в early гейме. Йо, 2 ешки чистым уроном дал. Наутилус легенда, реально. Красиво сыграл. Жесть просто. И вообще это руин был. Ну 2 объекта должны забирать, у них Герольд. Хороший ульт сейчас от Наутилуса. Вот сейчас хорошо Наутилус сыграл. Еще и по таргету там, где нет флеша, он же знает. Отлично. Еще и Таврка. Ой, сейчас хорошо верли прям. Ой, какой ульт плохой от Грагаса. Выглядят растерянно пока Вивы тут. Не знаю, пока что преимущество реально огромное. Для 7-й минуты разница в голде 4000. Это много очень. Вопрос в том, сможет ли война, здесь Йоны балуются через 3-й скилл. Вопрос в том, сможет ли война дожить до 300, то есть ей еще много-много фармить. У нее по голде просто, ну, нету ничего абсолютно. 1 ботрок, это мало очень для того, чтобы убивать. И Камиле тяжело, я же говорю, Камиле не с кем убивать в ульте. Олаф купил себе жодню сразу против Гарена. Против Гарена и Камилы. Гарену... Нет, не достает. Ну, Гарен с бортовым. Его тяжело будет убить. Хорошая стяжка. Тут Гарен идет... Там Олаф еще с Грагоса покоцал. И просто ужасный ульт от Граг. О май гад. Ребят, я надеюсь, вы это не видели? Там Грагос дал просто так ульт, Е в стену и фэш назад. Поплыли. Что-то сегодня камбэчные игры. Рикси 1-0 вели, 2-1 проиграли. Я не удивлюсь сейчас, если такая же тема здесь будет. Ребят, добейте до 700 лайков. Очень плохо, очень много, короче, фейвов делает. Вивы первую карту хорошо отыграли, вторую что-то вообще все через жопу идет. Ну, может быть, растерялся, там бывает волнение, это же все-таки ван. Просто он все кнопки мимо дал. И бездумно как-то.
More 1v1 potential because then he can trade a lot easier if he builds Divine Sundra against the Divine Sundra at Patterson. And also Blade Rune King will help him out a lot as well. So I think that with this build, I think it's Lonely Kid favored. I think the longer this game goes, he's just going to build some crit. He's going to go into Solari Charge Blade. He's going to do a lot of damage, but now he's got caught.
Ну, нет, нечем. Я говорю, нечем убивать Йоне. Ультанула Камила, нажала кнопки, толку 0.
Ragnarok flash. Oh, get away.
I mean, no ulti and no flash for Labunya. The Rift Herald is up as well. If Viv can get to the Rift Herald in time, they can potentially try and take this one away. There's only one tower that has dropped this entire game as well. It's definitely been very, very slow early game with basically only one team fight. It's completely different to the previous one.
Йоне убил карму. Мне кажется, они уже не выиграют здесь. Долго скеллится. И даже в эндгейме будет уже тяжело Олаф нафиженный. 8400 Йоне нормальный. Нет урона. Зря Йоне флеша дал. Разменяли таверки.
Top lane, so maybe they can use it towards the mid lane tower if they want to, or maybe the bot lane tower. But I think Parla will take that. They got another kill onto Lonely Kid. They got another tower in the bot lane as well. Lonely Kid.
Забирают Vision, Краба. Не знаю, я говорю, у войны только 2 сета. 11-я минута. Ну, если все будет хорошо, где-то к минуте 14 соберет 3-й, 15-й. He wouldn't be surprised to see a quick silver. Wits End second item as well.
Death Cup just got completed by Nakras as well, so this next dragon could be crucial. I don't know whether Viv can fight for it, honestly.
Посмотрим. Объект появляется. Но здесь не могут драться Вивы. У них вообще должен на Гарене чел просто сплитить, у него бортовом. Не знаю, зачем они пытаются драться. Они этот файт проигрывают 100%. Контроля нет, урона нет. Это очень плохая идея. Это очень плохая идея для вивов. Сейчас игра закончится для них. Почему вы таверку не забрали, просто и по миду не пошли? Олафа убили. А чё? Подожди, а где Йоны? Кого Диана бьет? Зачем вы Гарена бьете? У вас команда умирает. Это еще... Офигеть, это идеальный файт для вивов. Нет, ну здесь Йона даблкил. Ну, хотя бы 2 в 2. Они все опять расплитились. Очень много таргетов на Гарена. Но они тут не могут драться, я же сказал. Даже так не особо хорошо. Они могли в миду таверку забрать. Но она только сейчас упала, а до этого. И еще Гарен мог на топе забрать таверку. Ребят, 11 лайков до 700 добейте, плиз.
They didn't actually get the mid turret either. Nope. After all that, because obviously they threw down the herald and immediately went straight for it.
You watch this here. Josh gets locked up, but he flashes immediately out. And look, he's out of vision right now. That's one of the things that actually worked in favor of Josh. He's been playing so well.
В Гарена все кнопки от Морганы полетели. И здесь Гарен танчит очень много. Не умирает. У Йона там что по сетам? Йона собрал себе сокрушитель богов вторым. Ну, он плотный и с уроном. Моргана, Люден, антихил, Кусочек и релай. Спирит Висаж собирает себе олов. У него есть уже Тринити и Дезденс. Да, танец смерти. Камила с Ботраком вторым. Я бы не собирал сюда Ботрак. Вторым. Выживаемости нету вообще. Я бы стирак взял.
Well, looks like they're going to try and separate Lonely Kid here. They are definitely going to give it a go, but he's seen it coming a mile away and just gets out of the way of that one, no problem.
Interesting enough that Josh actually goes to stasis, to be fair. I would have expected Quicksilver enchant, to be honest. For Josh, I know there's a Veil enchant for Heste.
Диана еще есть. 5 Джонни. 5 стазисов собрано у Парвы.
Heste had the Veil enchant before as well, but Heste didn't actually use the Veil enchant or is on cooldown, and that's a problem. Is if you get chain CC'd by Nautilus, then it doesn't matter if you have stasis or not. Stasis is not going to keep you alive.
I think with Vayne, though, one of the things that you can do is obviously pop ult and dive straight away. So you might feel that you can use stasis and then just dive into your ultimate and try and sort of juke the enemy out. Yeah. Gone into a 1-3-1 though for Parla. They're saying, okay, well, Lonely Kid's strong. We know that Nakras is strong. We're just going for a 1-1 again.
Опять Грагас дал бочку. Ну, более-менее, короче. Не особо хорошая. Олафа сразу шотнули. Я говорю, Олафу тяжело. А Война начинает дамажить. Война добьет, да. Неужели сейчас Война дабл... Хорош! Диана очень хорошо сыграла. Войну надо убивать. Войну, алло. Хороший рут от Морганы. А вы... Серьезно, камбэк? Ребят, попахивает камбэком. Война скелется с Камилой.
Здорово, родной. Держи лайк. Подскажи, когда на лысого брать вторая с лытом сокрушителя, а когда секиру?
Сокрушитель против жирного пика. Секиру против среднего пика. А Тринити против сквишей. А вот они, короче, вообще про Войну в файте забыли. Посмотрите, почему Войну никто не таргетит? Война вон сзади стреляет. Смотрите, она настакала уже себе смертельный темп. Фу. Ее вообще никто не трогает. Она просто бежит, стреляет. Не, ну если сейчас это камбэк будет и 2-0, я... Ну, такую катку слить, типа... Тамолов, конечно, быстро очень умер, но вот здесь Война опять. Война стоит. Почему Диана фэшнулась влево? Она... Диана заруинил, короче. Он мог сейчас Диану, когда выходил из стазиса, мог эту Войну убить. У Войны 3 сота, ребят. Вы понимаете, что если Война 3 сота собирает, какое бы преимущество не было, она перебивает вас. Ну, голды, конечно, у Йоны Солофа много. Инфинити собрал себе Йона. Шиповку взял Олаф. Этот Фантом Дэнсер взяла себе Война. Призрачный танцор. Не, ну сейчас уже более-менее ровно выходит. У них есть шанс выиграть игру фри. У них, кстати, сайт пушится. Войну. Ай, вообще не туда. Война вышла. Войну, ребята. Война стреляет. Это ГГ, война всех. А в войну можно попасть? Ой, как там война. Найс, найс. Диана сейчас хорошо. Диана и Йоне. Найс. Йоне очень жирный, кстати. Он дал W, отхилил, ну, щиточек себе. Должны закончить. Да, это 1-1. У войны сейчас был шанс убить всех. Но слишком мало дэмэджа для всех. Для всех именно. Хорош. Найс. 1-1.
Problems in game one where Lonely Kid was completely focused. This game, he dominated that Baron lane.
Lonely Kid was insane this game. Such a better performance from Lonely Kid, and it just shows, if he doesn't get pressured at all, then he can easily 1v1 anyone in the Baron lane. He got so far ahead this game as well.
Given the mantle of Yone, where you have to kind of pop off to really make it felt, he really did. And that last fight, you mentioned it, the 5 stasises came in clutch. There was a really great stasis, I think it was from Labunya. He stopped the Garen ultimate damage proccing when they were all grouped up. I don't know if you guys saw it, but the Garen ultimate didn't actually land. It would have been a huge executing blow because he was such low health, and obviously Garen is AoE. It's a little bit of AoE splash that you get. It would have decimated that team. It was an insane stasis. I'd love to watch that fight back and see who it was that pulled it off, but it meant that that Garen ultimate didn't impact when they were all clumped up. They were able to then regen. Lonely Kid got a huge amount of healing back off, and Jash, like you mentioned, wasted his stasis a little bit. He wasn't actually being threatened. He did it out of panic, I think, at the start, and then by the time the Diana ultimate came through, he was pulled right back into the fight. So,
well, lucky for you, we have highlights, so we can have a look back at exactly how that worked out. We'll keep our eye on that fight at the moment. This was the fight earlier on, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is when the Moonfall was very strong at the start.
So the only fight that Parla really lost was, the one where it was a 4 versus 5, where they kind of, engaged really heavily. I mean, this fight as well was so close. They just lost this fight, but this fight could honestly have gone either way. There's so many clutch plays in this team fight. But
Lonely Kid was not in the fight at the start. I think that was the main problem.
Yeah, of course,
He was, but he dived back to his spirit. So it looked like he wasn't in the fight.
Yeah,
he actually came straight back to his spirit, so he kind of did a double spirit play. But a really, really good
Lonely Kid really popped. This was it. Yeah, as you mentioned, D-Man, Nakrez is all the way up in the Baron lane. So it's a 4 versus 5. And I mean, Viv actually get really, Paul actually get really, really close to winning this, even if it was a 4 versus 5 and Nakrez nearly followed up as well. But yeah, that last team fight, I think, was the big one. That timing on Jash's stasis in that last team fight was not ideal for him, unfortunately. I feel like
we'll probably see it because it was the next most impactful fight after this. So we'll probably see it after this, and we can kind of take a look back at that moment. But Jash probably felt threatened because everyone tried to dive on him. I think he might have got almost caught by the ultimate.
This is just after that. Yeah, this is after that initial engage. But I mean, Parla was playing with a lot of confidence in this game. It was always Flankton the one going in onto the Nautilus. A completely different game to what we saw from Flankton really on the Galio, to be honest with you. Engaging with the Nautilus, being that frontline tank for his team, which allowed the rest of the team, like the Diana, like the Yone, to follow up afterwards. And Morgana on, Katse.
I don't know why you shift the draft so extensively in the second game, though. Why when you had the option...
they got 3 champions banned out that they played in game 1.
Yeah, I know, but the concept of the draft, right? You had the option to get Heste on a playmaker. There was plenty of options open.
Yeah, Rakan was open, even though you say it's not that great against Morgana,
you can stick Karma in the AP carry role in bot lane and let Heste be a playmaker. It's just the same. The Ricks did the same thing. It was a big shift away from in terms of what was working for them in the first game. They shifted away in the second game, and now momentum lies with Parla heading into that third game.
Yeah, and obviously from Ban's perspective towards Heste, everything was open.
Yeah,
everything was open. Obviously, Nautilus was picked, but everything else was left completely open. It was their choice to go into that Karma play. We talked about it during the groups. We talked about it during the pick and bans. It's just never worked when Heste's taken off such an impactful champion. When you have such an impactful support player, you've got to make use of him. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it will be game 3. Is it going to be another reverse sweep shocker here? Are Parla going to turn it around and face Formulation in the final? Or will it be Viv? Join us in a few.
I used to play LoL PC back in the days. And I just heard okay, LoL PC, LoL in general just comes as MOBA, and I was like, oh, interesting. I used to play a bit of Clash Royale. So I was just interested in it, and then yeah, I started playing it, and I kept doing it. I think the hardest thing about being a pro player is probably like the time you have to invest. Like all the scrims from 4 to 10 most of the time. At least like 6 times a week, I would say. And the thing is, like, all your friends, especially when you're young, they want to go out into clubs and all this, but you're the person who has to play a video game. Stay focused, you know, keep the grind kinda, you have to play solo queue after, and all this kind of stuff. So I think it's a lot of time you have to invest, and then you can probably invest less time in your friends and all this, which is, I mean, you have to sacrifice somehow, especially when you want to be like competitive. But I think it's the same for every kind of sport, and yeah, that's just how it works, I think. When it comes to qualities, every player has like different qualities kinda, strengths and weaknesses. I think you have to invest a lot of time in general if you want to play competitive, but also like kind of stay strong because there's a lot of pressure. Not every day is a good day, so just stay strong, be consistent kind of, and keep working, I think.
I think if there's one thing we could surprise our opponents with, it's our ability to play Aatrox. We've already got 3 phenomenal Aatrox players on the team, and they only just came out, so they're definitely have to be watching out for that.
Agresif oyun stilimle rakipleri şaşırtıcı.
So I think like one surprise is probably we have like some special picks, I would say. We played Pike before, for example, on support, which worked really, really well. So I think we have like some like more like fancy picks, which are not like death meter, but they can work sometimes. So we just try it, and then we see how it goes, I think.
I don't know, maybe some stuff like fancy composition, I guess. Like we can like arrive and play some weird champ compared to other team.
We can surprise our opponents with the way we are playing at the moment, which are a bit more less carefree, like do what we do and not like stick to like a directly game plan. We just play.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. Of course, taking you through all the action has been myself, D-Man, of course, Scoundrel, and it's Stuart. Lots of games still to go today. We are doing the third place playoff after this match off, and of course the grand finals to follow that as well. At the moment, the question is who's going to join them there. If you missed earlier on, Rix went down. Formulation with a sub coming in. Weren't even meant to be here, but they are now in the finals. Incredible Cinderella story for them. The question is who's going to be joining them. Is it going to be Viv or is it going to be Parla? Because 2 very strong games from both teams. In game 1, obviously, we saw Viv dominating with Heste mega performance earlier on, but Lonely Kid stepping up once again. And it's not just Lonely Kid, I would say the rest of the whole team of Parla stepping up in that second game.
All team kind of coming together really, really coordinated super well. Labunya on one of his comfort picks as well on the Olaf, clearly having a great performance there. I think they got a great draft for themselves, comfort across the board. Kind of, again, didn't think it was a great Vayne comp to play into, and Vayne really didn't have the impact that maybe they would have wanted. There were definitely some fights where Vayne started to pop off, but even when Vayne had that all-important gold injection, still unable to kind of clean up because the amount of stasis that came through prevented her from getting the silver bolt proc after silver bolt proc.
And Vayne was the final pick as well, we should point out, so they really chose to go into that comp against it.
Yeah, because they picked the Karma beforehand, and I was saying, during the draft, I was like, the Karma most likely is going to go over the Heste, so what AD carry are you going to pick? Maybe another AD carry would have been better in that situation, except for instead of the Vayne, but it's so difficult when you're against the likes of, an Olaf jumping onto you, a Yone, a Diana, a Nautilus as well. There's so many picks that can jump onto. Yeah, Ezreal was open, it could have potentially been a pick.
Honestly, the only problem is a bit slow versus that comp. It's again like I feel like
Yeah, I mean, I guess Vayne's also pretty slow as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't think Vayne was good.
Yeah,
So,
like Vayne, yeah. I mean, what do you go for there? Maybe a Lucian would have been better.
Lucian might have been. I genuinely would have put Josh on Karma.
I don't think he plays like AP carries. I think that's the problem that Viv have.
Was he banned? I thought Lucian was banned.
Lucian, I don't think
been banned.
Was that the previous game? Right?
No, I don't think it was. No, he was played in the first game. But honestly, like, I don't know who's going to win this now. I think this is wide open for both of these teams. I think that for Viv, they need to go back to kind of what worked in game number 1. Get Heste back on and engage support. And for Parla, I want to see the same aggression from them, because I like the aggression that they had in game number 2. I like that they were just, you know, Flankton was going in. Even at times it was a little bit int, I would say, you know, the flash hook misses and everything like that. But they got the lockdown there from the Nautilus. I think Flankton looked a lot more impactful on the Nautilus than what he did on the Galio.
Snapdragon match predictions from you guys. Get involved on the Twitch chat. Who do you think is going to win? Just spam Twitch chat, guys, because there's no bot in there at the moment still. So just spam it. Just spam it. Viv or Parla, who are you supporting? Who do you want to win? We can see you guys in chat as well.
There's a lot of Parla fans in the chat right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected, right? Obviously, after a great performance they just had there as well, the second game. You know, they've always been well supported by the Turkish community, which is fantastic to see, to get behind their team. You know, they did fantastic in the groups. They got second place in groups, and a well-deserved place here, potentially in the finals as well. Certainly love to see it. That man there on your screen, Lonely Kid, been doing very well in that second matchup. He was shut down effectively, and that's Viv clearly came in with a game set in mind to like shut down that Baron lane. It didn't follow through on it in game 2.
О, Спрей что-то рассказывает. Так, я здесь.
I mean, he was roaming at level 2-3, but you just got no impact. You're basically there to shield.
You're a counter engager. You're there to counter gank and counter roam, but you know, just not able to have the impact. Look, Josh has shown he can do it. And I think that he was close to doing it that game. I don't even think particularly Josh was the issue. I just think the issue was that the Vayne wasn't really going to be, you know, popping off into that comp. As Stu mentioned, it's not like you had tanks to shred in that scenario. And the stasis has just made it so hard for Vayne to kind of complete any of the kills.
Так, у нас 1-1, третий. Третья игра, третий гейм, да, как говорится. Йоны в бане. Ну, Йоны, видите, показал себя хорошо на турнире. Сейчас глянем дальше.
Looks like it'll be blue side Viv because the final ban is Parla.
Yep.
So we first pick for Viv in this scenario. They're just waiting for the final ban to come through, and it is Wukong.
So interesting enough, a bit of an adaptation from the second game. The Varus is open now, but I don't think it's going to
Fiora is open.
Probably first pick. Fiora is open. Interesting that they actually... Oh, we're back to the Annie again. Interesting that Parla actually banned away the Yone now, so that means that you know, that can't be a first pick.
Йоны за Wukong бан. А Кали от Рокс Галио. Опять этот баг с Аничкой, кстати.
But Lonely Kid reacts immediately with the Fiora. I wonder whether they take Karma here. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see them prioritize Nautilus or
Gwen на first pick.
Support for Flankton.
I mean, honestly, this can also be Gwen jungle. I think because of the nerfs that happened to Gwen, because her base AD went down by quite a lot, and also her third ability now has like, I think, a 3-second increased cooldown in the early game, so it's very hard to trade, especially against someone like a Fiora in the Baron lane. The Varus does get picked up, and it's going to be Morgana again, most likely for Cat State.
Гвен на first pick, Фиору опять забирает. Но Ванелли Кит только на Фиоре играет. Фиора Камьо, все, в пуле больше чемпионов нету. Чтобы он когда-то Грагаса взял или Рейнингтона, я не видел ни разу.
Game 2. I mean, that's set. Here we go. Heste back on set. This is what we like to see. So almost back to what worked for them.
Ну, это неплохой пик. Казикс, Моргана, Фиора. Сет, Варус, Гвен.
Even if you go for Nautilus, it makes you feel not great because, you know, Set's another great anti kind of tank engage type support picks. So like that a lot. The Shen's getting banned away here. So you've got to remember that Zefta hasn't technically shown his jungle 100% here. We know, of course, that he could play Gwen jungle in this scenario, but I think we've seen Patterson play Gwen throughout the group stages as well. We'll see what the bans come through from Viv, where they want to target Rakan. So Rakan's going to get taken away.
Рейкан бан, Шен бан. Джейс уходит бан.
Flankton just had a really great performance in the last game on the Nautilus and can try and do the same thing. Yeah, Alistar is going to be the ban instead. So that Nautilus is open, and honestly, it just might have to be what Flankton has to go back to because there's not really much else open.
My only worry for Parla is that they don't really have any like great team fight damage right now. You know, especially into the comp that you're seeing.
Alistar ban.
Not a great comp for a Kha'Zix to play into. Not a great comp for a Fiora to try and team fight into. So let's see what they go for. Nautilus would be kind of like the ideal to combo with the Morgana, and it is going to be the Nautilus here. Lee Sin for Zefta. An old school pick for Zefta, immediately locked in. It's a good matchup into the Kha'Zix. You can kind of keep him track of him. You can kick people out of the fight as well. To round this comp out, then we need
Лисин. Ой, Лисин, кстати, первый раз появился на сегодняшнем турнире. Наутилус пикается слева. Ну, Лисину, подожди, получается, Гвен на соло-линию.
We're also waiting for the mid laner for Parla as well, so they can also just pick Diana away if they...
Well, no, because Parla last pick is their red side. So, Viv have already picked theirs at this point.
Oh yeah, we're just waiting
we just can't
see who it is. Yeah, true.
I'm imagining Diana would be a good pick in this scenario because good anti-melee, and you're already seeing quite a lot of melee prop up.
All eyes are going to be on Zefta this game on the Lee Sin to try and get that early game advantage.
I feel like the coach is really trying to sell it right now. They're the players are just like, not sure, boss. It is going to be the Diana with the Lucian. So the Lucian going into mid then.
Yeah, Lucian mid lane, which means that it's going to be a Lucian against Diana matchups. So not the best for Diana in the early game. I think Yaku is going to have a lot of pressure. And I think that mid-jungle combo of that Lucian and Lee Sin can put on a lot of pressure on Viv, and especially, you know, the top side as well. And if we can see Heste
Диана пятым пиком.
in the first game, I really feel like
Довольно, кстати, сильный пик. У Парвы прям неплохой пик. И скиллинг есть, и урон, и контроль. Люца, ой-ой-ой, что-то подсказывает мне, что Парва затащит. Напоминаю, что Парва проигрывала 1-0, сейчас 1-1. Не знаю, Парвы больше нравится драфт в этой игре. Опять Люциан в мид. Зачем вы Люциана в мид брать, не знаю. На турнире. Просто он в IT 0 импакта и в мидгейме дает. Как-то не особо много.
All people could be a very interesting Rick setup. I feel in that third place matchup as well. I'm very interested to see what they're going to bring to the table.
I reckon Leon gets subbed in.
may well do.
I was saying that earlier, like maybe they could actually sub him in, but I'm not too sure.
Who's going to step up for their team? We saw Lonely Kid delivering. We've seen Heste delivering. It's time to shine, ladies and gentlemen, for one of these players to step up as we get into game 3 in the series. Lots of money on the line here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, as we go live once again onto the Rift for Vivi Sports up against Parla.
Welcome to Wild Rift. It's always in my head at the start of the game.
It's because it says it at the start of every game.
I know it does.
Люциан в Диану, это, кстати, не совсем хорошо. Его Диана изничтожает просто с 3-го уровня. Через Q, E, E, W. На 5-м тоже без шансов. Не знаю, посмотрим. Мне больше у Парвы нравится. У них и вейт сильный. Здесь, конечно, Гвен на топе тоже есть. Ну, тут Люциан до 3-го уровня будет душить. До 3-го.
Again, as I mentioned, because Gwen did get a little bit of a nerf, the base AD and also the cooldown got increased on her third ability, which means she can't dash as much. I think There's going to be a lot of early game priority for Lonely Kid, and I think Lonely Kid's going to have a big advantage, especially grasping Undying as well. He's going to be able to trade a lot more effectively. You can see, Passon can't even walk up this wave at the moment. Every single time he does, he's just going to get traded just like that.
Yeah, you need to give Lonely Kid this kind of edge here, but the Zephyr, you'd be a little worried if you're Lonely Kid and you're overextending along.
Сет опять уходит с линии.
High mobility jungler in the form of Lee Sin, and Heste is already making his way.
Помогает запушивать и брать Прио в миду. Вот теперь Диана не может выйти с мида. Посмотрите, какой вейв ей надо отпушить. И есть преимущество зафармить лес, да. Вот так они и делают. Ред пойти посмотреть, что там. Краба забирают. Ну, короче, уже по темпу впереди пока что Вивы. Посмотрим, как дальше будут. Ну, это потому что Люциан до 3-го уровня, Диане тяжело Прио взять на линии против Люциана. Задоджил. Хорошая W от Генба в тайминг.
Obviously, the big difference from game one is the fact that previously Lonely Kid and LeBunny were the ones that were being aggressive. This time you saw Parla very much being safe, secure, sitting at their tower. So nothing really for Heste to grasp hold of.
I think that's kind of expected though, really. I think Parla do have to play very defensive, you know, and it's especially, you know, with the Kha'Zix versus Lee Sin matchup, you're always going to lose the early game trades unless you hit that, you know, level 5 point, you can get that first ability evolved. Yes, Lonely Kid does have a better matchup in this Baron lane and is a lot stronger, in my opinion, in the early game.
Ну, короче, пока все стандартно, тихо. Особо киллов не будет до объекта, скорее всего. Варус в леталити, кстати, идет в этой катке. Казикс дал Е. Инвейдит вражеский блю. По таймингу причем только появился, а здесь уже сразу тут.
I don't need to be as tanky. I can just go for a full crit build and go for Infinity Edge first item. Again, Viv being aggressive.
Вообще тут Фиора должна чуть доминировать над Гвен. А не так терпеть, как она стоит. Странно. Наутилус поможет сейчас запушить. Но опять они берут Прио, и если сейчас Казикс придет, и Диана, они будут давить, наверное, Гвен. Нет, они бэкаются.
Supports are always roaming around. They're always, and the crazy thing is that when the new support items got introduced, you know, the relic shield and everything, I was like, maybe this actually stops roaming supports. But instead, they just take the minions with the relic shield in other lanes instead. So instead of taking it in the bot lane, they're roaming around trying to make plays, and they're just like, okay, Yeku, don't attack this.
Lee Sin, кстати, довольно пассивно играет, особо не разгоняет карту. Фармит просто, ну, в принципе, и негде убивать, все аккуратно играют. Да, ведь это, конечно, плохая идея. Поэтому они играют от фарма.
Infinity Edge first item, so pretty big spike for Yeku. Won't be able to make too much of the extra crit damage you get from Infinity Edge as it being the first item. Ghost Bay completed, also did get a little bit of a buff in the most recent patch, so...
Начинают форсить Герольда. Сразу у Вивы. Парва забирает дракона. Плюс ФБ Таверку желательно бы забрать. Люция на топ сместился, запушивает вейв. Скорее всего, Герольд будет вверх идти. Там уже сердце сейчас Наутилус. Спасибо за нас. Да, ФБ Таверка будет открываться.
Привет, подскажи, пожалуйста, могу ли я в дуо с другом пробовать играть так же, без как на этом турнире? Какие плюсы и минусы такого плея? Спасибо.
Можно, конечно. Минусы в том, что если ты берешь мага и танка, у вас нет ВТ урона, и если вы выиграете линию даже 10-0, а ваша команда будет сливать игру, вы не закэрите, у вас кэри нету. Потому что вы не на ДК играете. Минус того, что от вас мало будет зависеть. Второй минус — это вы должны хорошо играть. Супер прям понимать, для чего вы берете эти связки. И в-третьих, это в солоку вообще никак не относится, не работает. То есть я показывал это, я брал и из дяди Сережи такие пики там, и до этого там играл с саппортами. Так потренить, чисто взять для удовольствия можно, да, затрейхардить, там выиграть. Насу сцена, да, там. Такие пики. Просто у вас АДшника не будет в команде. У вас будет АПшник и еще какой-то танк с АП уроном. Типа Галио. А так, конечно, можно играть. Если уверен, что закэришь со своим другом. Седьмая минута, 0-0. Они вообще не... Вот у меня вопрос, реально, вот есть к Вивам. Они вот взяли Лисина, Сета, ну хотя бы кого-то попробовать убить, затрапать где-то, задайвить, может, аккуратно как-то. Так, конечно, карту они хорошо клирят. Преимущество есть 1500.
Well, they've got to be careful here, though. They've
got the ulti to clear the wave, yeah.
It's on a 2-second cooldown anyway. So.
Basically, early stasis actually from Yaki. 1,000 gold.
He's a low range AD carry. Get it? You know, you don't want to be suspect.
Stasis for Hestay as well.
It's interesting.
Try and get their first tower here, but I think they're not going to be able to get this down in time because they've got already Zefta and Hestay.
Oh, used the kick to clear the wave. So
nice.
smart actually from Zefta.
First Lee Sin kick we've seen all game when it was away.
Yep, to clear away.
Next time we're going to be counting ward kills.
Are we going to be cheering every single time one goes down?
Jeez,
no, not that.
Let's never go back to that.
I don't want to. Was that London? Was that
it was still happening at Worlds this year.
Is it
still?
It started in London.
It started in London when the games are that boring, yeah. The British crowd, of course. Yeki, you're in trouble here, son. I don't think you're going to get away with this. And Nakras even takes the honey fruit away and says, nope, not having that. So, first blood, 8.5 minutes in. That is, I've got to be close, some kind of record, I think, in Wild Rift.
It's a long time for the first blood. Both these teams playing very, very edge of their seats. We'll say standing gold in favor. All tier 1 towers, or 2 tier 1 towers on the bottom top lane down. The Parla are only 500 gold behind. Gives me massive formulation vibes right now, Parla. Plenty of standing gold in the map that they can still take, and they've kept themselves even in gold.
Yep.
Так, ребят, отвлекся. У нас ферзбат для Дианы. Ну, Парва потеет. Вообще играют почти без ошибок. Не хотят файтить. Вот, объект хотя бы появился, можно пофайтить. Наутилус будет летать, нет? Нет, не будет. Лисин промазал кушкой, Герольда вывели. Если бы сейчас они Герольда не вывели, уже бы забрали бы его. Казикса дал прыжок.
I think they're having a conversation of whether they should go for this. I think it feels like, yeah, it feels like it's happened.
Ну, объект есть для Вив. По фарму-то все ровно. Преимущества особо нету, там 1000 голды разница. Гвен пойдет, наверное, топ фармить, нет, разворачивается. Походу заколили, что на объекте будем драться. Да, это Герольд в мид плюс объект. Угу. Либо 2 таврки в миду, либо на объект. Либо Т... Одна... Ну, Люциан дает ульту ни о чем просто. Сет неплохо ультанул. Ой, это ГГ, все. Там Диана во всех ультанул. Фиора даблкил. Триблкил Фиора. А, нет, даблкил. Диана двоих. Можно открывать. Они стоят вчетвером вместе, Диана влетает и убивает всю команду. Короче, как риксы. 1-0 выигрывали, проиграли, так и здесь.
Is Diana is giga busted, everybody. That ult from Diana once again.
Another massive moonfall, yeah.
Massive moonfall that completely cleaned house onto Viv and IF Parla. They are so close.
I would say the biggest difference as well, especially for Viv, is they are all relatively squishy. So if they get caught in that moonfall, like you
Смотри на Диану.
it does so much damage.
Тут Люциан просто так кнопки жмет, сет влетает один. Ну, сет хорошо, нормально пойдет ультанул. Мимо, правда. Смотрите, Диана.
The positioning from Lonely Kid was great because he was able to come in at the last moment, and because everybody separated, Labunya was able to find a lot of isolation.
The flank from Lonely Kid was so smart as well, just waiting in the wings, waiting for that engage. I mean, even though Flankton did miss the hook, you land a 3-man knock-up, and then...
6-0 счет. В Голде преимущество 4000. Лисин реализация 0. Люциан в миду гап полнейший просто. 0 просто импакта вообще. Не загангать никого, не прийти, не помочь. Чисто от ульты играется, 200 урона вносит. Смотрите, вот весь Люциан, вот. Я не понимаю, зачем Люциана пикают, если бортовом на дальних... Ой, короче. Это ГГ, без шансов вообще. Пикнуть Люциана, чтобы просто стоять АФК и жать ультимейт по 200 урона вносить? Не понимаю, честно. Эту катку просто в нулину они проиграли. А зачем сюда Лисин брался? С кем он играть хотел? С Люцианом медовым или Гвен на топе? Герои, которые скелятся. Задифференцили сами себя, короче. Смотрите на Люциана дэмэдж. Ну, я думаю, что дэмэджа 30 он сейчас нанес. Вот за этот ультимейт. И сразу же умер, кстати.
They did. Don't get me wrong. You know, Viv did try in the early game. They played super aggressive in the early game. They went for invades. They went for tower dives. But as I said, I think Parla played the early game so perfect. They waited until the right moment. They waited until they got a few items. They didn't go for any crazy early game skirmishes because they know they would lose out to a Lee Sin and a Lucian in the early game.
Viv aren't playing this slow. The problem is for me is that Viv are not playing this slow either.
Люциан нажал ульт, чтобы тележку. Смотрите, где Фиора Люциана убивает. Ребят, в троне. Люциан умирает от Фиоры под Т3. У Фиоры фулл хп. Нет, не фулл, половина. Да, я в шоке. Ой, господи, 13-0 счет. Короче, я понял, можно кушать идти.
For the Snapdragon Pro Series finals, and they will be facing Formulation Gaming and yet another turn-around victory. Parla back from 1-0 down to take it.
ГГ. В нулину.
Same performance by Parla. Lonely Kid again getting constant solo kills. Labunya on the Kha'Zix as well, shown in the last game. And he had the bot lane as well, I think Flankton as well, even though he missed a couple of hooks. The Nautilus was so much more impactful for him. And Katsei as well on the Magana did his job. Such an insane performance.
Chain buff, guys. Chain buff.
The chain buff. Absolutely paying off.
Сейчас финал будет, кстати. Не, ну чё на Люциане, это, конечно, это кадр просто. Нажать ульт, чтобы одну тележку отдефать. И по Т3 умереть. Интересный тип.
But I think we're going to go over to the stage in just a moment to hear from these guys. We're just waiting to get them all together. They've got to sort the phones out first, though.
Take the phones
out. Don't lose those guys. They're worth quite a bit of money.
They're going to be pretty destroyed after that one, I think.
Yeah.
I think after the first game, how dominant they were in that game. They tried to go for a more early game style jungle again with someone like Lee Sin on Zephyr. They tried to go for the early game invades, as I mentioned, but Parla just said, cool, you could take whatever you want in the early game. We will win them fights. Again, you know, with the likes of Diana, with Lonely Kid with the flanks as well. Gets a solo kill in the bot lane and is able to finish the game. So all around a great performance and great stuff from Turkish League.
Yep.
I think, yeah, just major issues for Viv, just unable to snowball as hard as they did in that first time round. Heste just unable to have the same kind of impact. Maybe it was that IF Parla realized that they didn't want to be over aggressive in the early game. You just allow Lonely Kid a bit more time in the side lane to scale, and suddenly he just wins that matchup versus Patterson. Very risky, in my opinion, to just throw down a skill matchup for Patterson into Lonely Kid. Don't get me wrong, I think Patterson's a great player, but I think Lonely Kid's better. And I think like it's very risky to throw down a Gwen into Fiora skill matchup in the last game.
Well, you saw the diff in the second game as well, when he wasn't getting the support that he needed. You know, obviously the early kills that he got in game one. If he's just simply left in a straight up head-to-head, Lonely Kid finds ways of getting ahead, and he ends up like 2,000–3,000 gold suddenly piling ahead. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the towers are on the table.
There's definitely some things that I think people will be learning from draft from these first two series. Nautilus feels like super high prio.
Yep.
And Diana feels like the perfect kind of counter pick, you know, at the end. So maybe second ban phase, people might need to start thinking about Diana bans to prevent her from being such a strong counter to some of these team comps. Diana has felt like, especially teamfight-wise, one of the most impactful picks of the day so far. There was a period, probably a year ago, where Diana was super high prio. You remember Ruiz at the Origin series? Diana was like his go-to. Diana feels like she's cycled back in a little bit now, and we're seeing so many impactful moonfalls in these teamfight situations as well. You know, and Nautilus feels like he should have much higher prio in the draft phase right now.
Well, we're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. What a crazy first two sets of series. All our predictions were wrong. All our predictions were wrong. We've not got either finalists. It is going to be Parla up against Formulation. That's going to be the final later on. Coming up, though, after this, will be Rick's GG versus Viv Esports. Nobody expected that for a third place matchup. We'll see you after the break.
Hey everyone, and welcome to DHL Pro Tips for Wild Rift. My name is Scoundrel, joined today by Snitch from Rix.gg. Superstar mid laner, probably considered the best mid laner in Europe by many. But what other skills do you think are really important for mid laners to learn in Wild Rift to be successful?
I think mid laners in Wild Rift, I think map awareness is a really important skill. Identifying kind of like, if you have a good roam timing, where can you go? Where is your jungler? Because a lot of times it's very dangerous for a lot of mid lane champs, especially playing stuff like Orianna or any like the AD carry mids. They're a lot squishier. If you get caught by the enemy jungle while trying to roam, you can end up dying for free. So knowing where your jungler is, so you can kind of team up with them and make plays together is really important. I think knowing lane management, while a little bit less developed than it is in PC League of Legends, it does still exist in Wild Rift. I think being able to control your wave to pressure your opponent just through where it's standing. You know, if you have a good matchup, like crashing it into their tower and then letting it bounce back into you and then using that to zone your opponent from farming entirely can actually be a really effective strategy, even if it does seem a bit passive or, you know, you're not pushing and hitting the tower on cooldown. Understanding when those kind of options open themselves up and taking advantage of them could be really important.
I guess let's go a little deeper into that. You know, when in mid lane, especially when you're in that really intense 1v1 part of the laning phase, like how do you know when to trade and when just to farm?
I think this is all about matchup knowledge. You know, you have to just spend time thinking about matchups and then trying kind of your theories in game. You know, you think about stuff like Lucian mid, for example, is really straightforward. Lucian is really strong in the early game. If you're playing Lucian, you'll be bullying your opponent pretty much in any matchup. So you want to be looking to use your first ability to line it through the creeps to poke them, playing very aggressive at forwards, obviously not taking too much creep damage if you could avoid it, but just generally, you know, using your early game to bully a lot and get a lot of value. But if you're playing something like Kassadin, you're not going to want to do that. Kassadin's early trading, while possibly effective, you know, with good use of his second ability, you can get some value. He's not a notorious early game bully, but he's a really, really strong late game monster. So for this kind of champion, you know, you're going to want to sit back a bit more, maybe take some damage to let your enemy push the wave into you so you can farm a bit safer like later on. Just small techniques like this that kind of enable you to get out of what is, you know, generally a much weaker early game than a champion like Lucian.
And another part of mid lane that's really important is that ability to roam. You mentioned map awareness earlier on. How do you know when to roam, especially in solo queue? When do we make that decision?
Roaming in solo queue is definitely a lot more common than I'd say it is in a kind of a competitive environment. A lot of times you just want to look at other lane matchups. Try to take as much time as you can when you have a bit of free time. You know, you're not hitting minions or the trading isn't that active, to glance at other lanes, see if enemy champions are low, see if your lane is pushing, see if your lane is getting pushed in, because these are all potential options. You know, if there's a big brawl going on in the duo lane and you know, both supports, both ADCs get to 200 HP. If you're the mid laner that's there first, you could likely get a double kill, or at least have your team secure a kill and get a good reset. And it's just about, I mentioned map awareness specifically because it's about, you know, looking at these moments and noticing them, and then using that as a window to maybe push the lane out and go for a roam, rather than just pushing constantly and looking all the time. You need to make sure that, you know, that your team is in a good state, or that, you know, at least the enemy is weak enough that you can get the roam for free. You need to kind of know where the enemy jungler is, or at least that you have your own jungler to back you up if the enemy jungler does show up. You just got to be able to recognize the situations and, you know, not just push blindly and run for roams, and then you end up going for a crazy play and getting yourself killed. I've definitely done that a lot of times. It does take a lot of practice, but, you know, if you do critically think about the timings that you do roam, you'll definitely learn to do it better.
Thank you so much, Snitch, for being part of DHL Pro Tips for Wild Rift today. It has been a pleasure having you. You've given some great advice, especially for aspiring players and solo queue mid lane warriors.
The hardest thing about being a pro player, in my opinion at least, it's the mentality. I think a lot of people struggle with it, even though it's not really often talked about it. A lot of people are really toxic, they deal with like a lot of stress, a lot of issues, personal issues, a lot of tilt especially. Like, there's definitely a lot of mental pressure on pro players, I would say, yeah. What made me pick Wild Rift as my game was the fact that I played League before on PC, and the fact that it came to mobile was just more fast-paced. I like fast-paced things, I don't know. It just gives me more adrenaline. I'm like really hyped up to play. But yeah, the fact that it's a mobile game now and I can play it anywhere is just perfect. My most memorable moment as a pro player was definitely my first LAN, I think. It was also at DreamHack, but it was in Sweden. And it was just, the first experience is always the most special, I don't know. Just getting to meet people, getting to play on stage is completely different from like sitting home.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. It is Samsung Galaxy I want to talk about. I want to talk about them. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Because, of course, we want to give them a huge thank you for powering the event. The guys, obviously, we see them there in Valencia with their Samsung S22 Plus. They're all having a great old time. Samsung Z Fold. By this man here, the Z Fold 4.
Z Fold 4.
Ignore his old man leather case that he has.
I love my old man leather case. It's not an official case, but it does have a really nice handy holder for my pen. And you can.
Are you going to get your password right on?
I'm not going to show it. But you can use it on your screen like this. I use it. I actually. Okay. Another great story. Another story time about how great my Samsung.
Story time. Okay.
Another story time about how great my Samsung Galaxy Fold 4 is. I had to do 2 days, half days of work here while we were getting ready for the tournament. I used this as my PC.
There you go.
I worked from my Samsung Galaxy Fold, and again, work hard, play hard. There you go. If you would like to sponsor me personally, Samsung, I'm just saying I'm the ultimate brand ambassador.
Okay, I mean, obviously, check out the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4. Absolutely beautifully modeled by Kieran here, of course. Very untraditional, obviously caught a lot of people off guard when it came out, but it works brilliantly. I know my friend has one as well, who we went to an event to on the train for 3 hours. Out he comes, puts himself his Netflix on. He's got his own little tablet sat there. As I say, it's incredible, really. It's very, it's got everything.
Soon you'll all be converted. Soon you'll all be converted to the Fold lifestyle.
The Fold lifestyle. There you go. There's if you needed a brand ambassador, he's available. He's available. You can contact him on email. It'd be fine. Yeah, absolutely. Here's the schedule. Obviously, we've had 2 incredible semi-finals so far. Rix GG and Viv Esports both falling in the semi-finals. Big surprise, I think. Certainly from us, we had them completely messed up our predictions. We've got nothing right. We need to do predictions for these next 2 because we're dead level.
Oh, true. Wait. Predictions now. Should we take predictions now?
We're going to do them. Are you going to do it right now? Are you going to do it right now?
Rix versus Viv. I don't want to. 2-1 Rix. Cost.
I'm saying 2-0 Rix. But we've both gone Rixo, so it doesn't make a difference. Okay, formulation Parla.
He didn't give his.
I don't care.
Yeah, but we're the ones that are dead level.
Mine are irrelevant because stress ruined mine.
Oh.
Oh no, but no, you can still do it for the finals.
But I'm level with all of you in the finals in that sense because we've all got.
Yeah, we've all got it wrong.
We've got that is true.
We've all got it.
I don't know. I don't know. Just to make sure it keeps it interesting. Viv 2-1.
The reverse caster cast.
What about formulation versus Parla? Are we gonna leave that one to simmer, or are we gonna do a try?
I might have to make a bit of a decision later on.
I feel like Parla will, even if you try and nullify Lonely Kid, I think they play way more to the side lane than Ricks were doing. So I'm going to go Parla.
Yeah, I honestly think that Parla could do it as well. It'd be great for the Turkish scene as well. One of the last lands, if not the last land.
I think it's possible, especially when you'd see how composed they were after that first game, where they were really, manhandled in game one. But the composure they showed. So unfortunately, we're all going Parla in the final, which is, I don't know, unfortunately, it's good.
It's close. It was close because formulation played out their minds. And
I think that Parla can definitely make full advantage of the sub in Zaur in the Baron lane, who obviously had a great performance for formulation. But I think for Lonely Kid especially, he can win that 1 versus 1. Advantage in that Baron lane.
Yeah. And I think certainly from formulation Parla, if you're looking at straight Lonely Kid versus
Zhao,
or Zhao, probably, I'm not too sure which nationality is how you pronounce it. Sure, Zhov maybe. If obviously we saw them going basically for team fights. Well, Lonely Kid's like, I'm going to split push. What are you going to do? Team fight? Oh, see ya. I've took your towers.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's what we almost saw in that last game there.
I mean, it's kind of what we expected from Rix, was like random in the side lane, split pushing. But because he played the Aatrox in that series against Formulation, he wasn't able to split push as much. Aatrox obviously more of a better champion for skirmishes.
I did talk to Snitch, and he said that in scrims it was popping off. So, you can only go off what you've done.
Yeah.
You can only go off what you've done. But hey, look, we're heading into this series.
Yeah, let's get over to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, in Valencia for the teams for the 3rd place playoff.
On for the Snapdragon Pro Series trophy, this stunning thing that you see in front of myself and my lovely co-host Carmeline. How's it going?
Pues estamos aquí, ¿no? Con este día de competición aquí en este escenario en la DreamHack de Valencia, con un público estupendo, un público genial que ha estado apoyando todo el rato, porque recordemos que ya hay 2 equipos clasificados a esa final para ganar este trofeo y otros 2 equipos que se jugarán ahora el 3er y 4.º puesto.
I mean, let's not also forget that we've got $17,000 on the line in terms of the prize pool that can be collected by all of our participating teams. So, speaking of teams, I believe it is time to introduce your first competitor back to the stage for the 3rd place matchup. First up, who are going to be coming out of the stage left, on my left, we have got Vive Esports.
Le damos la bienvenida a Vive Esports, organización francesa que además cuenta con jugadores y staff españoles.
The scenario that we're in right now all comes down to composure. How well are these teams able to go backstage, recompose themselves, gather some more morale to then come back onto the stage and perform to the best of their ability? Make no mistake, it is incredibly tough to come out here on the main stage and compete, let alone after a loss. So time will tell, and I believe, speaking of time, Carmeline, it is time to introduce our next team onto the stage as well. Battling it out for 3rd place and $3,000 on the line. Please put your hands together, DreamHack Valencia, for Rix GG.
Introducimos aquí a Rix GG. Veremos si, a pesar de no haber podido ganar el torneo, podrán llevarse por lo menos, aunque sea un 3er puesto.
Like I mentioned before, there has been a grueling season up to this point as Rix GG enter the stage. Come on, DreamHack, make some noise. Come on, we've got 2 more teams about to compete here on the main stage. This next match is worth $3,000. So let's see if they can recompose themselves, and I'm going to send it over to the casters to break down all the essentials before we dive into this next match.
Queremos que deis lo mejor de vosotros en el día de hoy en este escenario para animar a los equipos. Así que vamos con ello.
Well,
Leon's back, boys.
Leon's back,
baby. Let's go.
A little flex boy in the middle there. So seven obviously subbed out. We talked about Leon being there. We kind of expected this might happen as well to an extent. But yeah, Rick's bringing Leon in.
Can't wait.
Going back to Origin series right now.
Yeah. I mean, Leon was a Baron laner back then, but he's coming in now as the jungler. I don't know if you've seen him stream, but he's only been streaming jungle recently. There's a lot of Shyvana on stream as well, so it might be something that we see in the draft. But yeah, no, Leon coming in, interesting. What I do think Leon provides, you know, I think it's difficult to compare Leon to Seven in terms of jungle prowess. I think Seven is better just because Leon's been out of the competitive scene a while. But what Leon brings is morale. What Leon brings is like the kind of the guy who's there, he's your ultimate cheerleader. He gets you hyped when kills are going. And for this game, you saw, bless them, you saw Viv. They looked a bit down and out. They looked a bit downbeat.
I mean, Banks talked about it. It's very hard to come back and say. I've just had a loss.
I saw Josh, and Josh is usually quite a super happy, quite smart guy. He looked really a bit downtrodden. So, you know, the morale actually will be really important in this game, and it's not like it means absolutely nothing. There is $2,000 between.
I think it's like 3,000, 2,000. Yeah,
well, it's 1,000 for fourth and 3,000 for third.
Third.
So it's a $2,000 game match basically. The winner takes an extra $2,000 back with them. You ain't gonna, you know, shake your head at an extra $2,000.
No, of course not. Of course not. For the last potential European LAN finals for Wild Rift. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. I mean, I'm not the one that's saying it. It's Riot that's saying it. What do you want to say? What do you want to say? But anyway, yes. Oh, into the pick and bans.
I feel like Ricks are going to have a bit of fun.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, there's
100% they're going to have some seriously troll comps coming out here.
I don't know about seriously troll, but I think there'll definitely be some spicy picks. I think that's for sure. I think with Leon being subbed in, talked about his Graves before. Maybe he might play Graves in the jungle. Graves is a pick that he played a lot, obviously, during the Origin series. As you said, Shyvana, but the problem is that we probably won't see Shyvana that much anymore because of the jungle changes that happened in patch 3.5 with the conservation stacks. Even though farming junglers are still, you know, quite important, I feel like Shyvana's definitely dropped out the meta. Ever so slightly. Look at him. He's already off. Look at him.
Yeah, I mean,
I love him.
He doesn't.
He's already bringing smiles to Snitch. You can see a big grin on his face and a lot. Whereas if you'd have just seen the previous setup, you saw Josh. Josh looked like someone had just come up and slapped him. He was just so down in the mouth. He was.
Random's not
how
quite
is he sitting like? By the way, Leon, is he got his legs up?
Obviously, he's on a high chair.
I mean, they're all on high chairs, but he's like got his feet up like to his chest, basically.
I think that's how Leon.
It's kind of like how you were. Won't be surprised if you see how you were sitting.
And Leon on his stream, he sits on his chair with his knees up by his chest.
His chest, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's how he was doing it right there. It was exactly the same as what he did on stream. So trying to get a little bit of home comfort, but I think, like you said, you know, the morale at the moment for Rix is definitely going to be very, very down. So I think switching it up and bringing in a new jungler will hopefully lift Rix up. Because, you know, as you said, there's still a lot of money to play. There's still a lot of money on the line in this third place matchup. So let's see how it goes.
Random still looked a little bit downbeat.
I think they're all going to be.
But Leon's coming in. Look at him.
The perfect person to bring in as well, with the personality he has. Just to sort of lift the spirits and, you know, guys, it's not ideal. We wanted to be in the final. It's not worked out. Let's have a bit of fun with it.
You still get to see all your mates.
Yeah.
At Valencia.
You still get to be there, don't you, Stu? You still get to be there.
Get to be there on the ground at the potentially last ever Wild Rift.
Oh, please.
Stop.
It's an emotional day.
It is, mate. It is. I think for all of us, it's been a journey the last year and a half.
It has.
It's been a really, really nice journey, and I've really, really loved every moment of Wild Rift Esports. Of course, Wild Rift Esports itself will carry on, just in China and Asia.
Yeah, there won't be any official. Hopefully, third parties, they said, will come in as well. Hopefully, we'll see some.
We'll see, mate.
Please, ESL.
Like I said,
yeah, please. I know production, you're watching ESL. Please bring something to Wild Rift next year, please.
Any product managers out there, please?
I'll cast from home, guys. I'll even charge you a peanut. Just one peanut to cast.
Quick, get the pen and paper, guys.
Contract negotiators right now, yeah.
Signed for that one, shall we? Yeah, I mean, obviously these guys are just sorting themselves out. You can see them in DreamHack Valencia. It's been It's been a fun ride for Rix. Obviously, they've had the ups and downs. You know, they clearly obviously had that loss to Ice Cream, if you remember back at the start, the first game day, which completely caught us all off guard, as well as the team. Took themselves a break after that one. Obviously going to be taking a break after this one. What comes from them, who knows, but...
Love Leon. Love him.
Either way, Leon's enjoyed himself.
I mean, the sad thing is that this might be the last time we see some of these players on stage as well, like go through all the cameras.
Do you know what's funny about that though? Because a lot of these players have come from other esports.
Yeah,
you're probably seeing on. No, I mean on stage for Wild Rift.
Yeah. Usually when you've got these pedigree esports players, especially in mobile, they find a way.
Yeah, of course.
I think almost all of these players that you see on stage, like Zefta for sure. I definitely know like Leon and Doom came from Vainglory. Snitch came from Heroes of the Storm. Random came from AOV. So like a lot of these guys have got strong esports backgrounds. They've been in this stage before. They'll be there again, absolutely. It might not be for Wild Rift, but these guys will continue to kind of find their way.
It's getting the gun show out.
Here we go.
Alright.
Look at him, he's absolutely stacked, that man.
Rakan mid taken away, no surprises. Wukong banned out, as well as Akali and Fiora already taken away. By Viv, Jace ban
out the Rakan. I mean, Rix do it time and time again. When Rix played against Viv before, Rix came out victors, and every single game that Rix played against Viv in the group stage was ban out the Rakan. Looks like they've also taken a page out of Parla's book as well and actually banned out the Wukong. It's going to be Gwen first pick for Rix, which means most likely for random, but could be played in the jungle. We don't really know what Leon's going to play. I think that's the thing.
Don't really know.
Oh my god, these picks are flying by.
It's working as well.
It's working. We're working good. You know what I've realized is that when the blue team is on the blue side, it works fine.
Possibly on.
When blue team's on the left side, it works fine. When blue team's on the right side, then that's when things get tricky for production.
Alright, Gragas and Kha'Zix coming through. So quick first three picks over to the bans. Varus banned out already. Obviously just seen Jash playing 2 games of that. Didn't want to face that anymore. Also the Alistair ban, which we saw from Clue earlier on. The Lux also been taken away, just a strong pick in general. And the Galio ban coming through. Leaves Nautilus on the table.
Nautilus, yeah, already picked. So Heste will get his hands on that playmaker. I imagine that Leon plays Gragas in this scenario, but obviously Clue could also play that. We've seen Clue play support Gragas a decent amount. Kind of want to see Doom go onto an AD carry just for the send-off. You know, you've got Gwen you've got Gwen and Gragas. You don't need another AP carry in this scenario.
Give me a Doom Jinx. Play the
Doom
new skin.
Jinx, baby. Oh my gosh.
Got a
Ezreal though, right? Tim's the Ezreal man.
Yeah, Ezreal as well. Yeah, he's played many. I mean, he got the. Was it Doom that got? It wasn't not during the SPS, but I think during WREC season in general was that Doom was playing these hyper carries like the Jinx. Obviously played the Kai'Sa in that last game as well, but unfortunately the Kai'Sa didn't really work out too well. We'll have to wait and see what the picks are. Shen. There we go. It's probably going to be... Oh no, actually.
Oh,
they have
yeah, they've got Kha'Zix. What am I talking about?
So is it Aatrox mid then and Shen top probably for Patterson, I would think?
That's an interesting draft. Interesting draft coming out from Viv so far.
So yeah, we saw Shen jungle from 7, sorry, at the start of the day, but I think this is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be Shen in the Baron lane. Lucian, there we go.
So Lucian's going to go over to Doom, and that means we're just waiting for the final pickup here for Rix. Now, obviously, we could see Gragas support.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Clue did play Gragas a few times throughout the league.
Kind of one of the only supports that did play Gragas, so something that he does like to play if he can pick it up in the right scenario. See what the final pick's again. It's going to be Xin Zhao. That's a Leon. That's if you watch Leon's stream, he actually spams the hell out of Xin Zhao. So yeah, that's going to be Gragas support then, and that will be Snitch playing the Yone in the mid. We're going to see the final lock-in of the Karma. So I imagine that's going to be a Karma. Yeah, Karma for Jash. So we're going to see Jash playing the Karma alongside the Nautilus in the bot. We're going to have Shen top for Patterson. Gosh, I'm worried about the damage output of this team, guys. I'm a little worried about Viv's damage output. It's a little lacking, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel the same. Obviously, Shen's going to take a while to get going, get the items, basically. Similar with Aatrox. Kha'Zix is going to be looking for separation. There's not really too many that are going to be separated when the team fights kick off. I guess Lucian maybe is going to be going for, but he can just dash away. Yeah, it's a little worrying for Viv here, maybe. And again, we're back to the same sort of thing. At least Este, though, has got an impactful champion this time around.
I think Viv needs to, I mean, the thing that's going for Viv, I think the Kha'Zix pick is going to be pretty important for them because Ricks have a very, very squishy comp. So if, you know, Zefta can find some isolated targets on the side of Ricks, and I think they can definitely come out on top. But as you mentioned, I think the only damage they have is from the Kha'Zix. I don't think they have any other damage on the rest of the map.
Yeah, Karma is okay, but not exactly a true AP carry.
Of course.
So, yeah, interesting one. I think kind of have to get the Kha'Zix snowballing a little bit, play around the side lanes a bit more, try and find some isolated pickoffs. But I think, yeah, ultimately lacking a bit of damage output. I think when it comes to true team fight, you know, Ricks are the ones that are coming out on top here.
We'll have to see how. Should be getting into game very, very shortly. I love how the camera is just always on Leon.
Well,
they know already.
Typical cameraman, yeah, already spots like, oh, this guy's actually playing up to the camera. We'll keep
him on him, yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if they carry on with that as well. Great to see Leon on stage though. I'm glad they subbed him in.
Clue's enjoying himself. He's bouncing up and down.
Vibes.
Bouncing up and down in his chair. The players are all live in Valencia at DreamHack. If you've just joined us, it is the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. And we are into the third place playoff. Ricks, the #1 team from Europe in the league, unfortunately lost to Formulation Gaming. Viv Esports themselves, after a dominant first game, fell to Parla. So they both find themselves here in the third place playoff.
Both teams won the first game of their previous series and then dropped. They got reverse swept. Now only one of them could be crowned third place team, the bronze place team at the finals. I'm sure both of these teams were gonna want to end off on a high because it's been a very, very long, wild circuit off season for both these two teams. It being the final event of the year as well. Especially for Ricks as well, especially after a disappointing semi-final. Like coming into it, everyone was like, no, this is Ricks' opportunity. This is Ricks' chance. They were on such a long win streak. They won like a 6-win streak or something in the group stage. And everyone was finally saying, you know, this is their time. They can finally do it. But unfortunately falling into formulation. But I think the players are definitely going to want to look to end on high.
Said it. It's their swan song. Never, ever, ever have they won a LAN after being predicted 3 LANs in a row.
Yep.
To come out on top. They have never won a LAN, and this time it's going to be no different. Ricks, forever LAN cursed. The best team to never win, I think, is the way that we have to look at Ricks realistically. As we look back on their Wild Rift career over the last year and a half. Yakui, decent matchup into a Yone. She's got to be a little careful.
Leon going around the jungle, he's cleared his whole top side of the jungle. Interested to see what he does, and I'm interested to see how much he's actually played. To be fair, to see what to do.
Have you been watching Darkbreaker's stream? Leon's like on it all the time.
Oh, I didn't know. I mean, I knew he was on it a few times, but I didn't know
Так,
he was on
здесь,
it
ребят.
every single time.
No, not every single time.
Все, нормально, покурили.
Darkbreaker's been gaining LP, but the focus of Leon more than him himself.
Это за третье место у нас, кстати. Риксы против этих Вивов. Сейчас Вивы, кстати, разогретые. 2 раза подряд играют. Нормально, да? EQ без фиша. На Атроксе.
Against the Yone can have a pretty decent matchup in the early game, but I think when it gets to the side lane, I think Yone is just going to have the advantage.
Да я типа финал жду. Вообще я покушать хотел. Так. Грагас флэш. Это фрестбат. Для Ксинджао, для команды Рикс. Ксинджао умирает, 1-1, Наутилус забирает. Будут ли чизить Леона? Леон умирает, 100%. Отлично. Что-то Риксы... Я знаете, вам что хочу сказать? Риксы, я просто знаю этих типов. Они играют на пофиг. Просто на пофиг. Они уже поплыли. Нормально, сейчас они залутают 1000 баксов на команду. Не, ну это сильно. Огромное спасибо, Знат, родной мой. Пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам.
Рус,
да, брат.
проснись, ты игру просрешь. Рус, проснись,
Я здесь,
ты
братик.
игру просрешь. Рус, проснись, ты игру просрешь.
Проснись, проснись.
Рус, проснись, ты игру просрешь.
Проснился. Проснился, родной. Сейчас риксы камбэкнут, все нормально будет, ребят. 4-4 уже счет. 5-4. Я же сказал. Ой, ребятушки. Блин, жалко у меня у самого. Так. Да меня отвлекают еще здесь. Сейчас, секунду, ребят.
Viv rotated their dual lane into the mid lane and just exposed Yeku by himself down the bot lane. He just didn't respect the 1 versus 2 situation, got completely caught out. And Rick's won pretty much on both sides of the map, which is really, really good start for them. We'll give them that 2000 early game goal lead. Black Cleaver first item for Leon, looking to go towards this first.
Начинают форсить объект, риксы.
Sefter's just like, yep, you can take the first dragon. We're going to prioritize the first Rift Tower. They actually rotated Aatrox up into the Baron lane side of the map. That means that they can use this Rift Tower to try and funnel more gold into Yeku to get them a little bit further ahead.
So the Herald's probably going to get used in the top there. No, actually, no, they're backing away, yeah.
Maybe looking to try and break the mid lane. The mid lane tower is a little bit low. We're going to see the HP now. Yeah, 2,300s, and he's like 300 hit points left, but this is just the 1 versus 2. Yeah, Yeku just not respecting the 1 versus 2 from Clue. And then the tower.
Так, ребят, надо отойти сейчас срочно. Сейчас я приду.
Juggling, I should say.
Hello. Is he going to be able to get away with it? Yes, he is. Needlework comes through. Random picks himself up another.
That gets a huge bit of gold back into Random's back pocket. He was actually lagging behind Patterson a decent amount there on the Shen.
A support battle.
Oh, sorry, Yeku, yeah.
Yeah, I love the fact that Camman's guy is just like, it's Nautilus versus Gragas support. I'm not even going to bother watching it. That's a good catch out. Hesta's in trouble. Stasis goes down. Should be able to get away. Does have the Patterson support. That's a great match coming out from Clue there. Gets the body slam in there. Hesta taken low, but Leon in trouble. And now Leon will fall. In the end, it's just been a single kill. 1 for 0 as Leon falls.
And in the meantime, Random is pushing top, and Snitch is pushing bot, and it might even be first turret of the game. It has been, and that will be Snitch that picks it up. So in a 3 versus 5, it felt like Rick somehow come out ahead in that situation. Random's now going to get focused down, has to try and stay near the minions.
Uses his ghost to try and get away, but I don't think it's quite me enough. It's not. The Aatrox will take him down. Didn't have the flash, of course. Went for the ghost ignite instead. Clue spotting out, but trying to protect this turret. Oh, they're going in for Leon.
Interesting enough, it looks like Snitch is actually going for the same build that Don was
back onto Doom. Doom got the depth charge on him. We don't get to see it though.
He's a goner. What's more exciting is watching Snitch farm than me.
Two Baron laners.
Oh, Leon!
Leon, big balls play. I'm not quite sure you've got enough to take a 1v3. I think he was expecting Random to come a little sooner.
Hashtag worth.
It was hashtag worth.
Save the tower.
Save the tower, that is the most important thing.
I'll take that as a W, I'm sure.
Clue just keeping that top lane tower alive. Wants to go for the 1v1 versus Yeku. I'm not sure about that one, my man.
Obviously going full defensive instead of, he's going full tank Gragas.
Oh yeah, it doesn't have the damage of AP Gragas jungle, but Yeku hasn't had the strongest start to this game though. Does have a couple of kills. He was 0 and 2, and now he's back to 2 and 2, so going towards the Black Cleaver Divine Sundra. Snitch is having a really, really good game though so far. It's like I mentioned.
Oh no, Doom.
It's going. Oh, Doom is.
Yeah, walk straight into Hesta there. Not going to be able to get away with that one. Depth charge coming in. Josh.
You can see Doom's cam as well. He's just like,
no.
Not checked.
They got me again, guys.
Рус, проснись, ты игру просрешь. Рус, проснись, ты игру просрешь. Рус, проснись, ты игру просрешь. Чат, проснись, ты игру просрешь.
What is happening around the board? Nothing. No objectives coming from Rix either. So Viv get themselves 2 easy picks.
What on earth are we watching right now? I'm just.
We are watching Wild Rift.
We're watching Wild Rift.
The wild rift.
A bit more wild than Wild Rifts.
Uh-oh, Leon. Oh, depth charge onto
Snitch.
Leon. He gets caught out. Snitch dives in. He might be able to turn it around a little bit. And Leon goes in again.
Goes in.
Oh, they're having fun.
They're just trying to go in, trying to get some kills, but unfortunately it's not really working out for them at the moment.
No, the full aggro play is not really benefiting them. It does mean the Herald, well, Leon down, of course, it's going to be an easy pickup for them, and Viv will take it.
Yeah, Viv are happy to just take the free fights. They've been gifted 2 so far. Leon does finish up the Divine Sunderer now, though, so has got that for the next Dragon fight. We'll have some key ultimates up. I understood what Snitch was trying to do in that fight too. He was trying to go for the Yasuo insect play, sorry, the Yone insect play, where you kind of dive behind the enemy line, you drag them back to the enemy team, your own team with the ultimate, but didn't quite work out because it was unfortunately, the 3 versus 5.
Doom as well has a Navori Quick Blades completed.
Did get nerfed a little bit on the last.
It did get nerfed. Got nerfed by 200 gold, I believe. And
Claps coming on random. Has to get moving. Heste is there.
They're going to give up the Ocean mounting combo. It looks like. Yeah, they're going to keep Heste on this side of the map.
Does seem like they are going to lose 2 dragons, which is definitely a win condition that they can look out for if they want to. But the crazy thing is that if they, I mean, they can still win this fight because there is a Stan United on the side of Shen, so they can still fight this.
Zefta looking to try and get the steal away from this one. Yeku's being picked off. Doom being the focus, though. Without Doom being there, they do catch him out. Leon going down. Jash going to get picked up by Random, but the rest of the team is in all sorts of trouble. Heste will be the next target. Random might be able to get this one down. No, the snip, not enough. Snitch is going to try and finish that one off. He can turn it back onto them. He could. He gets one. Can't get the second. Gets exhausted, I think, in there as well. And will fall down. And it's
the Pentapass. Go. Oh, lies. Look at it. Clue's not going to give it. Come on, Clue. Imagine if we got another Shen pentakill, by the way. Another Shen quadra kill anyway. I mean, this champion has been proven to be a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, we saw it in the jungle in the first game of the day, and now we're seeing it in the Baron lane this time from Patterson. I mean, I think it's a very Patterson-esque champion, to be fair. You know, I think I would say Patterson's probably one of the best weak sides, you know, playing the weak side Baron lane champions in the entire of Europe. Like, he plays so well.
We've seen Shen in 2 games, and so far has got 22 kills in those 2 games, and 11 assists and 2 deaths. So 22 to 11 at the moment. Shen.
Приятного аппетита, брат. Ну ты это, прости если че. Я не специально.
Play Shen like this.
What is going on? This is like in the picture-in-picture it's going off as well. It's all happening here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going in again.
Players play up. Leon finally comes around the back, tries to get himself a pick up here. Everybody is low. Rix might be able to get a clean up here if they catch out enough. Trying to force him away. Patterson, Heste's going to get caught out. He gets stasis. Doom should be able to pick that one up. Leon has to back away, but oh no, he's not going to pick it up because what's happening? Zefta's getting the cleanup. He's getting all the isolation in the background, and now they have to run and go and try and get the hell out of there. And Rix get nothing again.
It looked like a Rix advantage there. Overextended and baited in by Heste with that really well-timed stasis to draw them right into the red side jungle with the Jash was able to zone them away very nicely. And at that point, somehow Zefta found some isolation damage and picked off 2.
The ward! Oh, okay.
A sneaky little ward.
Was that planned? That was going to ulti over the wall.
Yeah. No. I don't think it was.
That was pure bait.
I don't think it was planned until he saw Jash low. I need to look back at that again.
Total bait. Okay, back to the fight. This is actually what happened while we were away.
And this was right at the start of the team fight. You see the Stan United again from Patterson, but the needlework doing so much damage on Random. Was he getting the true damage because he has the Rift Maker completed? But as you were saying, Scoundrel, looks like Rick's kind of got a little bit baited because Heste was very low, Leon dashed in, but the stasis timing is so perfect. And look at Zefta here, just waiting the wings. Oh, 1 kill, 2 kills, just like that. Beautiful play from Zefta, just to stay out of vision and get the isolated damage and get the resets on the jump.
Still relatively close to fair though. It's only 4k gold. Somehow, only 4k gold between the two teams. Yekui is diving, and he will obviously have the support of Shen. Random does need to remember that just a little bit.
Not be quick enough now. Stasis will come through, but that's not going to get you out. Oh, Stun United. Explosive cast forced him out. Leon in a batter his way through it. Patterson comes in, and Patterson gets focused. He goes down. He gets annihilated. And Ricks are swinging themselves back into this one, just forcefully fighting.
Snitch versus Zefta as well. Snitch trying to keep himself on the sidelines next to the minions.
The knock up.
Not going to work out for him. Gets the flash away. Has been isolated though, so Zefta should be able to jump. He doesn't have another pounce left to come in this one. The wings reset will come in a second. He might have enough, but Clue is there to help him out.
Oh, goodness.
Stay as well in the top side.
Stays charging them down. Yeah, the support chasing down them, trying to get them out there. Don't really have too much damage. He's going to get Doom down. He's going to get Random as well. He's got the support of Jash now, and he will take him down on the tower. Stasis comes in, Clue comes in, the tower hits on Zefta. He finally gets the kill down because Zefta had to get out of there, and Heste goes down.
Gwen is immune, baby.
Gwen
is immune. Absolutely completely baits Heste in as well, but what a great champion Nautilus is that you could just use your hook and just 1 versus 2 like that and kill off Doom. And Leon as well, I have to say, pretty much has the most gold in his team right now.
Yeah, Leon's been power farming, but somehow picked up a couple of shutdowns as well.
He does not care. He's just going in at every single time he finds it. He's just like, yep, I see a champion. I click second ability. I tap, 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 and I go in. As I don't even know what team fight we're going to see. We're going to see right at the end.
Gwen is immune.
That's why the Jash didn't do any damage with his first ability. Tired.
Clue almost dead as well there on the sidelines.
Close but no cigar.
So this is the fiesta that we wanted from the 3rd and 4th place match.
Yeah. Kind of what I expected. Leon just going in again onto Zefta. Zefta taking low. The culling coming out onto Doom. The Stun United coming out to Zefta. Leon's gone too deep on that one, and he's going to have to get straight back out. Clue's there, but I'm not too sure this is the fight they want. Snitch arrived far too late to the party. Random is coming in behind, but it doesn't matter. The rest of his team are gone.
Random's just going to be sad in the mid lane.
Meanwhile, Random mid lane, unfortunately, it was a 4 versus 5. And again, Ricks were the ones trying to look for the engage, but the Stan United again from Patterson comes in huge, and that means that Viv will be able to take the second dragon and potentially look for the Baron as well. 20 seconds to Leon's up.
It should be easy enough. They're not going to be able to defend against this. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't stop the teleporters, Glenn, obviously. So, like, you know, if Patterson just ults in front of you, what are you going to do about it? You literally have to watch it happen.
Yeah, and the problem is you have to defend against the Shen as well, which obviously he has the Old Breaker, he has the Sunfire, he obviously got that change quite a few patches ago now, where his first ability now does AoE splash damage, so he's able to clear the minions a lot quicker, which was kind of weakness of Shen before, is that his wave clear wasn't that great, but now with a couple of buffs that have happened in the past few patches with Shen, and also obviously the addition of Hullbreaker, Divine Sunder is a really good item with Sunfire. Looks like might be going for the wit's end as well, so just going for as much split push and 1 versus 1 potential as possible.
I mean, it's not over yet. Looking pretty grim for Ricks, but they have got some really intense scaling on their side with the Yone and the Gwen as well. These team fights not working out in their favor. They haven't really had a proper group team fight to speak of at the time, though.
Well, they've caught Yeku out, but
he's just gone. Stan United,
the
maybe?
team are just pushing the tower in the mid, that's the problem. And they have caught out Clue. Leon tries to go in again and help out, standing and keeping them on the turret. It may be enough. The rest of the team now arriving. The tower goes down. Snitch comes in. Random and Doom arrive, but the tower still falls.
Seems like Patterson, instead of using Stan United, is just pushing down in the bot lane instead. More, I guess, trying to go for another...
Oh my God, five cannons. Oh my word.
He's taunting in front of them. Snitch is taking so much damage from the cannon minions. I think he's just dead.
It's going to go down to the cannon minions.
I can't do anything against him.
Leon comes in. Patterson, the immovable object, with all the cannon minions. Random locked up on the tower. This is going to be game, ladies and gentlemen. Viv going to be taking game 1. What a wild, wild Rift game it has been. 28-16. In terms of kills, Viv having a great old time, Rick's having a good old time, making fun of what is a third place playoff matchup. And so Viv, when they get the smoke, it's just 1-0.
Yes, smoke for
Up we
everyone.
go, guys. Yes, party!
Woo, we won the game one,
Hullbreaker, 7 cannon minions, Baron.
That was
That's
ridiculous.
pretty disgusting.
I mean, you saw how much damage Snitch took as well.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
like, he was trying to tank up the minions to make sure the tower doesn't get taken down.
It's like a rapid fire cannon on him. It's just silly as hell.
Just took so much damage in the end. I mean, Shen again, another great performance from Shen. We saw it the first game of the day in 7 in the jungle, and Patterson's like, cool, let's bring out Shen ourselves. And really great performance.
Pretty insane performance, and I think Patterson cross-mapped over and over again. They snowballed really well. We said that kind of needed to make that happen. They needed to play around Shen's maneuverability on the map. They took a lot of smaller skirmishes which were in favor of Zefter. The team fights are very split. There wasn't any true 5v5 team fights that really went, like swinging what either side favors. So, Viv played that really, really well.
Leon kind of
inted.
I don't know about inted, but he kind of went in.
Kind of went in every chance.
Every chance, yeah. He was like,
Leon plays like you expect Leon to play.
I'm going in.
He plays like his personality.
I don't care when or where, but my Xinjiao will end up in the team fight somewhere.
Just pushes it every single time. I love it. But yeah, hey, looking back at the replays, I mean, this was a very, very messy game. I think it was like 40 plus kills in total in the end of the game or something like that. Absolutely crazy. It was just back and forth. But Viv did really, really well, to be honest, in the end, just catching out Rix off guard. And yet, again, in my opinion, Rix just overextending a few times in a couple of team fights. Passing in, I think he actually could have gone for the pentakill here. He gets the quadra here. If I was Clue, I would have given him the penta. Actually, no, I wouldn't have given him the penta.
Or just walk in, no, you just got to keep it so 7's the only one that gets the penta, right? That's
true.
Got to have something.
Could have fought
take away from it. They're not getting anything else from this tournament. Well, we'll see. Maybe they'll turn it round. Maybe we'll have a super serious game for Bella Rix in a moment. I can't see it.
I mean, if it's like how the series have gone today, it's always the first team wins game number 1, and it's always the reverse
back
sweep.
now. They're just making sure we have the entire 12 games in the day.
Yep. Just like, oh, okay, cool. We won the first game. Now we're going to lose the next 2 games, and Rix are probably going to come back. Interested to see if Leon will stay or if 7 will be able to. 7 will come back onto stage. We'll have to see, but I don't think Leon played.
No, Leon played fine. It just that in that situation there was some instances where he probably didn't need to engage with his teammate that was already dead. And so
or when the rest of his team are coming down river and miles away and he's already gone in.
It's fun. Like Leon gets a bit of time on the stage, which is great for him.
He's having fun with it.
And I think ultimately 3rd, 4th place match, it's worth some money, but the prestige of that match is lower than having made it to the final or even in the semi-finals. So these guys just going out there having a bit of fun on stage. We'll see what happens in the second game.
Yeah, we're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, game 2 will be ready. Just like, they are going to a break. Okay, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, game 2 will be ready for this 3rd place match off. Rix 1-0 down to Viv.
I think the hardest thing for me is being disciplinary about, for example, scrimming or something like that. I enjoy playing ranked a lot, but being on time and actually thinking out strategies, watching replays. I like to watch a lot of League of Legends back in the days on PC, and it came out on phone, and I used to play another MOBA. I was pro in a game called Vainglory back in the days, and then I thought, why not Wild Rift? So I just switched to that game, and it was really fun, and a lot of my friends played that game, so I just played with them. My most memorable moment? I think it was at LAN in Sweden when I got a pentakill. I think I was the first one who got a pentakill in Europe. That was pretty memorable. And I remember I was screaming so loud at the top of my lungs. So yeah, that was so much fun. Probably my most memorable moment. I think an important quality to have when you're a pro player is being very consistent. Which I'm probably not all the time, but it is very important to be consistent because you can easily fall out of order and maybe mess up a little things if you forget one of the things to do.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We don't have a lot of time to have some snacks, do we?
1 minute 30 to run to the toilet and get a snack. And I go,
It has been a long day. It's been long day, match after match. You know. Spare a thought for
some fuel.
Spare a thought for your spare casters, your little casters on the sidelines.
Need to unleash your beast.
Unleash our beast. Anyway, game 2 of this third and fourth place match coming our way.
Yep. It's going to be really, really exciting stuff. I think that, Ricks are definitely going to look to try and come back in this. As
D-Man's still eating.
D-Man's still struggling to try and
that was far more of a mouthful of a cake than I was expecting. I'm not going to lie. I was like, just get a little snack thing. What's that? It's like this coconut thing that just
for lunch.
was
We
like
had
the
these
rock hard thing.
amazing like chicken things with like green beans, and Stu was like, green beans.
Those that don't know, and there may be a few of you out there, Stu's like this 12-year-old kid.
Here we go, yeah.
That will have a burger, and everything will go out of it other than the burger and the bun. There can be nothing else in there. He is a chicken and chips man.
The green beans are the best part of that meal.
Does attack me again?
Love a green bean.
I feel like this is the same as a group stage, no?
Lettuce goes out the bun, green beans goes out there. It's basically green food. You just don't do green food, right?
That's probably why
I do agree with that. I do agree. Guys in chat, what's your favourite fruit? We've had this chat today.
Oh, interesting.
Banana. Banana was a
banana, yeah. What was yours,
banana?
My favourite fruit is an orange.
Okay.
So chat, I want to hear
anyone that's watched the show before will be well aware that it's an orange because we've seen him eating an orange on the show before. Where are you going? What are you doing?
I was just reading to see if
we've got to wait. This is like we need to know chat's favourite fruit. Okay.
Banana Marifol.
How is banana even? It's not even a real
definitely.
I always knew that Marifol was a true banana fan.
Yeah. See.
No.
Beautiful.
You guys, can you get out, you banana enjoyers?
Kiwi. Jeez, it's a bit tricky to eat the kiwi.
My favourite snack is an enemy mid-laner.
See, don't get me wrong. I like the orange, but it's fiddly as hell to eat.
Orange is a absolute S tier.
Always love Twitch chat.
Honestly.
I mean, I think the problem is that we have probably asked the wrong target audience about fruit.
Wow. What are you trying to say, D-Man?
You don't tend to enjoy fruit until you get a bit older, probably, I think. It's more what I'm saying.
I'm surprised there are no other orange enjoyers.
Dragon
chat.
fruit.
I mean, I'm okay with, like, orange juice. I mean, I think D-Man's the same, but the oranges itself, it's like, nope.
How are no one else orange fans?
You know, when I was younger, it used to be a pear, by the way.
Pear?
I like a pear.
Wait, what about
the thing about apples and pears is their nutritional value is so
production. Production, what's your favourite?
And you're just like, oh, I kind of like cider.
Production, what's your favourite fruit? Any production?
Any productions out there? Apples.
No,
apple. Okay.
I'm having an apple.
Apple
I like
has
an apple.
zero nutritional value.
Oh, you just go back to this again.
Here we go.
Back to this again. Obviously, me and Stu, massive athletes. We gotta get gotta get our bananas down to stop the cramps. The potassium's required.
You're getting a lot more detail in this than what I thought.
I tell you, if you're ill, orange is the best fruit.
Oh, obviously, it's
super
vitamin
high,
C. It's
super high vitamin C.
He's in jungle for Leon.
Oh, Leon, okay.
Leon's still on the stage, and he's just like, yep, potentially the final game of Wild Rift on stage for both these two teams. They're just like Lee Sin. Senna comes out as well, interestingly. Senna's an interesting one because we haven't seen the Senna the entire day picked or banned. But the interesting thing about Senna is that
about one or two in the groups.
Exactly, but the interesting thing is like the last two patches, she's actually been buffed. Her first ability got buffed, second ability got buffed, third ability, the base damage as well got buffed, the base stats in general got buffed, and I think the champion is really, really strong at the moment. So it's probably going to be a Senna Gragas bot lane to clue back on the Gragas again.
Yeah, Senna Gragas bot lane, definitely on the cards because I think Gragas in any other lane other than jungle or support right now, not exactly ideal.
Are we counting grapes?
Grapes are cool. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna make a fruit tier list after this, guys.
Fruit tier list. Keep your eye on.
Is that going to be your next YouTube content?
This is the YouTube content that Scoundrels turn into after Wild Rift dies.
Wild Rift, no more Wild Rift content. Not that I've been doing any for about 3 months anyway. But like fruit tier list, and S+ is like pineapple and orange.
Pineapple.
Yeah, pineapple is sick.
I like pineapple.
Yeah, pineapple.
There's no argument this way.
What's your like worst fruit? What's your least favorite fruit?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of this fruit I don't like.
Mine's mango. I bloody hate mango.
Bloody hate mango.
I'll tell you what another.
That's like the most British thing I think of. Bloody hate
What
mango.
I really like, but it is a little fiddly, is watermelon. I'm a big watermelon fan.
I don't like melon either. I don't like normal melon.
Like melon, no. Normal melon's a bit.
Oh, Akshan. They're really having some fun now. You two are talking about fruit. I'm more talking about the draft. But Akshan coming out from Snitch mid lane. It's going to be a spicy game.
It's going to be a spicy game, yeah. I mean, it's
then a bot lane. You've got
pretty standard-ish draft from Viv. And then you've got Kennen,
and then you've got Rix doing Rix things.
Senna, Lee Sin, Gragas.
I mean, they're going out with a
They're going out with a bang, boys. They're going out with a bang.
Yeah, in the middle.
Orange is
like, what's happening?
Someone in chat said orange is C-tier.
Someone in chat said oranges suck accepted as fret juice. That's not right. Like, it depends on the orange that you pick, right? I'm not a fan of the oranges that are really big and there's load of like pith on them. You know, the white.
It's the same with grapes, right? You wouldn't want a seeded grape. It's like
I wouldn't usually choose. I like the you know, like the satsumas or the clementines. You know, the small ones. Really quite sour, like a little bit sour. Yeah, that's my favorite orange.
There you go, guys. Anyone else? Anyone else in chat?
That's what happens when you're 6 hours into a broadcast with still one best of 3
it's also a
to go.
game that I wouldn't say is meaningless. It's $2,000 diff, but Rix clearly don't care too much.
Well, I mean, the last game.
They're having fun. Yeah, I think a lot of players have said that as well. We've seen it in the interviews during the breaks as well, especially from Lonely Kid saying like, you know, could potentially be the last time that the team.
tier. Hold on a minute, Ramis. Hold on.
He's still looking at Twitch chat, but yeah, I think the main thing for these two teams, especially because it might be the last time they, you know, all meet up with each other and everything, is just, you know, have fun. You know, that's what Lonely Kid said. You know, most important thing to do at a LAN event is just to have fun, and I think that's exactly what Rix are doing in this game with their picks.
Definitely picks that can snowball though. Akshan is one of those really annoying picks that can kind of pop off like crazy. If you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. And I know that Snitch has played him a decent amount on stream in the past as well. Random got a slightly easier, like nice bullying matchup into the Shen as well on that cannon. Kind of interesting to see how this one pans out. It's going to be a fun one.
To those that just joined us, no, Leon has just come in for this series in the third place playoff. 7 was obviously playing this morning in the matchup. Actually got a pentakill on Shen as well. It was 16
kills or something?
Yeah,
something stupid
15-1-6 I think he was on Shen.
Another Shen as well in this game. I have to see if Patterson can get another quadra kill.
Another quadra or penta on the way.
He got a quadra kill in the last
game. See if he can get over the average of 10 kills a game or whatever. 10 at the moment. Something insane like that. Shen very strong.
Very strong, Shen.
Oh. Scoundrel doing
Scoundrel's back on the get back on it, guys.
I hope you capture this production, and it would be a nice little feature. You want to post the camera real quick?
This is the casting perspective. Just come back to studio. There you go.
Scoundrel just looked up at me there was a bit.
Just come back to studio. See a Scoundrel. This is Scoundrel's main casting position.
Oh, there you go. Look at who's I love it.
That wasn't funny. It just looks like I'm really tall on camera. It just looks like my knees.
You can't really see the chair, can you?
You can't see the chair. It just looks like I've got really long knees.
It's kind of difficult. Interesting, actually, is Clue on Senna, and then we're going to be seeing Doom play Gragas. He really can't play anything that he wants to play, so he's on Gragas duty now. Oh, God.
That's got to be an intentional choice. Because otherwise, obviously we know that Clue likes playing Gragas, so it's got to be an intentional choice.
Unless Clue's just like, yeah, give me the Senna, and then
wait. It was one of the cup games Doom played Gragas in, didn't he? It was one of the cup games. He absolutely did it. I'm sure it was just after the league or before the league or some game that he played in. I'm sure he got a penta in it as well. I feel like I remember a tweet of some variety.
Yeah, well, the only penta we had during group stage was...
No, it wasn't in group stage. It was one of the games that I think you did? Or...
Oh, you mean one of the cups things?
I don't remember Doom playing Gragas.
I remember seeing the graphic,
that far back.
the graphic from... who's the coach? Mozilla posted a picture with like the graphic of like who'd play it all. And it had Doom, and then Doom had done it in some match, some tournament somewhere.
Sorry, you could probably go back and find that on Mozilla's Twitter somewhere.
Yeah, there you go.
I barely remember what happened yesterday.
Same.
I remember Brazil getting knocked out of the World Cup yesterday.
Oh.
Ouch.
Let's not get too cocky.
That'll be us later on.
Yeah, that'll be us later on.
We're fully expected to lose, as opposed to them who were favourites, though. That's
True. I am expecting.
We've got Harry Maguire against Mbappe. We just thrown it out there.
Oh, SD. Essentially, you didn't even take a tower shot there.
Yeah, I know he did a great job at saving Yeku there.
It's all right. They're coming out. They've gone for the 4-fun draft, and they're coming out swinging.
I see what he did there.
Yeah, you see.
Puns galore, dad puns.
Well, you know, with Freak retiring, somebody's got to take the pun mantle.
I'm getting to that age now where I could do it.
Well, hello. Leon's coming in. He wants a piece of Patterson. Patterson's stunned United. Where's he going? Where's he? Oh, he's gone to Heste behind.
That's actually really smart, actually, from Patterson. But I mean, they're going underneath the tower again.
Go in. Yeah, he hadn't actually gone in. Heste's going to get the focus.
Oh, the pulverize!
Does manage to come through. Random's there. Yeku comes in, and this is cleanup duty time for Viv here. Leon, that's not.
Oh yeah, level 5.
I mean, the Sun United was really smart for Patterson because it just buys him enough time for Yeku to actually roam up as well. So Yeku was able to get there and to clean up the rest of that top lane exchange. So really smart play from Patterson and from Viv in general.
Very telegraphed from Rix, though.
Yeah.
They weren't very clinical on the tower dive there.
They didn't really push the button, did they? They were just like there, and just like, oh, hey guys, how you doing? And just see you later.
And good start for Yeku once more on the Akali. We've seen what Akali can do versus Rix already. Don piloting that to great effect in the third game of their semi-final. This time round, Yeku off to a great start too. It's going to be interesting to see how this game plays out. Obviously, Rix have come in with a bit more of a carefree attitude to this draft. Maybe a carefree attitude to the way that they're playing the game as well. But they have brought Kennen back. We haven't seen Kennen for a while, but can still be super impactful. Going for the Rift Maker, of course, it's probably the best item you can go for Kennen as a first item these days. Kennen had a bit of a weird build path before this, to be honest with you.
Oh, that's a lot of chains easy.
Oh, the shield. I think he just caught the edge of the shield, though, from Clue. So was able to survive just a bit.
It was actually enough. I think...
it might have been barrier, actually.
One item, I mean, if we get to the late point of the game that Random might be building is the new Horizon Focus, which is actually pretty good for Kennen, because you can get long-range stuns, gets the stacks on the Horizon Focus. So I have to keep an eye on Random's build as the game goes on to see if he does go for that. Probably, as your second item, you probably want to go for something like Death Cup Void Staff, because them two items are still insanely strong. But I wouldn't be surprised if we do get to 4 or 5 items for Random that he can pick up that Horizon Focus to do a lot of damage.
Here's a bit an old trivia for you. Which Riot commentator has Kennen as his icon?
In what?
Which Riot commentator?
For what? Icon in what?
Well, so every Riot person used to have icons originally. Like mine was Kha'Zix originally, until what's his name joined the company? He was making the MMO now. What's his name?
Ghostcrawler.
Ghostcrawler, yeah. And then he took it.
Icon. Oh, you mean icon as in like every Riot gets an icon?
Yeah, everybody used to have an icon at the start.
Oh,
oh, hello, Heste, that's a good catch. Pulverize comes in, Random taken low.
Is it a US commentator?
Well, obviously it's quite an old commentator as well, because it's back at the start. They don't do it anymore. There's not enough champions. There's like 5,000.
They're going in, Stan United.
Stan United coming in, Random goes down. Not too sure why he re-engaged. Leon gets caught out. Oh, Yeku's gone really deep here. Snitch tries to catch him out, but he gets body blocked from Zefta.
Viv are not pulling their punches in this match right now. I know, again, sorry.
Wow. He's here all day, boys.
Getting to that point of the day, not quite 10 hours just yet, but
Viv are not, they're quite literally not pulling their punches either. They're able to collapse, take that pick. They didn't actually lose their mid lane tier 1-2, but if they're not careful, they may end up losing that. It's a single basic attack away from dropping, you feel like. Let's take a look back at that fight here, Stu.
Yep, you take a look back. You see that Leon actually dashes in, but him dashing in actually puts him into range. It was actually Senna that actually got caught out, and then with the Stan United on top and all the mobility that Viv have, with the Akali jumping in onto the back line as well. See, Snitch was trying to get a kill with his ultimate. Unfortunately, didn't get anything for it, but Yeku, 3 kills already. The gold is pretty even though, to be honest. No towers have gone down. must have been from just waves in general. It's interesting to see that Ricks have just got...
Trying to get the plates as quick as possible. There's only 10 seconds left. Patterson's just going to get chunked down. They can take the tower as well. All the plates just before. Can they get it before 7 minutes? No.
Either way, they picked up a load of plates. I mean, I think they've taken pretty much every plate on the map. Maybe there was one standing on the top side as well.
I mean, all three towers are very, very low, so I guess that's where Ricks' gold has come from, because they had no kills or nothing on the map, no towers either. Obviously, the Dragon also went over to Viv, so they just did really well. Oh, mid lane.
Yeah, caught out
United again.
Yeah, not going to be enough. Stun United, obviously Patterson just coming back from death there. And they are going to turn and try and burn, try and push this mid-turret down. The rest of Rick's arriving, but the collapse is completely coming in. A pulverize that decimates Rick's front line. Random and Leon both taken down. Clue was there as well. And now Snitch left standing to try and keep them at bay, but that's a second tower falling now. And Viv taking control.
It seems like, I don't know, just teams in general just don't respect Shen that much. No, I guess it's because maybe we haven't seen Shen too much in the current meta. I feel like every single time teams have played against the Shen,
it's just not respected to Stand United.
Exactly, it's like formulation at the start. Formulation at the start of the day. We've got obviously Ricks here as well, which twice already. Ricks have always been the ones going in for the engages, but every single time they just don't respect the Stand United and that shield that can come through from Patterson.
And it's not even that, it's the taunt that follows as well. It can get across multiple of you and you just ain't getting away then.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
oh no, Random. He caught out.
Also, they knew they could go for the tower dive because Random used his ult to dive Patterson on the bot side of the map, so they were absolutely scot-free going for that tower dive. They knew they could do it. And that's a very, very strong... Oh, Doom almost caught out.
Play from Heste. Well, nearly caught him out there. Trying to get the reversal around here. Clue, you ain't got the damage at the moment. No, he's going to have to back away. Q is waiting in the wings and comes in onto Leon.
I mean, this comp is Giga Troll from Ricks. Like, it just doesn't do anything.
No.
It's a bit means, isn't it?
Not a lot of synergy going on here, and they are all squishy.
Yeah, sorry, I mean, all squishy against a Shen that's just going to be all...
It's not a single attack, everybody's gone AP or AD. Yeah. Like full damage.
You're going to get instant... Like,
this is where you're in solo queue and one of your teammates just spamming chat, we need a tank, we need a tank, we need a tank.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're doing right now.
Meanwhile, Yeku's like, this is great. They're all squishy targets.
I'm sure chat can relate to that with someone in the solo queue.
Yeah.
The tank.
I'm sure Random's really happy to be playing Kennen behind as well. And, oh, Snitch is dead.
Another Stand United as well. Snitch is just, yep.
It's just something tricky. Yeah, this is GG.
It's not looking too good, yeah. It's looking pretty doomed at the moment for Ricks, which it's really, really sad to see, to be fair, because I think, you know, throughout the entirety of the year and obviously last year as well, I think Ricks have always been up there as one of the most consistent teams. I mean, most tournaments they've just come in as favourite, but they've just never been able to perform at a LAN stage. Origin Series, WREC, and now during the SPS Grand Finals as well. So,
I mean, it's not like they haven't performed. They've made it to finals most of the time.
Yeah.
So it's like they have, but they just never able to.
Just fell short.
Never able to seal the deal, considering that online they look like the best team ever. You know, like online they look like uncomparably the best team in almost every build-up to every LAN event. And then when it comes to the LAN event, something just hits them. Something can't quite get over that kind of in-person feeling.
I mean, it's a huge superstar roster as well. You know, you were saying, you know, like, you know, with multiple players coming in from multiple other esports games, they've competed with some of the best players in the world.
Going to drop the Rift Herald bot. We had a 4-man collection on either side of the squad.
They're just going to power through the towers. They've got to try and get back down there, defend it. Doom and Clue and Random are here. But what can they do? Look, you can see Heste's already getting ready to tower dive them at the moment. He's going to come around the backside. 3-man pulverize. Oh, caught in a mosh right now, and this is going horribly wrong. Viv are going to lose one to the tower, I think. There, the Stacy's working out well. Yeku goes in. Zefta's gone way deeper than planned, and will slide out eventually with the help of the Herald. Oh, did Heste just take the time? No, he didn't.
Zefta 5-0 and 6 on this Vi. The lockdown of the Vi has been so.
They're going to chase them. They're going to chase them.
They want the dragon. They want to get the infernal dragon for free, which they probably should be able to.
Well, Patterson's back though. Death time is not too strong at this time. Oh, Leon, don't want to go for that, mate. You're the one that needs to be alive for the smite. I don't think they're going to have enough. The respawns are already coming back up. Everybody's coming back from base. Patterson's just going to delay them. Heste is back already. Hasn't actually healed himself up at all. And yeah, they're just pulling him out away from the Dragons.
Don't start it. Actually, Ricks have enough time, or rather Viv have enough time to reset and potentially compete for this one if they want to. That mid lane tier 1 is essentially one basic attack from dropping at this point. Poor items like Doom. Doom has not really got many items. He's struggling, so is Random for gold at the moment, whereas everybody on the side of Viv looking pretty healthy.
Well, Zefta's a cool 3,500 ahead at the moment in terms of gold on Leon. In comes
United again.
United on him once again. There's this torn straight across Leon. He's the main focus target and will get focused down. But they do manage to get themselves the middle turret as expected. Now can they turn it into some sort of kills here? Patterson taking pretty low at the moment. They are taking this one. Yeku takes a big old chunk of damage there. Now they leash out the Dragon. The team's still going to come through and they will pick it up. A 2-for-1 and the Dragon and the middle turret.
Only 3K
bottom turret.
They're only 3K gold behind at this point in time. It's not like they've been put into the dumpster by Viv at this point as well. A little bit overconfident, I would say, from Zefta and Patterson to go. Although I say that, Yeku.
Well, I'll tell you what, Leon's gonna pop. I was just about to say, is he gonna survive? He pops down the tick of the damage.
They're gonna try and force Baron with Leon dead.
Yep.
No Random ultimate to contend with right now, at least what they know of, although Random's ultimate is on a very low cooldown, so it should be up and available once more.
I don't think the Slicing Maelstrom's going to do that much damage, though. Yeah, they're all in the pit. They've got it covered. You can see Doom's going to come in and try and throw the cask in as a roll of the dice, and that's about all he can do at the moment. He's just trying to get himself a bit of vision in the pit there. Throws it out. Explosive cask. Yaku taking very low. Maybe enough to take him down. Can he try and get in? Gets the slam. Not quite there. Zefta will pick it up. And Patterson gets out now. Can they turn the kills in their favor? Yeku still gets away. Snitch should be able to pick him up, and he does. But the rest of Viv are turned on. The rest of the team. Random goes down. Clue goes down. Snitch is running for his life. The team are coming, but it's too late. And Viv picked themselves up the Baron and all the kills.
Cool as ice, Zefta with the smite right there. Everyone was on low HP, but he secures the Baron, and they keep 4 members alive with it as well, with Yeku being the only one that goes down. I think this is a formality, it feels like, for Viv at this point. Just want to run it down either lane, keep that Baron alive in as many lanes as you can, build up those stacks like we did previously. Shen shepherding about 60,000 cannon minions. You could see that he's building.
Army, yep.
You can see that he's stacking the wave on that bot side of the map this time as well.
He's building his army before it crashes in.
He's not got the hull breaker this time round though, so not quite as strong. But he is trying to stack as many waves as possible, you can see.
But Shen is still standing at 3 deaths total across 3 games.
Champions.
I mean, this looks really close, to be fair. I did think that Doom was actually going to still... I mean, you can see the HP as well. If he timed it... Oh,
yeah, it was close.
500 HP. It was very, very close. Back to live.
We have another engage.
And, well, they're going to get onto Patterson, but I don't think they've got enough to take him down. Snitch is going to get focus fired, and he will drop as well. And, of course, it is still the Baron up, running for another 30 seconds. They can keep that minion wave going. Did he manage to get his cannon wave in there? Yes, he did. Unfortunately, this time Rex are there to deal with it.
Yeah, but they are losing on the other side lane. He's got another minion wave working its way in. Obviously, double cannons at this point. You can see the rest of Rix are now putting their cannon minions into the fray. It's not going to be long before we lose an inhibitor, you feel, in this scenario. And I don't think Gragas Doom is enough to prevent that bot lane inhibitor from dropping.
Oh, wow, the damage onto Random. The cannon drops so quickly. Leon Stasis not going to help him out. He will fall as well. And now Viv can turn this one into a win. Zefta hanging on in there. Doom gets pulled away. Won't be enough for him to take it away. Zefta still goes in again. Gets the heal back as well. Clue in the end, the last man standing. Snitch is back on his feet, but is it going to be enough? Though he gets...
Чё-то без шансов. Я вернулся. 23-6 счет. Это шутка?
Beautiful performance from Viv in the end. Bounced back perfectly pretty much from the series that they just lost to
Прикольно.
final. You can see that Rick's probably just having a little bit of fun with their comp in that last game. Unfortunately, it was enough to come out here with the victory, but I think you see their Heste on the shoulders of everyone.
Фух, ну я заряжен. Ух! Как пахал, с кайфом, родной. Еще спросите, что поел.
Third place for them in the end. I think they're a little bit disappointed that they couldn't get through to the final, but I think, you know, third place match
О, у меня эти сообщения, мне уже Мэри. Понял. Найс.
Everyone was brand new on this team. Patterson coming in from Zero Zone. You had Zefta coming in as well with Heste as that duo combo from Game Lord before. This was coming together as like the Dark Horse team, and they were looking to try and prove everyone wrong in the finals. Unfortunately, couldn't take down Parla, but third place I think is a great result.
Yeah, really good stuff from Viv, and it was clean. Two very clean executed games. I think obviously Rix did bring in Leon.
Так, я здесь. А, вы еще спрашиваете, что поел? Вы сейчас охренеете, если я скажу. Куриная грудка отварная, гречка и листовые овощи.
Every pick can work in the right team.
No. I mean, ultimately in competition, you always like to assume your opponent is going to try their hardest in that scenario. So, you know, I don't want.
It's not like they were completely running it down.
I don't want to assume. I don't want to assume that Rix were doing anything, you know, silly. But you know, at the end of the day, they definitely picked a comp that is a little more unorthodox.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But they picked snowbally picks. Like I said, Kennan's a snowbally pick. Action is a snowbally pick. They had a Gragas center bot lane, which is a very viable competitive bot lane. So it's not like these are troll picks in its entirety, but the comp itself just didn't make a huge amount of sense.
Yeah. You just tell that they just wanted to pick the picks that they wanted to. I mean, Doom in the end didn't get the AD carry. We saw the Kai'Sa game earlier, but unfortunately the Kai'Sa game wasn't enough for him to take down formulation. Having a bit of fun here on the Gragas. As you can see, they were just able to end the game only just with a few other players left.
Риксы просто в тильте. Че, долго тебя не было? Да я пока то все, да, отвлекли меня. Ты мне уже звонить собралась, я понял, в Телеграме.
It is a bit of a sad finish for them, but well, that's how the cookie crumbles. Of course, it does mean we're moving.
Ребят, 800 лайков, спасибо большое, guys.
It is going to be formulation up against Parla. Who is going to take victory? Find out after the break.
I think it's harder to play on LAN than online just because it's a little bit more uncomfortable. You're not as used to playing kind of on stage and with a different phone, and there's just different elements. I think there's a lot of buffs to playing on LAN, like seeing your teammates and being able to be more in the zone and kind of like, especially when doing like feedback and review, it's really easy to work with them when you're in person. But I think actually playing is a little bit different, a little bit more uncomfortable, but it's also really exciting as well when there's things like fans going on.
Bence online oynamak daha kolay çünkü evinde rahat bir şekilde oyun oynayabiliyorsun ama LAN'da o tarz işlemiyor çok.
Так, ребятки, секундочку. Так, у нас финал сейчас будет.
I don't know, be the best at the end because like you travel somewhere just to play. There's like nothing else around you, and I think this kind of like boosts me and you know makes my focus sharper. So I love playing on stage, LAN tournament, and it's great to be here again.
For me, I don't mind to be honest. Like for me, it's kind of the same since I don't really have pressure when I play on LAN or something like that. But I guess for people, it's better to play on LAN, and sometimes people prefer to play on online as well because they don't feel like the LAN. How to say that, like atmosphere, and like they just underperform LAN when they play better on.
Меня правда тоже не было около часа.
Like it's harder to, it's more stressful, I think, on LAN event. So like games are usually more chaotic, but yeah. So maybe it's harder on LAN.
Еще будут матчи, но финал, да, вон. 6:30. А, нет, 16:00. Подожди, стоп. Ну да, гранд-финал сейчас будет. ПМГ против Парвы. ПМГ против Парвы. Риксы почти года, они уже их смотрели все. Типа без ропов. У Лексов был неплохой старт, да, они за сегодня одну карту первую выиграли, а остальные все проиграли в ноль. Да не, какой спать? Я сейчас в ВК зашел, смотрю, мне Мэри сообщение написала, ты спишь? Нет, я не сплю в такое время. Да мне сейчас надо будет отъехать скоро, кстати. Ну не скоро, а в 9. По делам выехать. Думаю, как раз успею прокомментить. Если бы они тут на эти заставки поменьше времени уделяли бы, было вообще прекрасно.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the Snapdragon Pro Series Finals, powered by Samsung Galaxy, of course. Before we get there, I want to talk about our sponsors. We wouldn't be here without them. None of the players would get any prize money without them. That's what we want to talk about. Obviously, they power and keep everything going in the ecosystem, especially for esports. Snapdragon, of course, are the main processor behind the majority of your phones. Certainly my phone, your phone, absolutely your Galaxy Z Fold 4
Galaxy Z
that you have out there.
There we go. Fancy. Right here. It is fancy.
Fancy, fancy. There we go. As beautifully crafted by Xscoundrel. He is available as a hand model if you would like him.
I bite my nails, so I'm not a great hand model, but
still has the phone though, so you know.
Obviously, also other sponsors out there as well. Of course, Monster helping us, certainly helping me unleash my beast throughout this broadcast and keeping us powered and energized.
I've started
throughout this one. DHL, of course, helping you guys as well as us. Obviously, going to be helping you out through Christmas, no doubt about it. Getting some of those deliveries out there. Maybe there's early Christmas presents. Of course, Santa Claus does the bit as well. You know, age range and all that.
Rupert, if you're watching, Dad, Santa Claus, remember, you've got to be very good for Mummy at home. Otherwise, Santa Claus is not bringing you any presents, and he is very real. If you're watching, just you got to make sure.
Good dad, Dad of Wild Rift, Dad
coming across. Yeah, so fantastic stuff. We're on to the grand finals, guys. Yep. We're on to the grand finals. It is time, of course. Formulation taking down Rick's GG 2-1. And Parla doing similar to VV Sports. Both teams coming back from losing the first game, turning it around and carrying that momentum through. And honestly, both games, winning in very impressive style. So where do we see this stylization going against these? Obviously, Formulation coming in with that substitute in the top lane, very different. However, he works so well in the team fights.
I think we're playing kind of like as a Patterson play style, I would say, on the side of Viv, where you're playing like these team fight champions, you know, with the Malphite and the Wukong. You're just playing the lane very safe. Yes, you might not be able to win that 1 versus 1 matchup, but I think when it comes to team fights, Zara's a lot more impactful. However, I do feel like Parla do have that upper advantage in the top side of the map. If they can get Lonely Kid on one of these champions, say the Fiora or the Yone, and if he can get ahead, then he could be the one to carry Parla through to
I actually think when you look at Lonely Kid versus Random, that matchup into Zawa, you know, Lonely Kid is much more willing to go aggressive. Like, he's much more willing to, even if it sometimes costs him, he'll look for the 1v1. A lot of times in the games where IF Parla were winning in the previous series, especially versus Viv, you saw Lonely Kid was stuck in a side lane, but he was looking for 1v1s. Even if he didn't get the kill, he was getting enough pressure to get the tower. And that's what Lonely Kid does better than pretty much any other mid laner in the EMEA region right now, is that he is a very aggressive split push player. And so I think into Zawa, who doesn't traditionally play, or at least we haven't seen him play things that can hold split push very well, that's somewhere where we're going to have to be a little bit careful in this draft.
So Deformulation now look at obviously what Viv did in game 1 so well, which was basically Heste coming up, obviously putting a lot of focus on there along with the jungler to get involved and basically try and lock down Lonely Kid. Obviously we know that Skull can do that as well. Did very well earlier on in the Nautilus. You know, is that something they look towards?
I think Nautilus especially is going to be a huge pick in this series, because both Flankton and Sko have played absolutely incredible Nautilus performances so far today. So I think that will probably be a very big priority pick. And as you mentioned, D-Man, I think the roams by the supports as well are also going to be very important, which is, in my opinion, been important throughout the entirety of the day. You know, it's always been so
когда там они играть будут?
because there's so much Baron lane pressure at the moment in the current meta.
These supports actually have a pretty much, from what I've seen today, identical champ pool. Both played Galio, both played Nautilus, both looking for the same kind of play style. So that's going to be very interesting.
Какие предикты на финал? Там команды равные. Я просто за ФМГ болею. Я с 2 игроками в Нави играл там в одной команде, поэтому я за ФМГ болею из-за этого. Они мне ближе. Там как бы такая ситуация, что там 2 игрока, которые со мной играли в Нави, а противоположная команда, там наш тренер из Нави в парле. Короче, всех знаю.
Very interesting to see how this rolls out.
And we talked about it obviously across both games, that the importance of Diana, especially when we're talking about Don and Nacres. Probably maybe ban focus this time, but then do you let Akali through? I mean, Nacres is bonkers on Akali, as is Don.
I mean, they both have similar champion pools in the mid lane as well, both Nacres and Don. And I remember Nacres coming into, you know, the WREC in Barcelona. You've never seen him before really in competitive play. He came in the WREC, and he was one of the best mid laners, one of the most talked about mid laners, is coming through as pretty much a powerhouse. And he's shown again, obviously today, that he has been really, really strong mid laner. But Don, on the other hand, has stepped up huge, I think, throughout the year. He's grown so much as a player throughout the year, and he's been such a main character.
Don went from like Irelia one-trick meme to actual complete powerhouse in the mid lane. He's had such a growth arc to become the player he was.
Сейчас еще чемпионат мира, там во сколько там эта дичь начинается? Я уже запутался. Там Португалия, Марокко началась, ребят. Все, я отошел, в смысле, серьезно. Роналдо играет, нет? Нет, там Рамуш, Фернандеш, Ой, это в состав имба, кстати. Ребят, ладно, я наверное, оставлю стрим.
I think Parla ban it because it's too useful and too safe in the laning phase. You ban it.
I mean, it costs them the dive, right? The tower dive is what backfired on them.
And I think
Ребят, стрим оставить? Вы будете смотреть? Я пошел матч смотреть, сори.
Baron lane champions that can have a safe laning phase. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what the draft phase will tell us a lot.
Well, let's go over to the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Ребят, вы пока досмотрите, я пошел Португалию посмотрю. Сори, ну, очень хочу этот матч посмотреть. Ну я приду, в смысле, я здесь. Сейчас перерыв там будет, там уже матч идет.
Sí, hemos llegado ya por fin a la gran final de este torneo, al momento que todos estamos esperando y creo que también nuestro público lo esperaba. Ha sido un camino muy largo, lleno de obstáculos, pero por fin estamos aquí en Valencia, rodeados de gente maravillosa y preparados ya para ver lo que ocurre y quién se va a llevar el trofeo de esta competición.
This competition has chewed up and spat out all but 2 teams that remain in this competition. So they're waiting backstage to come out, so why don't we introduce them to the stage? DreamHack Valencia, make some noise for your first finalist. Please welcome to the stage If Parla Esports.
Le damos la bienvenida ya a Parla Esports, que va a salir en un momento. Equipo que viene de Turquía, venía como el tercer seed y ha acabado aquí en las finales.
The question remains, DreamHack Valencia, can they put the nail in the coffin? This is what we've been asking ourselves all day. Can they finish off what they've started? It has been a journey up to this point. But you know what? The journey could end right here for them, and that would be such a shame, let's be honest. Now to meet their opponents on the main stage here at DreamHack Valencia, please make some noise once again for Formulation Gaming.
Entra Formulation Gaming, vienen con muchísimas ganas de llevárselo todo, venían como los últimos de este seed y van a poder tener la oportunidad de llevarse el primer puesto.
If there was ever a time to pull out all the stops, that time is now. The Snapdragon Pro Series trophy will go to one of these 2 teams who are standing before you here on the main stage. So I think it's time to get things started. For the final time today, I'm going to send it over to our incredible casters.
Ha llegado el momento, es todo o nada hoy aquí en este escenario. Ya tenemos a los equipos preparados y de hecho vamos a verlos a los analistas en un momento.
Oh, it will never get old. The cameraman going along the
literally
team.
surprised
Oh,
again.
God, he's a beer.
I'll pan out and go up at the same time.
Tricky one.
Go the giants catching people off guard. Fantastic to see. So here we are. There were the teams out on the stage. Formulation up against Rix. That was earlier on.
I have Parla.
Parla, yes.
Did we all predict Parla in the end?
I think we all went for Parla
We all
in
went
the
for
end.
Parla, didn't we?
Yeah, we all went for Parla. I honestly think... I think
Still
there's
not
been...
sure. I'm not sure.
I'm still not sure. Yeah.
Get yourself your predictions, guys, in the Twitch chat. Where do you go? Where do you see this go? We've got it wrong all day long, so that by that reckoning,
it's formulation
win.
Yeah.
Actually true. By that reckoning,
I have a 0% prediction right. You actually got one right now. You're actually ahead.
Oh yeah,
because you went for Viv.
I went for Viv.
And we both went for Rix.
Yes.
So you got 1 point and we both got 0.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Stress. I'm bringing it back.
You're bringing it back. You were still. I think you were still about 3 or 4 behind. But just
don't get too excited.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Okay. Yeah.
I think
where do we see?
I think the series is going to be super close, though. To be fair,
Yeah,
I think that throughout the entirety of not only the the SPS, I think throughout the entirety of the year, I think Parla have been talked about as not really one of the best Wild Rift teams, but they've proven time and time again why they should be considered one of the best. And I think now's time to put respect on their name. You have to respect Parla. You have to respect these players because they could potentially be going through to the the Snapdragon, winning the trophy and winning the grand prize.
But in the last ever competitive series of Wild Rift in the EMEA.
Exactly.
Yeah, the last
Turkish
ever
representative
series.
as well. It's great to see.
Emotional times for everyone involved that has been in the scene for the last 2 years. And there is the trophy that they will be taking home. Brought to you, Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. Quite an interesting trophy. Quite like that one.
I quite like it.
Yeah, I quite like
unique.
that trophy.
Yeah,
it's
unique,
definitely
different.
unique. As opposed to your standard sort of one. Very custom type trophy. I like to see that. Of course, all playing on the S22 Pro as well, the Samsung S22 Pro. These players all keeping their top performance. And that man has put in a decent performance. Obviously, we talked about him substituted for Sneaky as well. A very good player to come in for. Yes, he only played Wukong and Malphite, obviously, in the series earlier. Don on your screen there, putting some mega performances. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him. Nakrez in the middle for Parla as well. Well, it's going to be a fight, no doubt about it. See who can get Akali, who can get Diana, who can get Yone, who's going to get one of those big, impactful champions.
I'm actually curious to see if Ryu's actually doing the drafts or not.
We'll have to see.
I have to ask him afterwards to see if he's actually the one doing drafts or not. Seems like we have
on voice comms talking to them, possibly.
I mean, like I said, I don't know if they have Kirks in their ear, like, you know, from obviously back in his home, or if they're going to have Ryu doing all the drafts as well. But I mean, Ryu is a very intelligent player, to be fair. You know, he played on Viv before actually for a little bit, but then played on Team Queso for a little bit as well, and started to move more into the manager side of things. And you know, he's a very smart person that knows a lot about the game, knows a lot about drafts and how to get the you know, the right champions at the right time.
And I think he drafted excellently, and if he was drafted in, I don't know if it was Kirks or Rio, but you know, whoever was drafting in the first series drafted excellently for, you know, against Rix. Yep. So I think, you know, the drafts were one of the key winning points, I believe, for Formulation versus Rix in that series.
That man's going to have to step up huge though in this series, Lonely Kids. Against that man Zawa.
Lonely King as the
chat have been
calling him.
Not so lonely.
Not so lonely anymore. Going to get the help of the team. It is going to be Parla, looks like, on blue side, starting out with the Wukong ban. Not too surprising. We saw Zawa playing it pretty much predominantly, forced onto that Malphite. Maybe they're going to focus on him in the bans and see if they can poke that weak point perhaps. Yone, not too surprising. We expect obviously Nakrez and Don to be sort of fighting over that. We've also seen obviously in the Baron lane as well. There's the Shen ban, which we kind of expected throughout the day.
Going to be Yone taken away like you said. Wukong's gone. I think that's the right decision for Parla.
Yep.
I wonder if they, I mean, I don't think they go as far as to ban the Malphite.
I don't think so, yeah. I mean, they've got to look towards either Nautilus locking it down or taking it away from Sko.
Yeah, I think also Lonely Kid, if the Malphite comes through and Gwen is still available, Lonely Kid could just lock in Gwen, right? And, you know, have the same kind of that split push pressure. And the Gwen actually gets banned away here. That'd be very, very brave for Zawa to lock in.
Look how much respect Formulation is putting on Lonely Kid right now. Yeah. 3 bans away from Lonely Kid straight away, and obviously Parla do have first pick priority in this first game, and it will be Annie showed up again because of they don't understand that it's swapped over, but it's all good. Don't worry, chat.
I think it's just a graphic thing.
No, like I said, it's just because every single time the blue team is on the right side.
No,
it gets confused. No, because every single time the blue side is on the left side.
It does it every game.
No, it hasn't done it every game.
Some
games it's been fine.
It's the coding of the system. It needs something in there, so it's pulling whatever the first A is.
Sometimes it's run pretty well,
technically shouldn't be Annie.
It is Annie, isn't it?
The Aatrox now. Should technically be Aatrox now.
I guess Annie is just a replacement. Speaking of Aatrox, Aatrox is going to be the first pick for Parla, and then responded with Akali for Don and Karma, probably for Core down in the
That's
bot
a
lane.
good omen for Formulation to get their hands on the Akali, which was left open.
Yeah.
Obviously, Nakrez still has things like the Diana available, which I think's decent-ish. The Galio's
are we thinking this is a Zed jungle then?
No, it's probably, to be fair, it's probably Zed for Nakrez in the mid lane. He's a great Zed player. Gonna get the Morgana,
which we assume for Katza. Katza played it.
Yes.
Did he play it earlier on? I feel like
Katza played it twice.
Yeah, Katza played it a few times. Yeah.
It's a very nullifying bot lane.
I really hope this is not Lonely Kids Aatrox though. I really hope it's not, because we were talking about obviously Baron lane.
Yeah, it needs to be in the team fights. We said the same thing with Random, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
We want to see him split pushing. That's why he's so strong.
I want to see Lonely Kid on the split push. Obviously with Fiora, Jax. I mean, they're even banning Camille as well. They think that it's potentially not even Aatrox jungle. They're banning away the Camille. They might even ban away another Baron laner and force this Aatrox into the Baron lane, because probably Formulation realizes, okay, if we can get him on a champion like Aatrox, he can't split
the
push.
Rengar ban. That's a bit of respect from earlier on for Vex there. Absolutely very impactful against Rix.
Nautilus ban as well.
Yeah, okay, let's take that away. Galio's already been locked in for Sko at this point, so Flankton going to get his kind of more comfortable pick taken away.
Stuck with Alistar maybe now for Flankton, I would think about.
That's the Kazakhs taken away, so Olaf's still up and available for Vex if he wants it. And, you know, obviously Labunya could also go for the Olaf.
Says the Kazakhs. No, sorry, Kazakhs have been banned. Rengar Kazakhs. Just trying to think of what Vex played earlier on. Still lots of junglers out there, to be honest. The Lee Sin as well. We shouldn't count out.
I have to bear in mind as well that it's obviously just a BO3 as well. So, you know, there's not a lot of times, there's not a lot of games as well to be able to...
We should just point that out. We should just point that out. It's just a bit...
No, because people might not, honestly, people might not know that in chat. I even saw that a few people were asking if it's a BO3 or BO5, but it is a BO3 for the grand final, so...
Well, something has been locked in. We haven't seen it just yet, but we will see it in a moment.
A waiting game.
Rakan, oh, it's the Malphite.
It's of course the Malphite, yeah, of course.
So, okay.
Zaro's got to get that one in.
Rakan for Flankton here, so channeling, as he kind of absorbed Heste's soul from the previous game.
Absorbed his soul.
Now channeling some Heste's soul with the Rakan pickup. Wondering what the final pickup is going to be then. I mean, maybe it's Zed jungle, and we are really looking for like maybe an AP threat to try and put the Malphite under pressure, or kind of a more pure split push threat.
We're assuming it's actually both junglers that we're sat there. Vi, of course, definitely available.
The Bunya's a good Vi.
Would have probably been a strong one. Yeah, I would have thought that's maybe actually what Parla picked. We'll see in a moment.
We just gotta wait for that. So Riven and Renekton. So it is going to be Renekton
jungle
mid. It's going to be. I
think it'll be Aatrox jungle, Zed mid, and Renekton top lane.
Really? Okay.
Or it could be Lonely Kid Zed, because Lonely Kid has played Zed before. Or it could even be Zed jungle. I mean,
it's a wide open. Yeah.
Prediction time. Go.
I feel like, it's going to be Nakrez and Zed mid. I feel like you have to give Nakrez Zed mid. I think it's probably going to be Aatrox jungle and then Renekton top.
Yep, that's what I think as well.
Yep. I mean, he knew he was up against the Malphite, right? So,
long and behold, we're
going to be a Vex on his Riven jungle, though. That's going to be interesting.
A lot of team fight on the side of formulation. You got the AoE from both the Karma and also the Galio.
Both teams have got good team fights.
Yeah, you have the dashes from Akali and Riven with Malphite dashing in. Yeah, on the other side for Parla as well. A lot of team fight potential, and it's going to be Aatrox jungle.
Yeah.
First time we're going to see Aatrox jungle in EU. It's been played a lot in competitive over in Asia. Has been a very, very popular pick. But again, no, Renekton is not really the champion I was kind of expecting Lonely Kid to play, but there were so many bans towards Lonely Kid. They banned out Yone, Jax, Fiora, and Camille. It's like, what are you left with?
Some scary team fight potential on both sides.
Oh, for sure.
This is very much everybody all in. Who can get that early damage early on, of course. We know what Zao's going to bring to it with a Malphite Don on the main screen there. Looks like he's giving the pep talk to his team. Standing up, giving the little speech to them. Parla very much focused as they get onto the Rift.
Finals, SPS finals here, best of 3 heading into the first game. We will round out this year and potentially the final. Ooh, bloody hell.
Oh my god,
sorry, I've just caused an explosion of monster.
There is, well, I can tell you the guys in here tomorrow are going to have sticky feet. So, apologies, Ark and Co, when they come in.
I dropped a monster on the floor.
dropped a full one as well. He's unleashed his beast, ladies and gentlemen, all over the studio floor.
It's not too bad. It's only a little.
But let's actually get into the game. Let's talk about this.
Aatrox jungle.
Yeah, so it is Aatrox jungle. Let's have a look at that. Yeah,
I really want to talk about Aatrox jungle because I think as a jungler, Aatrox has a lot of pressure. Obviously, with the jungle changes, it allows champions like Aatrox, or even like we saw earlier, like Shen and even Zed to play in the jungle. But with Aatrox, the great thing is his ganking potential is actually not too bad. He has plenty of knock-up potentials with his first ability. He has his second ability to try and lock down someone, and he also has his dash as well. So he's going to be clearing throughout the red side jungle for now. Start off with red buff down all the way to the Krugs. And meanwhile, on the other side, Vex is actually going to be clearing his blue side. So it looks like we're just going to be seeing an exchange both in the bot side of the map. So it means that both junglers are probably going to end up in the Baron lane at the same time.
It's a lovely ginger smell in the air right now.
Stop it.
Just keeping us fresh here in the studio.
Shush.
Very fresh smells, obviously.
Had to be one.
Speaking of oranges earlier, isn't Valencia known for like oranges?
Yes, Valencia
there you
is known
go.
for oranges.
Is it actually? The more you know.
Is it oranges or satsumas? I'm not too sure whether it's
I will go to sleep less stupid.
I know, right? You see, get a bit of knowledge from this old man in the corner. Every time you get to cast with him.
So useful.
Just remember that. This is our last cast together, so just remember, you get some knowledge.
I quite like the smell of ginger, actually.
quite freshening.
I don't know, we might have to ask the Brawl Star guys tomorrow to see if they like it. Actually, no, it would be a little bit later, wouldn't it? It won't be tomorrow, it would be a little bit later as well, but... Okay, yeah, that's...
All the fizz is gone.
What a surprise.
I guess it's on the floor then, isn't it? It's all good, don't worry, nothing bad happens to us.
Nacres, that was aggressive. Don unable to re-engage though. See, I can almost do the same.
Ooh, Vex has powered his way to level 5. Cleared the jungle very, very quickly. Labunya actually quite a decent chunk behind in terms of experience right now.
Yeah, you don't really clear the jungle that fast, really, as Aatrox, and that's a little bit of a problem with Aatrox, but it allows you to just scale up and get a few items. He has now hit level 5. The great thing is about Aatrox, because it's passive, he can just sustain so much in the jungle at the same time. So he's still going to be okay. He's got level 5 now. Going to go back to base, going to buy his components, probably going to go towards the same again, you know, Black Cleaver, Death Stance, Spirit Visage. I don't think nothing's going to change. At the moment, Lonely Kids hasn't really had the amount of pressure that he probably wanted as a Renekton, especially with Kraken Slayer as his rune choice. He definitely wanted to try and get an advantage against Zawa, but against the Malphite it is very, very difficult because he's just going to keep getting the passive shield, keep poking down, and he's probably going to be a little bit more impactful maybe during the team fights. Have to wait and see.
Not an easy matchup to exploit, the Renekton into Malphite. I was expecting, you know, Lonely Kid to be given something where he could be a bit more aggressive in the side lane 1v1, but it's such an easy matchup for Malphite to kind of pace out. And of course, there isn't really a solid AP threat, at least anything that's going to be a real issue for Malphite. So Malphite can essentially go Sunfire full armor this game and there won't be a problem. Because you obviously, like, Zed, Aatrox, and Renekton are all going to get pretty heavily countered by that armor. And obviously Morgana's never going to be a true threat to Malphite, so I'm sure Zawa is sitting quite happy in terms of build path and not going to struggle to hold a side lane when he's got that much armor on his
That's
side.
always the thing, right? As soon as you see that Aatrox jungle, you know you're not going to get really heavy gank potential coming your way, especially for Zawa, so he's probably quite happy to see that in the bigger bands, thinking, all right, I'm going to get myself a little bit of free time. However, something that we do know Lonely Kid does very well, and it is to start to gouge out a lead. If there is no help going against him, somehow, some way, he always ends up starting to build that gold lead. We're seeing it already. The gold lead is there, already starting to be impactful. Now Zawa's going to go back. That gold lead is going to continue increasing just a little bit longer. As Nacres and Don, gank attempt here, Flankton not landing the grand entrance there, so should be able to just back away from that one. Does have Skull come down just to help out.
League of Black Cleavers, 3 Black Cleavers on the side of
Oh my gosh, yeah, and they are really concerned about armor generation this game. Of course, Black Cleaver stacks are unique, so obviously they can help stack Black Cleaver onto the enemy, but they won't actually...
won't double or triple
or triple their stacks up. Just means that they can generate stacks more quickly if they're sort of coordinated, I guess.
So Labunya's going to be starting off the Rift Herald again of trading objectives. We've seen a lot of this today. We have rarely seen teams trade for that first objective.
Formulation switch in focus as well. Obviously they were focused very much on the Herald against Rix earlier on today. So instead happy to go for the Drake.
Again, I think it's just a realization. It seems like most teams that want to scale, like Formulation want to do this game, just take the Dragon, take it for the scaling, potentially look for that second or third Dragon fight. But I think against the likes of, you know, Aatrox, Renekton, Zed as well, and even, you know, Flankton on the Rokan, I should say, is a little bit difficult to try and fight in the early game. Labunya,
Flash burn,
flash away.
Yeah.
Rift Herald is going to get dropped though. This is potentially going to be the first tower of the game, and it doesn't look like Formulation are going to respond to this at all.
It's going to work out well because obviously for pre-6 minutes in fact, to be honest, going to get themselves that first turret, so decent amount of gold swinging their way despite obviously losing out on that dragon buff there.
It's because they saw Shkao, they revealed Zawa top. Yeah, basically Zawa and Shkao revealed themselves top. You just see an immediate ulti pop from Labunya. He dives back in. That ult's on like a 20-second cooldown, even at like level 1. So Labunya won't be too hard pressed to get that back up and available the next time he needs it. Though Lonely Kid here.
He can just slice and dice, flashes away, does get caught out by the kill, and that's going to be easy. Meanwhile, down the bottom, this is the fight we want to look towards. Nacres is going to get focused. Oh, the Don comes back in. He will get taken down, though. Now Vex is in all sorts of trouble. Can he get a Flankton down? No. Flankton will walk away. Labunya should be able to finish this one off. The shielding just about saving him, but of course, with no tower there, it makes the kill come through. 2 for 2.
3 for 2 across the map, but Parla still kind of at the edge here. They're going to lose some plates. Zauer's going to be picking up some plates.
Let's go, Malphite.
Now he's the second most gold, maybe even the first most gold if he takes yet another plate here on the sidelines. And Malphite will get a nice injection of gold, probably pick up a decent amount of armor from his next back as well, as plates have just dropped off.
Only Kid coming back in, knowing that Zauer doesn't have that ulti available this time. Unstoppable force not going to be enough. Can be used quite often to actually escape those ganks as well from the olden days, but Lonely Kid. Oh, he can just carry on doing what he does. I mean, obviously, unless everybody comes up, Zauer's not going to be able to do a great deal to stop Lonely Kid from farming.
Vex here, going to get won't get dragged back in, just about gets out with a nick of time. And,
I think he actually smited and actually got the Nimbus cloak move.
I hope so, because that was a clutch play if he did. Lonely Kid had the Ruthless Predator ready to go, so he was ready to lock him down.
Oh, they are all stacked here. This is going to buy the time. As soon as Nacres shows himself, he's going to get a lot of free time on this tower. And the tier 2 turret, I should say, because there's no one there to stop him. Don's going across now, but he's going to be way late to that.
I really like this Katsei pick as well, because it just means he can sit mid lane, use his Tormented Soil over and over again to clear the wave. Doesn't need to interact with the game whatsoever. He can just farm minions all day long. The rest of his team are able to kind of freely roam the map and make use of this this side lane pressure. Still a very even game thus far, though. Only about 500 gold separating the two teams.
Bit of a big goal lead at the moment in the jungle, probably from the first tower, and the tower platings over to the side of Labunya, and for Parla is does have Black Cleaver completed, going towards the Divine Sundra. You can see, like you mentioned, Excalibur, a lot of armor going to be built for Zauer. Already has the Bramble Vest completed, which means that he's going to just be stopping the healing. Parla looking for a little bit of an invade here, and they do have vision of Vex. They are just going to try and steal away this blue buff. With the Rift Herald coming up in 20 seconds, though, they are on the opposite side of the map. They're just going to reset it for now. I think Parla should really look at trying to go back to base and trying to use their gold that they've got throughout the last couple of minutes to try and set up for this Rift Herald. It seems like they might just give the Rift Herald because the Bunny's just farming the red buff at the moment. Moving up to it now, though. Zauer's actually having a field day.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's literally gone Stoneplate. He's now also got the Bramble Vest, so it's going to shut down the healing coming out from the Renekton as well. Zauer can literally sit there laughing. He's got a great game to play the Malphite in. Not much way to counter him in the side lane either, even with the Black Cleaver. And I mean, you're not going to see, well, unless obviously Zed, but you're not going to see a Renekton or an Aatrox pick up a Last Whisper anytime soon. So everyone's going to be pretty tough to deal some damage to Malphite this game.
So Herald coming up. This is going to be the focus. Scuttle Crab also going to get quickly taken down. And that gives the vision across the Parla. Now, do they want to fight for it? This is the question. How are they feeling? Equal on goal.
On every side.
Напивка.
Teams have some incredible team fight potential, but it's all about who engages and how they engage.
Lonely Kid still can't get onto that tower right now. The rest of the team rotating around him. Second dragon is about to spawn. It's the mountain. Actually looking like Parla want to stop the 1-2 dragon take of the Infernal Mountain combo. Yeah.
I think they need to try and take this, need to get priority. Formation a little bit slow to this as well, so I think the dragon actually might be gone before, you know, Zauer and the rest of the team actually get here.
Labunya is actually healing off the dragon to go for the fight.
Looking to put the damage down on Sko, so we can't have that big impact that they're looking for. Let's keep our eye on it. Sko actually goes across, didn't have any impact. Lonely Kid, though, taken incredibly low. We'll try and flash out. Don's going to get picked off on the side there. Still manages to survive. At the moment, it's just a 1-for-1. Vex will back away.
Dead,
and everybody respects it. Yeah, the main thing is Don's down, but more importantly, Labunya is down.
Yeah, Labunya's dead. The jungler is dead for Parla. So Formation do have an opportunity to potentially take this. He's actually going to flash it up to
That's going to get stunned up under the tower. Oh, the shield just about enough to keep Vex alive.
He just missed his dash there. He just missed his third part of his first ability in the flash, so he wasn't able to kill him. So now it's actually going to be Parla the ones that are actually going to have probably priority over this dragon, with Labunya coming up in a few seconds as well. That was really opportunity as we take a look back at the fight.
Taking a look back here, you can see Labunya. It's a very messy fight. Labunya trying to get as much damage as he can over on that front line. You can see it was a really nice kind of like zoning ult coming out from Flankton, as well as coming out from Katse, trying to push people back into their own jungle, but the damage just not there from the Parla roster as we head towards another dragon
Oh, we're
fight.
straight back into it as well. Looks like they're going to get around that dragon. Skull's already taken some damage. As I say, it's all about the engage. Who manages to land the big hits? Skull doesn't have his ult just yet. We'll be back up in a moment. Unstoppable Force is also available from Zawa as well.
They don't want to commit. They want the fight.
They're trying to go in. Clumped together. They're going for Zawa. Zawa's just going to get annihilated. Didn't even get a chance to use the ult. He couldn't get away from anything there. Taking the Malphite out before the fight even begins.
Still not over here for formulation. They still have the rest of their ults.
It's a nice kill instinct, but his dragon's still low.
Vex got that broken blade. No, he's used it already. He hasn't got a Grey Ball. Sko goes in. He gets caught out. Stasis is only going to be enough to buy him time. The rest of his team backs away, and now they have to let that go. So they're going to try and turn the pressure onto the mid-turret. But you can see Parla are already turning. They're just leaving Labunya to try and pick that up, force them away, protect the tower.
Really nice killer instinct play there from the side of Parla, and somehow Zawa just got, I guess, chain CC'd at the end. I guess he just couldn't move, and he couldn't use his ulti, but everyone on Parla was so clumped up. It was a perfect time to use the Malphite ulti, but we'll have to watch that back. Hopefully we get a replay to see what actually happened to Zawa and how he wasn't able to use his ultimate. But really well played for Parla, realizing that they need to take the second
seed, right? I think it might have been Morgana binded as well, because you can't ult with the Morgana binds on. So. And obviously, I don't think he's gone Mercury. I'm not sure. You know, he's gone Ninja Tabais, so, or Steel plated steel caps.
Plated steel caps.
Yeah, I always call them Ninja Tabais.
I always call it that as well, don't worry.
But plated steel caps. He's actually the only person in the game that hasn't gone for Mercury treads this time round, and has instead gone for the plated steel caps. They just give him that extra sort of bonus. He looks like going towards the Iceborne Gauntlet here as well, to have a little bit more impact with his armor. We just have a little bit of a tech issue, you can see on the stream, with a little bit of a blackout happening there.
Yeah.
We have no idea what happened, but it looks like still an even game in the balance right now. Look, Eye of Parla just about finding the edge in some of these teamfight situations.
Yeah, feels so. Obviously, maybe Gremlins happening in Valencia. I hope not. At least the game's still going. It looks like they were not affected whatsoever. It's
I guess the game's still going. We have to see where we end up back at the...
we might get back in and then someone's won, so we'll have to see.
Who knows? But yeah, I think Parla had a little bit of an advantage there, to be fair. I think they won that previous team fight knowing that they needed to try and take that dragon. Because they, when they take that second dragon, they basically deny the 3-dragon win condition from formation.
What impressed me was how quickly they got Malphite out. Bearing in mind, Zawa, the only thing he's got is tank items, and he was decimated so quickly. So real quick target calling from the team. So like, I've caught so-and-so, boom.
Yeah, and
everybody all in on it.
I think Chain CC is pretty strong coming out from the IF Palace squad. If you get someone locked up,
the game is paused, by the way.
Yeah, the game is paused. If you get someone locked up in a Morgana binding, they probably ain't going to move for at least a good few 4 to 5 seconds. It looked like that's what happened to Zawa in that situation there. Yeah, it's interesting. When it comes to these team fight situations as well, you've got to try and create space for Don. But if Zawa's dead, there's no one that can create that kind of distraction for Don to kind of jump into the middle of the team fight and have that kind of impact. So yeah, it is. Pretty crazy game so far.
Just think as well, like as the game goes on, as we get into like the mid and lane game, whose comp actually comes out on top? I mean, I guess
I was thinking that. I mean,
I guess you have like the Akali and the Karma from before, but it looks like we're gonna head back into game anyway.
Get back in there, yeah. Get in there, AS.
Oh yeah,
there we go. We're back.
We're back.
Yeah. I thought they just talk too much to the day.
Some guys like today. Have a break.
I'm done with you, mate.
Have a break. So it doesn't look like we missed anything at all, luckily. I don't know if we're still able to get a replay of that last team fight, because again, it's really interesting to see how Zawa was not able to use his ultimate to see chain CCE, but nonetheless, I think Parla in...
That's going to be caught out. It's cool that got caught out the side there. Have they managed to take him down? No, gets away from it, gets the shield down. The bunny now going to be the focused on. Skull's going to come in for it. Yeah, the black shield's going to be enough to slow him down. The bunny's got to be careful. Obviously, as the Aatrox, he is that big front man, but he is also the main jungler. While this is all happening, Lonely Kid is still pushing top.
split push duty. Doesn't have the whole breaker, but still applying that pressure in the barrel lane, which means that they're...
Zhao's coming in. Oh, they're clumped up. He's going for it. He's missed it. He's missed it completely. Doesn't work out for him. Going to get dragged back in there. There is still a very tanky unit. And now we can see Lonely Kid comes down to the party. Scar's going to be the focus. Stasis goes down. Will be enough to hold him off on the tower. He will fall in the end there, Scar, but it's just a 1-for-0 exchange.
They were all clumped up perfect for Zhao's ulti there, but unfortunately he just missed. Lonely Kid goes back in
Lonely
again.
Kid's gone deep. His stasis is up. Where's the tower hits going now? Vex going to be the focus target on the side there. Labunya picks off. They're going to get themselves Zhao down. Cole goes as well. Vex will back away, and they juggle the tower really nicely.
Beautifully played. League of Stasis, everybody, by the way.
Yep.
Shows you just you can nerf it as much as you want, but that item is just way too good.
Needs to nerf the cooldown or something, or the duration, or I don't know. Honestly, I think even if it was one for the item,
what
you could do that.
If I was in charge, I'd remove the item. But the problem is you need something to provide respite from assassins.
Yep.
That's the only thing.
Assassins will
you've heard my fix a million times before, Stu.
Yep.
Either you remove the item or you reduce it to 1 second. 1 second stasis, you know,
stasis time at the moment is what, like 3 seconds or something like that? Like really vulnerable. Like, look at Lonely Kid here. He takes the tower aggro, then he uses stasis for so long, keeps himself alive, which allows the rest of the team to follow up and, like you said, juggle the tower aggro so perfect. It's so well played from Parla, and honestly, the aggression again from Parla, which is what we saw in game number 2 and game number 3.
Fight down the bottom. Nakraz actually getting engaged upon by Don.
Sees Flash.
Yeah, flashes away from it.
I just love the aggression though from Parla. You know, they're playing.
Got back in for it here. Nakraz doesn't realise he's got Vex in there. It's going to be very close, but the Stasis again coming out on top.
Stasis again. I mean, that's the biggest counter to Zed, because if you can just time the Stasis so well, you can either just block all the extra damage you can get.
They can put pressure on mid though. They know there's only 3 here at the moment, so they will get the tower down. Can they just back away from this one? Labunya should, and Zhao once again not able to land that unstoppable force.
Tried it, but Labunya in that ult, way too much movement speed as the Aatrox when you pop that. So he's able to get out quite nicely, has the little dash as well. Next dragon spawning, it looks like it's going to be positional advantage for formulation. They might even be able to just straight up force this down, but at least Parla can be content that they have stopped the Mountain Infernal combo at the very least.
Labunya doesn't have ulti for loss for the next few seconds, neither does Zhao and neither does Quo. This is really, really important ultimates, especially Zhao's ultimate on the mount fight. So if Parla want to look for a team fight, now is the chance.
Going for it.
Skull trying to get in their faces, but look at Don being absolutely melted by Lonely Kid on the background there. Now he turns his attention to Quo. Lonely Kid is destroying the carries one by one. The rest of the team are focusing on the tanks, and Lonely Kid's done enough to separate them. There's multiple fights going on right now. Don goes down, Quo goes down, that's it, they're all down. So the last man standing. This is going to be a full team ace for Parla. Dominant stuff in that team fight.
Look at Lonely Kid go, man. Even on the Renekton, this man pops off and is the difference maker for his team. Took Don out of the fight instantaneously. Took him out of the fight. Don had absolutely zero impact on that Akali. And IF Parla, they want to run it down for the win.
Absolutely, straight down the middle, 18 minutes gone. Parla will take themselves game 1 in the grand finals. They are just 1 match away from victory here. Huge performance from them against Formulation. Very tanky team comps, but a couple of big ult misses. And of course, the man that we expect to stand up, Lonely Kid, or the Lonely King,
Lonely
as he's
King,
now referred to as, could well be taking his team to victory.
Again, for me, it's the top side of the map for Parla. Not only Lonely Kid, but
Labunya had a really
as well.
great
Yeah, Labunya on Aatrox had a great performance. The Zed as well for Nakraz, and even the Black Shields in the end, I think, from Katse as well, and him flashing in with his ultimate was absolutely huge. So a great performance overall from the whole of the Parla.
They found a really good draft niche, actually, IF Parla, and I'm actually really loving like the unsung hero of Katse on this Morgana. Like I said, doesn't need to interact with the game, can sit there and make sure that mid lane is consistently pushed in, consistently cleared, because your Morgana, Tormented Soul, is broken for that. And then eventually, when you get to those teamfight situations, like you mentioned, the Black Shields, when they count the most, especially when Zawa or
the Malphite all comes in, Black Shield. Oh, what's that? He did nothing, yeah.
They're looking for, like, you know, Shkawa or Zawa, they're looking for, like, those individual pickoffs, and the Black Shield just makes that quite difficult to do. So really good stuff from Parla. I think they had an excellent game.
Some of the highlights from the game here, obviously Vex trying to do what he can. It was very tight at the start. It was 2 for 2. Obviously, this fight ended up 1 in the top lane, 2 down the bottom lane to work it out. Vex's attempt on Lonely Kid at the bottom there. The unkillable crocodile taking so long. Stasis. Stasis.
This is pretty broken, but yeah. I mean,
they removed stopwatch from PC League, right?
Yeah.
Have they?
I think so.
Oh wow, I didn't know that was a thing.
Because it is giga broken.
Imagine stopwatches in Wild Rift.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to imagine stopwatch being in Wild Rift.
I mean, you could technically say stopwatch is Stasis is basically a repeatable stopwatch.
Kind of, but you can't sell it and
Get rid of them. Just keep it with Zhonya's Hourglass. You buy the item, then you've got to commit the gold.
You kind of have to commit a decent amount of gold for Stasis, right?
Do. But still,
1,000 gold. I mean, like I said, I think even if they make the item 1,500 gold, I still think.
Yeah, but with the obviously the Zhonya's Hourglass, you're committing the gold. It's an AP item, so it's like if you're going Zhonya's Hourglass on a Renekton, for example, instead of having the Stasis
back in my day, AD champions had to play GA if they wanted to deal with assassins.
That's true. There's that as well.
You know, I remember AD carries that ran GA as their final item.
The fact is, when you see a team with 5 Stasis, you know there's something wrong.
You know, that's always been the case. I think for the whole year of Wild Rift, not even just this tournament. I think for the whole year of Wild Rift. I mean, they tried nerfing it. They tried increasing the price of it. They tried increasing the cooldown of it as well.
Anyway, we're getting distracted away from what was a great game. Absolutely, we're getting pulled away. Parla 1-0 up in the finals. It is only a best of 3. They've got 1 game to maybe lock this down and take it in 2. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Snapdragon Pro Series Grand Finals here for Wild Rift. Powered, of course, by Samsung Galaxy. Get yourself and look out the Z Fold 4 because obviously the players absolutely love it at the moment. They're playing on the S22 Plus as well in Valencia. I'd like to get my hands on that as well, to be honest. But I'm Lee Demon Smith. Joining me is Excalibur and Stu, of course, for this potentially the last game on land, certainly in Europe here for Wild Rift. And at the moment, Parla, the team from Turkey, are looking fabulous in game one. Very strong team fight potential from both teams, but it was them that managed to unlock the key.
Yeah. I think also we kind of talked about it before the game. We said that if there was one player that can kind of much more effectively gap Zauer, it's probably going to be Lonely Kid, because he's a bit more of an aggressive player, which sometimes when you're playing against someone, like you see the Lonely Kid Random matchup, Random's a lot more, it has much better ways of dealing with that aggression and can sometimes punish Lonely Kid, but this time round, Lonely Kid able to really take off and was so impactful in those team fights, and it shows you can do both, not just a split push one trick, also able to have huge impact in these team fight situations as well with something like the Renekton.
I mean, it was always him going in first, like every single time with the aggression, it was always him using, you know, Renekton as the engage source, which is kind of unexpected really from a Renekton, but curious to see if Formulation actually ban out the Morgana, because I think we mentioned a little bit before the break that Morgana has been a pretty impactful pick for Katsei. Not only the pull is really important during team fights because of all the slows, but also his Dark Bindings has been very good, his Black Shields as well. Every single time Sko was trying to looking for an engage, or Zhao was looking for an engage, it was always there with the Black Shield, making sure it's on the right target at the right time. And even Flankton as well on the Rakan in the previous game was very, very strong. Obviously with the Nautilus banned away, means he has to pick up another engaged support, but he's performed really well. And like you said, potentially the final game looks like the draft's already...
So the draft is already
underway, yeah. Yeah, but for Parla, it's one game now. One game is all they need to do, and for Turkey, it'll be huge. For Parla, it'll be huge. For all the players, it'll be huge as well. You know, especially for Lonely Kid as well, and you know, as well as all the other players. Bunya coming in as a kind of pretty much a substitute for the whole of the group stage, coming in as a replacement jungler. As we get into draft for game number 2.
Yeah, I'm going to see the Wukong and the Shen banned away, so...
The Parla stay on blue side.
Blue side Parla, yeah.
Yeah, so that means FMG decided to stay on
red
side, which is interesting.
I'm going to ban the Jax. Again, respect onto Lonely Kid. Once more, the Karma this time round getting banned away. So we won't see Quo on the Karma. We'll see what the final ban is here for Formulation. Can't outban Lonely Kid, it sounds like, but you can definitely limit some of those more sort of side lane impact champions like they did in the previous matchup.
So the Gwen is open, which was banned away from Parla last time. If this is the same Formulation bans, there you go. It is going to be the Yone. So first pick now over to Parla. We'll have to see what they're going to pick. Yeah, could potentially be the Gwen. We did see it. Labunya especially, you know, at the start of the year, do really, really well in Gwen jungle. Not really too sure if that's going to be a pick. Aatrox is still open as well if they want to pilot that again. Aatrox was a really, really strong pick in the first game for Labunya. So I have to see what it is. We'll probably have to wait until like the second pick, because I think both the picks show at the same time. We'll have to see what they eventually first pick. But a lot open though. Gragas is still open as well.
Yeah,
Morgana, Nautilus.
Did Gragas go all the way through the last draft? I can't remember. It's definitely not Annie, I can tell you that.
No, not Annie.
She's back again.
I know, she's just constantly sitting there in the side lane.
She's keeping us company whilst
unless Formulation are just like, do you know what? No, okay, so Formulation have
Aatrox,
got
there we go.
the Gwen in response to Aatrox. We'll have to see what they pick up as their second rotation pick.
It's interesting because obviously Aatrox comes in as the flex pick now, because obviously Labunya playing it there. Could be Lonely Kid, we don't really know.
Interesting thing is actually this Gwen, because I don't think Zhao would play Gwen in the Baron lane. I think it's a very...
I think it's a Vex
skill. Yeah, it's a very skilled. I mean, not that Zhao is not skilled at all, but I think that Gwen is a very skilled champion. We've seen Zhao play a lot of picks that have been a bit more laid back. So, as you mentioned, I think it's more of a power farming jungler like the Gwen, or potentially a mid lane champion for Don. But saying that, Zed has already been picked up now, which means it's going to be Zed mid lane most likely for Don, and Akali this time is going to be on the side of
Nacrez
instead of Don. So assassin versus assassin matchup.
Well, it's just
in the mid lane.
They literally just switched the route. So.
Really exciting.
Can I play
But that's
Akali better than
Nacrez's
you did,
favourite champion this time around. So.
Lux for Core has been one of his main champions during the group stage, and there's Morgana.
Arcanlight, Arcanlight, keeping the bindings flowing.
Both of them lasting for about 50 years. So
yeah.
Going to see the so Formulation self ban on the Galio there. We're going to see some more targets.
Nautilus still open, but I don't think with Lux out there, they're going to be worried about it. I don't know, maybe, because Flankton's could still go for it, obviously, with the Morgana there.
There's the Rakan banned away as well.
If Parla don't ban it, then you know, I imagine that Nautilus is the obvious pickup. Like Nautilus Lux is tried and tested, right?
I mean, it has to be Nautilus here for Sko. I think if they don't pick Nautilus, it's going to be on Flankton for sure. I think Core's just going to pick that up. And then, as you said, you know, that Nautilus Lux combo in the bot lane is absolutely
tried and tested.
Yeah,
works really, really well.
A lot of crowd control, a lot of burst damage. And you can set up, you know, Gwen. You can also set up Zed as well at the same time. I'll see how things go as we wait for the picks.
They still don't know whether that would be Zawa playing Gwen, because obviously we saw some safety bans of the Rengar and the Kha'Zix here in the second phase. I'd be very impressed if that was Zawa playing Gwen. Just simply because he probably hasn't had that much experience on Gwen since taking a bit more of a break away from Wild Rift.
Still waiting for the picks.
Yeah, we're still. I mean, I'm pretty certain it's Nautilus for formulation. Nautilus.
What? They didn't. They went for Gragas and they just gave over.
Gave over Nautilus.
So it's Gragas jungle then, I'm expecting. Gragas jungle, and then Zawa is going to be playing Gwen in that Baron lane.
Blinking heck, that's a...
It's a big change up from, you know, going from Wukong and Malphite to now Gwen.
Yeah.
It's a big step up for Zawa, but I guess it's all or nothing now for formulation. I mean, obviously, as we were talking about at the start of the day, formulation would come into this not even expected. They weren't even supposed to be here. And now they come in and they've pretty much been like, okay, we got nothing to lose. Let's win the whole thing. They have to try and win this game.
Waiting for the final picks coming through for both of these teams. Obviously, I think we're probably looking at a pick for Lonely Kid as the final pickup. Renekton comes through again, and Garen is there. So is that actually going to be Gwen jungle, Garen for Zawa, and then it's going to be a Gragas
support
spot? Okay.
Seems like it.
I did think it was risky putting Zawa on the Gwen, so you know, it made a bit more sense. So this is actually going to be Garen into Renekton matchup.
Garen's a lot more easy champion, right?
Well, Garen is a super easy champion.
That's about as easy as it gets.
Literally the champion that I one-tricked for ages.
All the way up to Grandmaster.
All the way up to Grandmaster, yeah. So, I mean, that was when he was tank broken as well, so...
Yeah. And now he's getting buffed in patch.
I'm going to play him all over again.
3.5.
I really don't... I know I used to be a Sion one-trick on PC, but I just don't rate Sion as much on Wild Rift. He's not as good as he...
He's not. It doesn't feel that fun either. Even though you can use your ultimate unlimited type, like, for unlimited length.
I do like the Sion into some comps, but he's just not... the problem is that being a true tank in Wild Rift is not fun. There's too many easy, accessible tank shred items.
You play the tank like Garen and also do a stupid amount of damage.
Well, you don't build in true tank, do you? You build in bruiser.
Well, it's like Hullbreaker, Black Cleaver, and then kind of
tank. That's bruiser.
Yeah.
You go. I mean, if you're a true Chad Garen, you go Hullbreaker, Black Cleaver, something like GA, and you just like full damage.
Serratus Grudge.
No, not Serratus Grudge.
It could be kind of funny. I mean, even the Sion as well, you could build Hullbreaker.
But the problem is you can't play Lethality Sion on Wild Rift.
Anyway...
Well, yeah, final game.
Back to the grand finals.
Me and Stu just theory crafted.
It's all right. It's the last time you get to do it.
Exactly.
Oh.
Hit me in the feels there.
In the fields,
Hit me directly in the fields.
I believe the formation can come back. We can still get a third game in this best of 3 series grand final. We'll have to see if they bounce back. But I think if Parla come into this game with the same aggression like they did in the previous game against Formulation, I think they can come out on top again. Lonely Kid again on the Renekton. They got the aggression from the Aatrox jungle, Morgana, Nautilus bot lane as well, a lot of crowd control. So I think Parla have this opportunity to sweep this grand final.
Yep, I think they're looking pretty good. I think, you know, Lonely Kid as well into this Garen matchup. It's actually a tough matchup for Renekton. You know, Garen is one of the few really good matchups. Really bad matchups that Renekton kind of has, because once he just bonks you on the head, you can't really trade back effectively. You can also just limit your stun with his own second ability. So, you know, it's difficult to actually win that matchup, especially in the 1v1. But when it comes to team fights, especially mid-game, Renekton is a little more useful in that sense. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how Nakrez versus Don on the Zed Akali matchup goes, because, of course, Nakrez, a bit of an Akali specialist, but then Don also considered the same. So Don quiet last game, though, on the Akali, was shut down pretty effectively by Lonely Kid.
Yeah, absolutely. Lonely Kid just parried and chased all the way around there, especially in the last big team fight. But Nakrez put in a godlike performance on Akali in the league and proved just why it had been banned so often against him, and of course Don as well, in a similar situation, although we saw Don on Zed and Yone a lot more in the league. But Nakrez putting the pressure down already.
Yeah, both these mid laners are going toe-to-toe here. And Nakrez Nacres, unfortunately.
It's always like the full flex, like the Giga Chad flex play right at the start, isn't it? Like the level 1, level 2 plays.
I think it actually favours Nacres in general because he has gone for fleet footwork this game, which means trading is a lot better for Nacres. Also, he can stay a lot more healthy in these trades as well. You can see at the moment he currently has a little bit of a health advantage because of that fleet footwork. Both the mid laners have gone and got their honey fruit already. So Don has to play a little bit more passive. Obviously, in the first game, it was Don on Akali and Nacres on Zed, so we have to see what it is the other way around. But Sko, on this Gragas jungle, I actually don't know if Sko's actually played Gragas jungle. I think it's the first time we've seen it. Not Gragas jungle, sorry, Gragas support.
It is Gwen jungle as well, like you said. So
yeah, Gwen jungle, yeah.
Interesting.
A lot of different champions, I think, for this series, which, as I said, you know, or this game, because all or nothing now for formulation.
The Lonely Kid playing the trade as best he could there. It's the best way that you can do. Best thing that you can do versus a Garen. Just got to wait for him to get that silence out of the way, wait for the spin to drop down, and then essentially go in for your trade that you would have done normally. I don't think you can go for the tower dive here, though, unfortunately.
Got the gold lead already, though, isn't he? Starting to bully him out a little bit. He's at 100 gold. It just small little diff skips will stack up as the game progresses. Obviously, the wave shoved in a bit more here. Both supports helping out, but just to see how Sko deals with Gragas here. I don't think we've seen him playing Gragas for a while.
I feel like Garen's is kind of the same champion as Malphite in a way. It's like you don't really care if you're actually that far behind on gold because you do. I guess you care a little bit, but I mean maybe not as as much as.
The problem with Garen is that you're not immediately useful in a team fight.
Yeah.
Because you don't have like the CC to apply.
You're just kind of in the way.
You're kind of in the way.
Yeah.
The thing about Garen is you either need to be even or ahead in gold simply because you want to be a threat. Like you want people to not be able to ignore you. And of course, you know, your ultimate, if someone drops low, is always going to be a threat for an execute. But the problem with Garen is if you're not ahead is that actually most people can ignore you. Your spin's not going to do that much damage. So unfortunately, Zawa has to be a little useful in this game. Can't drop too far behind. And whereas, you know, with Malphite, you just can press one button. Unfortunately, Zawa missed that button too many times last game. You know, in general with Malphite, you know.
At least this time he doesn't have to land the skill shot.
Yes, true. No skill shots with Garen. Well, actually, your ultimate kind of, as long as if you lock onto the wrong target. I've done that too many times.
Or a stasis comes out like it was in the previous series. Bit of a slow early game so far, even in gold across the board. No real goal leads at all. Both these teams definitely feeling the pressure because it is potentially the last game of the Snapdragon Pro Series Grand Finals. Parla just have to win this one because it's best of 3 Grand Finals, which means they'll be able to go through and win the trophy. $8,000.
8,000 trophy as well. Unique looking trophy, quite a nice looking trophy actually. And you know, I think they definitely would have deserved it if they could make it through. They've absolutely showcased that they can play really excellent Wild Rift. They were kind of shell-shocked a little bit in that first match versus Viv, and then, like as D-Man said, found a bit of resurgence when it counted the most.
Just to answer the questions in chat, no, Zawa is a replacement for Sneaky. Obviously, Sneaky unable to get a visa for this event, unfortunately. So Zawa coming in as a substitute, and you know what? He did a great job against obviously Rix earlier on, very impactful. Clearly, obviously got a limited champion pool, as you would expect when a substitute comes in last minute into a team.
Into a role he doesn't really play either.
Yeah.
Traditionally, always been a support main.
Yeah, he had been, and I mean, like I said though, it's not the first time he's come in as a sub in the Baron lane either, because he did exactly the same in the WREC, so kind of a funny story really for Zawa, but as you mentioned, D-Man, he did incredible against Rix, considered one of the best teams. Now he has to step up even more though to try and shut down not only Lonely Kid but also Parla.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 5 minutes gone in this game, and it is going to be a simple trade. No early engagements, just as it was before, apart from a cheeky little final spark, a shot across the bow, as it were.
Tempted to make a cheeky attempt at a steal there.
Yeah, it's the same again. I think Formulation overall have a pretty decent scaling, and they don't want to contest with an objective in the early game because of how much early game damage and how much early game pressure Parla have. So they're going to give up the first tower, but they are going to try and get some plates in response in the bot lane. I don't think they're going to be able to take this tower though.
Oh, yeah, Nacres jumps back in with the Shroud.
Pretty confident, yeah, got the Shroud back off cooldown, thought, yeah, I can clear that wave. force them away. Does a great job of holding off, and obviously that's going to give them that small goal lead that they were looking for.
It'll be interesting to see if they can keep putting on the pressure onto Formulation, because that's what they did so well, not only in game number 1 of this series, but also in the previous series as well. Play aggressive, go for these engages. You know, you have a Nautilus for the engages as well for Flankton, like we saw him do against Viv. You have Lonely Kid on Renekton. Speaking of aggression, they got all 5 members actually in this bot lane. Try and look for the tower dive, and they're not going to go for it in the end. Instead, just look for the mid lane wave.
Lonely Kid trying to help out where he can, trying to impact the map as much as possible. Gold lead still very close. There's nothing really to split between these two teams. Obviously, the first tower of the game hasn't actually resulted in a massive net advantage, as Nacrez trying to get focused down here, using the Shroud to his best advantage. Actually uses his ult now.
Sticking around really nicely as well. Very risky, mind you. Knew that he got the support coming in, but tower dive was covered off there by Labunya and Flankton.
You can see Formulation not willing to take too many risks here either. They kind of want to wait for that perfect moment. Hullbreaker finished on Zawa, and actually with the Hullbreaker dropping off onto that minion, you have to be a little careful as Lonely Kid if he noticed it.
Yep.
Obviously he noticed that at least 2 people now are around on that top side of the map, and he will back off.
There's one thing you could do against Hullbreaker. If someone's trying to lane gank you or trying to... Oh, that was close. Someone's trying to lane gank you and you're against the Hullbreaker. If you see that the Hullbreaker cannon minions are completely off, then you know there's someone else around.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't see, just doing what he's done. PvE every single game.
Yeah. All right, bit of a grouping down here at the bottom lane. There's gonna be onto Don there. Depth charge somewhat preemptively used by Flankton there, almost just sort of. Oh, they were just trying to force him away there, trying to force a fight maybe before getting the objective from it. Still sticking around. They also all stood on a ward, so it's not like they're being sneaky.
Very, very slow early game. This might beat you the record that you were saying before, D-Man. What's the first blood?
Like 8 minutes.
It was about 8.5.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes. Yeah, I think we're going to beat that definitely in this game. It's very, very slow.
I mean, you'd expect it's tense, right? I mean, one big mistake from Formulation, it could be game over here. Parla obviously looking to close out the series in a quick 2-0.
So what's really interesting is that the king of jungle efficiency. Oh, Don!
That's a good help. Now, has he got the dredge line back available? No, it's back off cooldown in a second. Didn't have it available.
You see Don, or rather, sorry, Vex, the king of sort of jungle efficiency, actually losing out by about 1,000 gold to Labunya, who's also been in PvE mode for most of this game. I think Labunya did pick up a load of plates from the Rift Herald, but Labunya keeping pace with Vex in terms of his own jungle efficiency. Very good to see.
So it's about the biggest goal lead right now. It's 1,000 goal lead after the Nats. No real goal leads across the board, to be fair. I mean, Lonely Kid does have a bit of the goal lead in the Baron lane as well. So starting to see nearly 1,000 goal lead now for Parla, but there's not really anything in it. See, that actually looks like Formulation now are going to try and set up around this Rift Herald because it is coming up just about now.
Yeah, trying to get it quick. And they may well get it before anyone can react to this one, because that Herald goes down pretty fast. You can see Labunya finally getting around there, realising, you can try and get a smite in, not going to happen. It actually was picked up by Vex. He's going to go fight for the Scuttle Crab instead.
Is everyone flushing?
Vex is going to get focused on depth charging. He's going to get dropped here, yeah. Needlework was put across, but not a great deal he can do from that. Now, can they try and force the issue on this mid turret? I feel that they can. They've got the minion wave. No, it's still only a long way coming, so doesn't give them any objectives.
15 seconds of Vex. The dragon does come up in 30 seconds, and actually I think that was Don going in onto Labunya. So Labunya actually has to back away here, which means that they can try and get some vision around this second dragon. If Formulation can pick up this second dragon, though, I do feel like with Vex coming back up as well, I do feel like that's going to be a pretty big win condition for them, especially if they can get the Mountain plus Infernal Drake. Get all the defensive stats and also the bonus damage as well from the dragon.
It's going to be an important one for Parla to contest, which they did in the previous game. Going to do it straight away, straight on it, and I don't even think that FMG are interested in competing for it at this point.
They've got no vision there whatsoever either. And you can, like you say, Zawa and Don are only just coming out of base now, so they're going to be too late to this party. They shouldn't really...
Kind of slow, actually.
Final spark across the side. Well, they've only keeping two on it, right? They're just trying to hang it around. Vex is coming in. Might try and get in there. Needlework tried to steal it with that. Now they get Quo's on absolutely nothing. Needlework doesn't really land. Zawa gets focused out. He's been singled out. Nothing he can do to get away from that one, so he'll go down. They can turn this into a mid-turret. Don may actually get drawn back in here.
Oh, the hook!
Try and get the hook down. Is it going to be enough to knock him down, though? Labunya taken low. Oh, the cast blows him away. He's going to get stasis. Is it going to be enough to come out of the stasis and get away with this one? No, it doesn't look like it. Labunya taken incredibly low.
Oh, the binding!
The binding lands on Sko. Nacres comes in. He can turn it. He can go back in. Oh, stasis comes through. Don's going to come back out. And it's a 4-0 and the middle turret and the dragon.
That is a championship winning team fight, it feels like there for Parla. Brilliant stuff. The kid, Nacres, pops it out at the end with a double kill on the Akali. That gives him the injection that he needs to accelerate his build as well. And Formulation have got to overcome a 6,000 gold lead now. They don't get the wombo combo of the Dragon Infernal 1-2. They've got a bit of an uphill battle to fight to take on Parla.
So important as we take a look back at the replay. You can see on the straight away, Quad just gets absolutely destroyed from both the Nautilus and the Lonely Kid, and then Zawa just kind of all by himself. There's not really much else that he can do. Nacres jumps over the wall, but this re-engage afterwards was really interesting. We actually skipped a few seconds there, but it's lost binding in the end. Perfect over the wall. Allow Nacres to just stack up his Rift Maker, stack up everything, and go in for a nice, juicy double kill. And Katsei again on this Magana. 0-0-5 kind of acting as like a second support in a way. Lonely Kid has to use a flash away. They do commit 4 members up towards this Baron lane, but unfortunately, Parla can't get anything from it for now.
I would say if something from Parla that we've seen so far is they play very safe. You know, they're not going into those crazy engagements. They're playing it really by the numbers, very safe. And that's not leaving any openings for Formulation like Rix were doing. Rix were just sort of almost throwing a caution to the wind sometimes and going into those fights. We saw it obviously when they had those 3 outer towers. They kind of committed a little too deep. This time though, Zawa has been caught off guard. He's not going to be able to escape on the Bunny here. I don't think the Aatrox should be able to lock him down, and he will get him caught out there. The Baron will spawn. The Herald being thrown down mid.
Herald mid lane actually for Formulation, but it's not actually going to get anything in the mid lane at all. I don't even know if it's going to get a charge on the tower. Nacres, oh, it actually does hit the tower in mid lane. Very surprised that he was able to get tower there, but meanwhile, top lane is on fight.
Scal immediately gets engaged on. They're going to take down one. That'll be Don that picks up the kill there. Trade 1 for 1 really with Zawa having dropped down previously. But Lonely Kid, his first death of the game. 11,200 gold, by the way. Still the most gold in the entire game. Our boy on Renekton, Lonely King, having a series to help guide his team to victory.
Hole breaker now as well, so maybe go for more split push now on this Renekton, which is an item we don't really see too much on Renekton, because Renekton's normally known as more to do with team fights and around skirmishes, but maybe Lonely Kid realizing that, you know, he has that big lead and no one can really defend against him. So he's like, I can create another side pressure. They can play the 1-3-1 because they have the likes of, you know, Aatrox, Morgana and Nautilus in the mid lane. And they can create pressure because Nacres and Lonely Kid have had another amazing performance in the game.
Absolutely. And also, to be honest with you, Labunya, the Aatrox jungle. I mean, it's been, I think, far more successful than the Aatrox top lane. Maybe when we saw it over being sort of played frequently over in the Asian scene, they were onto something. You know, you don't restrict yourself to a tactic, and your jungler generally always wants to be involved in team fights. You very rarely pick a split push jungler, so this Aatrox jungle proving much more effective than the Aatrox Baron lane that we saw come out from
Trying
Rix.
desperately to set up a gank. You can see Don's coming up here, but Vex is here. You got Skull on the side, but unfortunately it's spotted by the ward. And this is the thing that Parla do great. They are not overcommitting. They're not forcing it. They're not getting caught down lane. Think how many times Snitch got caught down lane earlier on today. Think how many times that Random was pushing a little too deep and they were all getting caught off guard by Formulation. But this is not happening, unfortunately, for them. Parla are not giving them that little inkling of a chance.
And that probably comes down to the experience that they have. They're a team that has always traditionally played around this playstyle, especially with Lonely Kid. You know, you very rarely see Lonely Kid overextend. They usually set up really solid vision. I mean, look at the control in the blue side jungle that Lonely Kid has now as he's pushing onto that blue side tier 2. He is very comfortable, and he won't ever stay for longer than he needs to, especially with the next dragon spawning, third one of the game. I think Parla will want to set up for this.
couple of seconds until the dragon. I mean, Parla have full control at the moment. They got mid wave pushing in, they got bot wave pushing in as well. It just, I mean, Formulation can't do anything at the moment. Like, they can't even get close to this dragon. They just completely give it up. Final Spark tries to steal it away, but not even close.
I'm trying to think really where Formulation actually win.
I think it's all through Vex.
I think it has to be. I think it's Vex or nothing, right?
Yep, it basically is Vex or nothing. Has the 3 items completed onto this Gwen. Actually might get a pick in bot side here onto Lonely Kid. Lonely Kid able to dash away. League of Stasis though again for Parla. That's one thing that Parla at least loves is stasis.
Hey, if it ain't broke,
don't fix it.
That is true.
If you find something that's strong, then just keep on using it and force them to change it.
Luck's gone for the shielding enchant.
They are going for
protected
Baron. They are going for Baron.
They're on vision though because of the Scuttle Crab, so I'm not too sure if this is the best play. Maybe trying to bait them in, but Lonely Kid.
Look at Nacrez. Nacrez is lingering off the side there, looking to try and get involved here. The Bunya does focus in. That's what he's waiting for. The explosive caster disengage, working wonders there from Skull.
The ultimate's down though from Formulation. Only Zao has his ultimate left. He's down the bot lane trying to defend against Lonely Kid. Looks like they're in a little bit of a skirmish as well. And you see Lonely Kid at the moment has so much pressure. He's currently nearly 4,000 gold ahead in this Baron lane. Can't do enough though to take down this tower, unfortunately, because Zao has Hullbreaker, which is a big thing that he can just basically defend the minions as Garen. Obviously, he's super tanky at the same time. So, unfortunately, Lonely Kid, even though he is 3,000 gold ahead, it's not enough for him to be able to take the tower and take that advantage that he has in this O lane at the moment.
Don trying to hold onto Nacrez in the side lane. They're actually quite even. Don and Nacrez, only 400 gold separating them at this stage in the game, which is very, very small amount. And I think you can see this is what I think D-Man alluded to, the kind of what we've seen from Parla throughout this tournament. They are cool, calm, and collected. No crazy plays, no over forces, no unnecessary risks are taken by this team. They play it by the book. They wait for their moment, and when they get that moment, they pounce. Something that we didn't really see, that same kind of discipline from Rix when they were playing up against Formulation. And in Formulation, you can see, I think, thrived really well on mistakes. When no one's making mistakes, Formulation not quite able to have that same kind of runaway kind of mid to late game that they had versus Rix.
A little prowess back and forward. Just making sure, is it going to be a full tower dive? It's a hard committal. Skull gets caught out by Nacrez. Final Spark not really
going in. Oh,
Vex been locked up here. They thought they'd caught him off guard. Has to throw out as much as he can, but he's safe. He gets back to the fountain, gets quickly healed up, and comes straight back at this one. So Parla just attempting something. They're trying to draw them out, trying to catch a member out, but Formulation themselves are playing this discipline, but are they going to walk into a sneaky attack here? Flankton comes in, depth charge, where's he going to go? Sko's the one that's got caught out, he gets flushed away, no, he gets drawn back into it. Look at the backside, Nacrez finds himself onto Zao, Zao goes down, it's a 2 for 0 exchange so far, and now the Don, with the stasis, they can jump on him, he turns it back around, tries to use the ulti to exchange in there, Nacrez taken low though, Final Spark not landed. I don't think they're strong enough to try and take this.
I think it'll be risky to go for Baron here, but they're definitely going to at least try and set up for it.
They should know though that this Baron has been started because that ward over the wall, Vex is there as well. They're going to try and clear out some vision, gets the ward into the pit. Parla are low though, they are very low, so they do have to be careful in this poke damage, from the Lux.
So dangerous.
But the flank from Lonely Kid!
Lonely Kid goes back in onto him, gets the flank across the shield, is it going to be enough? Lonely Kid status, Labunya taken very low. If Labunya drops, they can't do anything about him, and Vex is instead getting picked off. A beautiful team focus, they juggle the aggro so well, and Parla get them once again.
Lonely King comes down from his hill with the flank once more, and he sets up the perfect fight. It doesn't quite net them the Baron, but it's sure as hell going to potentially net them the Elder as they go to set up for it.
Absolutely insane play there from Parla and also Lonely Kid setting up the flanks. He did the exact same against Viv as well in the semi-finals, and he might just be the kid that actually carries Parla through to Turkish's first victory at LAN in Wild Rift. It's such an incredible performance, such an incredible moment for them.
And I think Nacrez as well, having a banger performance on his Akali. Again, just picking his moments to go in. That will be the Elder confirmed now. And that does mean that we can set up for a Baron where it's going to be almost impossible for Formulation to want to fight this. Parla now start things up. They're going to take it down very quickly. You can see the Baron's health is evaporating. Lonely Kid not even joining the team, by the way, looking to split push for a potential take on the inhibitor.
There's two of them having to keep him there. They've actually engaged on Lonely Kid as well and tried to go in now. Wow. Wow, he actually catches some 2v1. Nakras around the backside.
Nexus dead as well, this is it!
Nakras gets another, goes on straight through. That's going to be Sko going down. Should get the triple onto Zauer as well. Zauer running to the tower, but that's not going to save you, buddy. I don't think so, and he will fall. The tower's got him. Oh, the stasis course, of course.
I think they've done it. They can end it through bot lane as well. The Turkish scene, rise for your champions, Parla. They've done it.
Absolutely incredible stuff. The Snapdragon Pro Series Finals winner, live in Valencia, will be Parla. A magnificent performance for the Turkish team, who have turned up and dominated their way through this final with a quick 2-0 victory. And it's all about the man in the Baron lane. The king has delivered.
No one thought they would make top 4. All the way through the group stages, they weren't even considered in the conversation. They take second, and they come into Viv. They think they lose to Viv. They beat Viv, and they take on Formulation in the final and absolutely dominate. What a performance from IF Parla. The Turkish scene, there is such a strong, vibrant Wild Rift Turkish scene as well. And finally to see them come out as champions is absolutely magnificent. What a performance from these guys. They deserve every moment of success. And they'll potentially be the last EMEA team to hoist a trophy at a LAN environment.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. I think we're about ready to go over to the stage to hear what they have to say. What a fantastic performance. Parla, the champions.
And there you have it. If Parla Esports have cemented their names into the history books of Wild Rift Esports, congratulations. We are joined by them on the main stage right here, right now. I just wanted to reiterate, you are the champions of the Europe and Middle East region. How does it feel to hear that out loud?
Awesome, literally awesome.
A man, a few words, I like it.
Bueno, nos comenta, preguntábamos que cómo se sienta ser campeón de la EMEA, ¿no? De estas regiones, y nos dice que es simplemente increíble, impresionante.
Well, myself and Carmeline, we were actually saying backstage how calm you guys look, even when, you know, you crossed the line and you claimed the victory. At what point during that final match did you feel comfortable? Did you feel like this is in the bag?
We know our enemy's weaknesses and we know what our strength, and we just used it. That's why we were calm.
Ok, bueno, pues hablamos sobre cómo podían estar tan calmados, ¿no? Durante este final de partida, y en qué momento de la partida se habían dado cuenta de que lo tenían ya asegurado. Y nos comentaba que, bueno, que habían estudiado a sus enemigos, así que lo tenían bastante claro.
Very tactical thinking, I like it. Now, just finally, you know, you have a lot of friends, family, fans who have supported you throughout this entire season, all the way up to this point. Is there anything that you would like to say to them?
Thank you for supporting us. I hope we didn't disappoint you. GG's. Thank you.
GG's all round, exactly. DreamHack Valencia, make some noise for your champions. You may now lift your Snapdragon Pro Series trophy. Congratulations, make some noise for If Parla Esports. They made it here to the main stage. Congratulations once again, If Parla Esports. You are the Snapdragon Pro Series champions of 2022 Wild Rift Esports. Thank you so much to everyone who participated here today. Thank you so much to all of the production team as well. All of the casters, you were absolutely brilliant. And Carmeline, my co-host, you've been fantastic. Stick around because we're going to be heading back over to the casters very shortly to break down everything that you saw today.
Bueno, pues que queremos dar las gracias a todos los que habéis estado aquí viendo las partidas, gracias a la organización, a todo el equipo de producción, por supuesto a los comentaristas. Y bueno, ha sido un viaje muy largo en esto de Wild Rift. Esperemos que nos volvamos a ver pronto, pero mientras tanto, por favor, no os olvidéis de que seguimos aquí y que seguid animando todo lo que podáis. Así que ahora sí, nos vamos ya con los comentaristas.
Oh, it's fantastic to see the last of the European and Middle East champions
potential.
Well deserved, honestly, well deserved. Absolutely fantastic performance there from Parla. Dominated throughout, cool, calm, collected. He said at the time, we knew our weakness of our team, and they absolutely exploited it. They knew where to look at that. Would it have been different if Sneaky was there? I don't know. I mean, it wasn't in the group stage, so we can't really say that when Sneaky was playing.
I mean, such a brilliant performance, not only in this series in the grand final, but a brilliant day overall for Parla, and honestly a brilliant tournament overall. Them coming in, as Scoundrel said, you know, most people were expecting the top 4 to be completely different. Most people expected Parla to not even be in the top 4, so let alone get in second place, beating out Viv, and counting themselves champions of the EMEA region. They've done the Turkish scene proud. Like, they've done so well for not only, you know, there's so many Turkish fans as well that are always in the chat, constantly rooting for Parla. And we see the highlights here as well. Lonely Kid again, just popping off over and over again with Labunya and Nakrez. And I have to say the bot lane as well, you know, Katsay and Flankton, they didn't really have to do too much, especially like you said on Morgana. You don't really do too much on Morgana, but as long as you hit the bindings and as long as you get the black shields and Flankton on them engages as well, the entire team of performance.
Так, 8К изи, ребят. Всем большое спасибо за трансляцию, ребят. Всем хорошего вечера. Завтра всех жду. Я футбол